Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter betrayed Dumbledore and owned Hogwarts? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Harry's Paw. After my second year of Hogwarts, when I got back to my family, I got myself emancipated so I didn't have to live with the Dursleys anymore, and Dumbledore can't stop me because he lied about the blood wards on the house. How do I know this? Is because after I got back from the train I went to Gringotts, where I learned a lot of things from the goblins. They had my parents worried, where I learned that I was never meant to go the Dursley. Sirius Black was not the secret keeper, and that Peter Pettigrew was, and that he is an animagus, which is a rat that is missing a toe. When I tell the goblins that Ron Weasley rat was missing a toe and is too old, they call in Madame Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE at the ministry. She arrived with about 5 hours who had an Imbwas chain. They call in the Weasley family and ask them to bring Scabbers. When Molly saw me there, she started to yell at me about how I should be with my aunt and uncle. I yelled back that she isn't my mother and how she couldn't tell me what to do. Arthur stopped it by asking why they were here. Amelia asked to see Scabbers, and then did a spell on the rat who turned into a person, and they slapped the chains on the man before he could change back or run. Peter Pettigrew, said Amelia. The Aurors took Peter back to the ministry, and she wanted to see about Sirius Black. The next day when I was at the Dursley packing my stuff, a knock on the door had me looking at Amelia and a man with brown hair and grey eyes. Harry, I would like you to meet your godfather Sirius Black, said Amelia. Hi, Harry, said Sirius. Hello, I said. Harry, I know you have no place to stay, so would you like to stay with me? Asked Sirius. I nod my head and I hug Sirius because he can help with getting me away from this place. Over the next 2 months, I have been living with Sirius at number 12 Grimmauld Place, when I got my 3rd year Hogwarts letter, and I did my school shopping. There was one thing that the goblins told me when I went to Gringotts. Flashback. Mr. Potter, said Ragnarok. Yes sir, I said. One other thing you must be told before you leave is that you're the owner of Hogwarts. Said Ragnarok. My mouth dropped up and I just looked at him in shock. End of flashback. After that, I bought as many books about Hogwarts as I could, and read them to learn about all that I would need to do when I took over the school this year from Dumbledore. Sirius told me some things about Dumbledore and Molly, and how when my parents were alive that they would try and get money from my father. I learned other things that will come out later in the school year. Tomorrow I get on the train leaving for Hogwarts, and I can't wait for what is going to happen when I get there. Shopping list. First year. Uniform. 2 sets of plain work robes, black or grey. 1 plain pointed hat, black or grey, will only be used on main opening feasts and main closing feasts. 1 winter cloak, black or grey with sliver fastening. 2 pairs of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar. Note: all clothes must have name tags at all times. Books. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 by Miranda Goshik. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Dalbert Waffling. The Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Merrick Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Felida Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. The Dark Forces. The Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Turnbull. A History of World Magic by Nona Goldhorn. The Beginner's Guide. The Latin Language by Jan Zaspe. Beginner's Guide. The Muggle World by Willow Doe. The Beginner's Guide. The Wizarding World by Willow Doe. Other equipment. 1 wand. 1 cauldron pewter, standard size 2. 2 sets of glass or crystal files. 1 set of brass scales. May bring owl, cat, toad or non-venomous snake. Not allowed broomsticks. Muggle notebooks, Muggle colored pens. Muggle Pinkleys, can be wood or mechanical pencil, will be used all 7 years. Second year. Equipment. 1 telescope, if taking Introduction into Astronomy elective. Books. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2 by Miranda Goshik. Introduction into Werewolves by Glenn Fern. American Werewolf. Introduction into Vampires by Venus Talpin, American Vampire. Introduction into Dark Crosses Theory by May Hedge. Introduction into Astronomy by Daisy Raywood. Introduction into Runes by Jeff Hatch. Introduction into Divination by Duke Baracus. Introduction into the Arts by Ocean Cobras. Introduction into World Magic by Icy Cross. Introduction into Flying by Irene Falcon. Third year. Books. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 3 by Miranda Goshik. Unfogging the Future by Cassandra Voblatsky. A Studying Divination, Intermediate Transfiguration by Merrick Switch. Introduction into Magical Creatures by Forrest Salamander. Numerology and Grammatica, A Studying Arithmancy. Introduction into Law by Chase Hooks. American Wizarding and Muggle World Lawyer, Spellman's Syllabary, A Study of Ancient Runes. The Essential Defense Against the Dark Arts by Arsenius Jigger. Introduction into World Studies by Fleur Grouse. Fourth year. Books. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 4 by Miranda Goshik. Fifth year. Books. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 5 by Miranda Goshik. Needs to buy all the next level books for all classes by the same authors. 6th and 7th year. Books. Needs to buy advanced versions of all classes by the same authors. Advanced Warding by Soul Rose. Advanced Healing by Raven. Mandrake Business by Elalyre. Estate Planning and Investing by 8 Copper. Government and Politics by Lee Borless and Imigi's Training by Sky Pulse. Human Language by Lee Bottlebrush. Creature Language by Angel Otters. Rituals by Logan Coyle. Writing by Phoenix Books. Potion Creation by Roar Toads. Medical Potions by Harper Bree. Battle and Poisons Potions by Jade. New Enchanting and Spell Crafting by Axel. Craft Classes. First year. Introduction into Charms. Introduction into Transfigurations. Introduction into Potions. Introduction into the Wizarding World Studies, Muggleborn and Rays. Introduction into Muggle World Studies, Pureblood and Race Seed. Introduction into English and Latin. Introduction into Defense. Agathon, the Dark Arts. Introduction into Herbology. Introduction into World History. Second year. Introduction into Charms. Introduction into Transfigurations. Introduction into Potions. Introduction into the Wizarding World Studies, Muggleborn and Rays. Introduction into Muggle World Studies, Pureblood and Rays. Introduction into English and Latin. Introduction into Defense. Agaze, the Dark Arts. Introduction into Herbology. Introduction into World History electives. Only 2 for second year. Introduction into Astronomy. Introduction into Runes. Introduction into Divination. Must have seer talent. Introduction into the Arts. Introduction into World Magic. Introduction into Flying. Third year. Intermediate Charms. Intermediate Transfigurations. Intermediate Potions. Intermediate Wizarding World Studies, Muggleborn and Rays. Intermediate Muggle World Studies, Pureblood and Raised. Intermediate English and Latin. Intermediate World History. Intermediate Defense Against the Dark Arts electives. 3 only. Introduction into Herbology. Introduction into Astronomy. Introduction into Runes. Introduction into Divination. Must have seer talent. Introduction into the Arts. Introduction into World Magic. Introduction into Flying. Introduction into Magical Creature Studies. Introduction into Law. Introduction into World Studies. 4th year. Intermediate Charms. Intermediate Transfigurations. Intermediate Potions. Intermediate Wizarding World Studies, Muggleborn and Rays. Intermediate Muggle World Studies, Pureblood and Raised. Intermediate English and Latin. Intermediate World History. Intermediate Defense Against the Dark Arts Careers in the Wizarding and Muggle World electives. 3 only. Introduction into Herbology. Introduction into Astronomy. Introduction into Runes. Introduction into Divination. Must have seer talent. Introduction into the Arts. Introduction into World Magic. Introduction into Flying. Introduction into Magical Creature Studies. Introduction into Law. Introduction into World Studies. 5th year. Intermediate Charms. Intermediate Transfigurations. Intermediate Potions. Intermediate Wizarding World Studies, Muggleborn and Rays. Intermediate Muggle World Studies, Pureblood and Raised. Intermediate English and Latin. Intermediate World History. Intermediate Defense Against the Dark Arts electives. 3 only. Intermediate Herbology. Intermediate Astronomy. Intermediate Runes. Intermediate Divination. Must have seer talent. Intermediate Art Studies. Intermediate World Magic. Intermediate Flying. Intermediate Magical Creature Studies. Intermediate Law. Intermediate World Studies. 6th and 7th year. Advanced Charms. Advanced Transfigurations. Advanced Potions. Advanced Wizarding World Studies, Muggleborn and Rays. Advanced Muggle World Studies, Pureblood and Rays. Advanced English and Latin. Advanced World History. Advanced Defense Against the Dark Arts electives. 6 only. Advanced Herbology, career only. A required class for other elective. Advanced Astronomy, career only. A required class for other elective. Advanced Runes, career only. A required class for other elective. Advanced Divination. Must have seer talent. Advanced Art Studies. Advanced World Magic. Advanced Flying. Advanced Magical Creature Studies. Advanced Law. Advanced World Studies. Boarding Artmancy, Runes, DADA, Astronomy, Charms, career only. Healing Charms, DADA, Herbology, Medical Potions, career only. Business Law, Government and Politics, career only. Government and Politics, career only. A required class for other elective. Estate Planning and Investing, career only. And Invest Training, Transfigurations, Human Language, English and Latin. Creature Language. English and Latin, Magical Creature Studies. Rituals, Charms, Potions, Transfigurations, DADA, Runes, Artmancy, Astronomy, Herbology, Writing, career only. Unspeakable. Writing. Potion Creation, Potions, Herbology, Magical Creature Studies. Medical Potions, Potions, Herbology, Magical Creature Studies, Healing. Battle and Poisons, Potions, Potions, DADA, career only. Unspeakable. Enchanting and Spell Crafting, Charms, Transfigurations, DADA, Arithmancy, and Runes. Teachers. Charms. Phileas Flitwick, 1st 7th year. Skylar Drake, 1st 4th year, Teaching Assistant. Lane Arbutus, 5th 7th year, Teaching Assistant. Transfigurations. Minerva McGonagall, 1st 7th year. Rose Morble, 1st 4th year, teaching assistant River Flame, 5th 7th year, teaching assistant Potions. Severus Snape, 3rd to 7th year. Mason Pincushion, 1st year, teacher Hunter Lockett, 2nd year, teacher. Wizarding World Studies. Vern Drake, 1st to 7th year. Anna Codd, 1st to 4th year, teaching assistant Galaxy Gold, 5th 7th year, teaching assistant Muggle World Studies. Laura Potts, 1st 7th year. Basil Ironwood, 1st 4th year, teaching assistant Matt Torres, 5th to 7th year, teaching assistant English and Latin. Aubrey Rose, 1st to 7th year. Jay Horn, 1st to 4th year, teaching assistant Fen Collar, 5th to 7th year, teaching assistant Defense Against the Dark Arts, DADA, Remus Lupin, 1st to 7th year. Elsie Hawks, 1st to 4th year, teaching assistant. Myrtle Hammers, 5th to 7th year, teaching assistant. Perbolgi. Pomona Sprout, 1st minus 7th year. Laurel Evergreen, 1st 4th year, teaching assistant Laurel Salmon, 5th to 7th year, teaching assistant World History. Jason Doe, 1st to 7th year. Nels Leon, 1st 4th year, teaching assistant Bay Phoenix, 5th to 7th year, teaching assistant Astronomy. Aurora Sinistra, 1st to 7th year. Melissa Copper, 1st to 4th year, teaching assistant Coral Pats, 5th to 7th year, teaching assistant. Burns. Atsahita Babbling, 1st to 7th year. Ash Bay, 1st to 4th year, teaching assistant Noel Beadle, 5th to 7th year, teaching assistant Divination. Firenze, 1st to 7th year. Sliver Philly, 1st to 4th year, teaching assistant Delta Chax, 5th to 7th year, teaching assistant Art Studies. Dale Cups, 1st to 7th year. Raid Knights, 1st to 4th year, teaching assistant Clay Flockers, 5th to 7th year, teaching assistant World Magic. Miss Wolf's 1st minus 7th year. Cedar Humming, 1st to 4th year, teaching assistant Aster Strix, 5th to 7th, teaching assistant. Flying. Yolanda Hitch, 1st to 7th year. Lyle Pugs, 1st to 4th year, teaching assistant Mesa Sweets, 5th to 7th year, teaching assistant Magical Creature Studies. Arthur Bucks, 1st minus 4th year. Rubius Haggard, 5th year 7th year. Law. Emerson Mole, 1st to 7th year. Strom Log, 1st to 4th year, teaching assistant. Robin Doves, 5th to 7th year, teaching Asciot in careers in the Wizarding and Muggle world. Du Holly, 4th year. Warding. Billy Wilsey, 6th to 7th year. Healing. Teal Myrtle, 6th year, Poppy Pomfrey, 7th year, Business. Denny Strungbark, 6th to 7th year, Estate Planning and Investing. Clay Box, 6th to 7th year, Government and Politics. Des Kettles, 6th to 7th year. Animagus Training. Sirius Black, 6th to 7th year. Human Languages. Harley Lavender, 6th to 7th year. Creature Language. Bird Griffin, 6th to 7th year. Rituals. The Quad Gerbil, 6th to 7th year. Writing. Hayden Loris, 6th year. Xenophilius Lovegood, 7th year. Potion Creation. Bureau Rosewood, 6th year. Severus Snape, 7th year, Medical Potions. Severus Snape, 6th year. Poppy Pomfrey, 7th year, Battle and Poison Potions. Vita Fern, 6th to 7th year. Enchanting and Spells Crafting. Winter Elderberry, 6th to 7th year. Now to the chapter. Severus Snape Povs. For the last 34 years I have been at Hogwarts. Nothing has never changed, but now before Potter's 3rd year everything is changing. Dumbledore got a letter from Gringotts that said the owner of the school was going to be changing things. Now I didn't believe the letter when the staff first was told, but now looking around the school and all of the new staff members I'm starting to believe it. One of the things the letter came with was the new shopping list and new class list. Some of the new classes will be intriguing on how they go, but two of the most intriguing things was the Muggle World Studies class that is required all 7 years for the Pureblood and Wizarding World raised students in the class. The other thing was the fact that I'm now teaching potions from 3rd year up and 2 elective classes with Poppy. I will say that I'm happy not to have to teach 1st or 2nd year's potions now because all of the House of Slytherin can't make potions. Meeting the 2 teachers for 1st and 2nd year potions was also intriguing because they are from America, and I know that potions are taught different in America. One thing I was not happy about was seeing Remus Lupin as the new DADA class, and how I have to brew the Wolfsbane potion for him. The train will be here soon and I must get ready. Harry's Pov. Today is the day everything I have done since the end of my 2nd year is about to come to a head, and I can't wait to see Dumbledore's face when he finds out that I own the school and will be headmaster. Sirius will be on the train with me because he is one of the new teachers at the school. I can't wait to see the Order of the Phoenix members' faces when they see Sirius because the last they knew he was still in Azakban and had been proven that he is innocent of the crime. We head to the train station early so we don't have to see Molly, Ron, Ginny or Hermione Beccasu. Those 4 have been stealing money and family heirlooms from mine and Sirius. Families because they all seem to think because they are friends or act as a partner to me in Molly case, that they can take things. Also the marriage contract between me and Ginny is going to happen. As the last member of the Potter family, I would have to sign the contract, and also Dumbledore might say that he is my magical guardian, that gives him the right to say who I marry or where I live, but it doesn't, and Sirius is my magical guardian because of the fact that he is my godfather. When we get the station and onto the train, we head to the owner compartment and put away our stuff. I pull out my introduction into law book and start reading it. I know that everyone will be confused about all of the new shopping list in classes, because since the new classes came out, everyone has to change what they picked at the end of last year, and I know that the purebloods are not going to be happy about the new class that is required of them to take, which is Introduction into the Muggle World Studies. The same thing with the Muggle notebooks, pens, and penkleys. They will not be happy, but it will make everything easier in class. Everyone gets on the train and I can hear my friends yelling my name to try and find me, but they will not. One good thing about the owner compartment is that it has its own exit, so I don't have to see everyone until we all get into the Great Hall. I look up from my book to see Sirius reading something. "What are you reading?" "The Animagus training book," says Sirius. "Why?" "It has been years since I read anything about becoming an Animagus, and you have teaching a class about it," says Sirius. "He said that you were good to teach the class." "I know," says Sirius. "Are you excited to see Remus?" "Yes, I miss him a lot," says Sirius. As I'm about to say something, the horn sounds and I change into my robes that still show Gryffindor colors. Sirius changes into his robes that he will be using for the feasts. When the train stops, we wait until everyone is off before leaving and making our way to Hogwarts. When we get to Hogwarts, I make my way to the Gryffindor table and sit down next in between Neville and Dean, so that Ron and Hermione can't sit next to me. I look up to the head table to see a young lady who I know is Hogwarts and the new staff members off to the side, because the head table is not long enough yet for them. I also see Sirius and Remus standing next to each other in the back so that Sirius is not seen yet. We all watch as McGonagall called the first years and watch as they all to their houses. About 15 of the first came to Gryffindor. Now comes the fun I have been waiting for. Everyone watches as Dumbledore goes to stand up, but he gets stopped by Hogwarts. "Hello everyone, I'm the physical Varison of the Castle Hogwarts," she says. "Hello," says everyone. "The reason why I'm here is because over the summer the new owner of the castle took over. Now I know that everyone is wondering how a person becomes owner of me, and the answer is that they are the heir to all of the founders in one way or another. I will not tell how they are related to the founders, just know that this person is, and over the summer this person took over the school and started making changes to the school. All of you students must have seen the new list of both the classes and shopping list. All of the classes that were added will go into effect immediately, and you all have to choose new classes to take at the first years. Classes will start next week to give everyone a chance to figure out what they want to take, and gives time to all of the new staff members to make the lesson plans. After the feast tonight, I was told by the onward to tell the staff about the staff meeting to talk about the new changes to the staff. Now it comes time to change things around. The first thing is Professor Sybil Patricia Trelawney. "You have been fired for not being a seer." "I have nowhere else to go," says Trelawney. "I'm sorry, but you can't stay here at Hogwarts," says Hogwarts. "Albus Percival Wolfert Brain Dumbledore, you are fired from being headmaster of Hogwarts," says Hogwarts. Snake's paw. When Hogwarts said Trelawney was fired, I got happy on the inside because I hated the woman, but I was not expecting Hogwarts to say Dumbledore has been fired too, and looking at everyone at the staff, I think they were not expecting it too. But I will say that I was never exiting what came next when Hogwarts said who the new headmaster and the owner of the school was. I would like to introduce the owner and new headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Harry James Potter, says Hogwarts. When she says this, I watch everyone but the new teachers all go into shock, and everyone's mouth drops open. "How the fuck did he become headmaster?" yells Ron Weasley. Chapter and notes. The next chapter will be the staff meeting. Chapter 3. Chapter summary. Harry has a staff meeting and then goes back to Gryffindor Tower. Chapter notes. Hi. Here is Chapter 3. Please keep reading and commenting. Harry's paw. After the feasts and Ron's yelling, I send all students to their common rooms. I have Lady Hogwarts change the Great Hall, so that now instead of 4 tables, there's now one really long table going down the Great Hall where the Hufflepuff table was. I sit down at the head of the table with all of the new teachers of my left, with Sirius sitting next to me and Remus sitting next to Sirius. On my right sits all of the old teachers, Flinch, Dumbledore, and Trelawney sitting at the end of the table. Snape is sitting next to me with McGonagall sitting next to him. Now before anyone accuses me, I have proof on how I own this school, and as the owner of this school, I can make changes to the staff, classes and who is headmaster. "Mr. Potter, where is the proof?" asks Snape. I pull out the family tree and inheritance test that the goblins did on me when I went to the bank. I make copies of the papers and pass them to everyone at the table. What you have in front of you is the inheritance test I did when I went to Gringotts after my 2nd year. Ragnarok had the test done after my parents were reading at is where I learned that I was related to 2 of the founders of Hogwarts. What I didn't know was that in the Chamber of Secrets, when I went up against the memory of Tom Riddle, I became heir of Slytherin by conquest. Now Tom killed off the Hufflepuff line, which means I hold most titles for Hogwarts. I was told because of that I became the owner of the school. Both I say anything else, Sirius stands up and hugs me. This brings me to the next topic, since technically to the Order of the Phoenix Sirius is still supposed in Azkaban. One of the new teachers is Sirius Black, who was proven innocent over the summer. "Harry, my boy," says Dumbledore. "What a bless, and don't call me your boy." "How do you know Mr. Black is innocent?" asked Dumbledore. "He was never given a trial, and Peter Pettigrew was the real secret keeper. Now I'm going to say this one time and one time only. Sirius Black is innocent of all charges, and he will be only of the new teachers here at Hogwarts. Now I would like to talk about the classes, uniforms and all of the new teachers. After we are done with the staff meeting, Dumbledore and Trelawney will find their stuff outside the Great Hall, and will have to leave immediately since they no longer work here. I pull out the list for the uniforms since that will be easier to do, and it will not take up a whole lot of time. For the past 2 years since I have been here at Hogwarts, I have come to realize that the uniforms just don't work with the classes, so I'm changing the uniforms. The 2 plain work robes that the first years bought will be used for written testing only. The new uniforms will be white short-sleeve shirts with vests that are house colors, along with one vest that is black, and another vest that is gray, with the house colors lining the vests. For the female students, they will have the choice of wearing a shirt or pants that are black or gray. For the male students, they will have a choice of black or gray pants. All students will be wearing black or gray tennis shoes when in uniform. When I get done talking, I look up to see everyone staring at me. "How did you come to the fact that the uniforms don't work?" asked McGonagall. "When in potions class, if the sleeves or something on the robes gets into the potion, then something bad can happen. In DADA, the robes just get in the way and it can be dangerous. For the other classes, I just don't think we should have to wear robes, since we will not be wearing robes in the other classes. Now we will move on to all of the teachers," I say. Now you will have seen that there are a lot more teachers now because of the new classes and all of the teaching assistants. We are going to start with Charms class. Phileas, you will be the head teacher for all 7 years, while Squire Drake will be the 1st to 4th year teaching assistant, and Lane Arbutus will be the 5th to 7th year teaching assistant, I say. "Why do I need 2 teaching assistants?" asks Phileas. "To help with the students, because some students need more help than others, and the teaching assistants will help with that," I say. Now for Transfigurations, Minerva, you will be the head teacher for all years, while Rose Marble will be the 1st to 4th year TA, and River Flame will be the 5th to 7th year TA. We will be coming back to potions, I say. "Why, Mr. Potter, are we skipping over my class?" asks Snape. "We need to talk about why I did what I did for the class, and how you teach the students without Dumbledore getting in the way," I say. "The new class that will be starting this year, called Introduction into the Wizarding World, that all Muggle-born and Muggle-raised students will have to take. The only year that will not have to take any of the new classes will be the 7th year. The head teacher is Vern Drake, who is Squire Drake's husband. Anacott is the TA for 1st to 4th years, and Galaxy Gold is the TA for 5th to 7th years, I say. The next new class is Introduction into the Muggle World. Now before everyone starts yelling, this class is required for all pureblood students, and for the Wizarding World raised students. Now the head teacher is a Muggle-born who was raised in both the Muggle world and the Wizarding World. The head teacher is Laura Potts. Both of the TA are Muggle-raised. Basil Ironwood is the 1st to 4th year TA, and Matt Turris is the 5th to 7th year TA, I say. The next new class is Introduction into English Latin. The head teacher is Aubrey Rose. The 1st to 4th year TA is Jay Horn, and the 5th to 7th year TA is Fan Collar. Now the next class is Defense Against the Dark Arts. The head teacher is a werewolf who will be taking the Wolfsbane potion, why he is a teacher at this school. The head teacher is Remus Lupin. The TA for the 1st to 4th year is Elsie Hawks, and the TA for the 5th to 7th year Myrtle Hammers. The next class is Introduction to Herbology. The head teacher is Pomona Sprout. The 1st to 4th year TA is Oriel Evergreen, and the 5th to 7th year TA is Laurel Salmon. The new class is Introduction into World History. The head teacher is Jason Doe. The 1st to 4th year TA is Nels Leon, and the TA for the 5th to 7th year is Bay Phoenix. These next classes are electives only. Astronomy. The head teacher is Aurora Sinister. The TA for the 2st to 4th year is Melissa Copper, and the TA for the 5th to 7th year is Coral Pets. Burns. The head teacher is Bathsheba Babbling. The TA for the 2st to 4th year is Ash Bay, and the TA for the 5th to 7th year is Noel Beadle. Divination. For the students who have the seer talent only. The head teacher is Firenze. The 1st to 4th year TA is Sliver Philly, and the 5th to 7th year TA is Delta Chax. This is a new elective class. Art Studies. The head teacher is Dale Cups. The 1st to 4th year TA is Reed Knights, and the 5th to 7th year TA is Clay Flockers. This is a new elective class. World Magic. The head teacher is Miss Wolves. The TA for the 1st to 4th years is Cedar Humming, and the TA for the 5th to 7th years is Aster Strix. Flying. The head teacher is Rolanda Hooch. The TA for the 1st to 4th years is Layla Pugs, and the TA for the 5th to 7th years is Mesa Sweets. Magical Creature Studies, the 1st to 4th year's teacher is Orpha Books, and the 5th to 7th year teacher is Rubius Hagrid. This is a new elective class. Law, the head teacher is Emerson Mole. The TA for the 1st to 4th years is Strom Log, and the TA for the 5th to 7th years is Robin Doves. This is a new elective class. Careers in the Wizarding World. This class will be taken all year for the 4th year. The teacher is Dew Holly. These next electives are for 6th to 7th years only. The current 6th to 7th years don't have to take them, but they can sit in the classes and learn what they are about. Warding, the teacher is Bill Weasley. Healing, the 6th year teacher is Teal Myrtle, and the 7th year teacher is Poppy Pomfrey when she is not in the hospital wing. Business, the 6th to 7th year teacher is Denny Stromback. Estate Planning and Investing, the 6th to 7th year teacher is Clay Box. Government and Politics, the 6th to 7th year teacher is Jess Kettles. Animagus Training, the 6th to 7th year teacher is Sirius Black. Human Language, the 6th to 7th year teacher is Harley Lavender. Creature Languages, the 6th to 7th year teacher is Bird Griffin. Rituals, the 6th to 7th year teacher is Quadruple. Writing, the 6th year teacher is Hayden Loris, and the 7th year teacher is Anaphilius Lovegood. Potion Creation, the 6th year teacher is Ura Rosewood, and the 7th year teacher is Severus Snape. Medical Potions, the 6th year teacher is Severus Snape, and the 7th year teacher is Poppy Pomfrey. Battle and Poison Potions, the 6th to 7th year teacher is Vita Fern. Enchanting and Spell Crafting, the 6th to 7th year teacher is Winter Elderberry. Now we are going back to potions. Snape, you will be teaching from 3rd year up to 7th year, because I didn't like the way you teach the 1st and 2nd year students. In my 1st year, 1st potion class, I was given detention because I was taking notes and for not answering the question, which after the class I looked up the question and find 2 different answers. The first one is that it's an OWL question, and the other answer is the real meaning behind the words. I have a question to ask you, Snape. Do purebloods in Wizarding World raise students in the years before they start Hogwarts learn from their parents how to make potions? I asked. Yes, they do, says Snape and Sirius at the same time. So they have an unfair advantage over the Muggle-born and Muggle-raised students who can't do any type of magic if they are in the Muggle world, I say. Snape goes to say something, but then he stops and thinks over what I just said. Yes, says Snape. Because of the way you treat first Muggle-born and Muggle-raised students is the reason I have chosen a new teacher to teach the class. The 1st year potions teacher is Mason Pincushion, who is a half-blood who was raised in the Muggle world and was taught by Snape when he was a student here. The 2nd year potion teacher is Hunter Lockett. He taught potions in America at the wizarding school they have in America. Does any one of the teachers have questions? I asked. What about head of houses? Asked McGonagall. They are staying the same, I say. After a few more questions and going over the new schedules along with telling all of the teachers, they needed to let me see their lessons plans before classes started in 2 days, because all of the students but 7th years needed to choose new classes. I ended the staff meeting. Dumbledore and Trelawney left the school with me watching, and I changed the school wards to make sure Dumbledore can't come back into the school for any reason. I head up to the Gryffindor common room to see Hermione and Ron sitting on the couch with frowns on their faces. What the hell was that in the Great Hall, Harry? Asked Hermione. Chapter 4. Chapter Summary. Harry talks to his ex-friends and Harry and Snape talk. Chapter Notes. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like, then don't read. Also, the reason why Dumbledore was allowed to stay at the staff meeting will come up in later chapters. Previously on the new Hogwarts. After a few more questions and going over the new schedules along with telling all of the teachers, they needed to let me see their lessons plans before classes started in 2 days, because all of the students but 7th years needed to choose new classes. I ended the staff meeting. Dumbledore and Trelawney left the school with me watching, and I changed the school wards to make sure Dumbledore can't come back into the school for any reason. I head up to the Gryffindor common room to see Hermione and Ron sitting on the couch with frowns on their faces. What the hell was that in the Great Hall, Harry? Asked Hermione. Harry's paw. What the hell was that is the Great Hall, Harry? Asked Hermione. What do you mean, Hermione? I asked. You can't be the new headmaster of Hogwarts and you have to tell Dumbledore that, sorry, says Hermione. No, I say. What do you mean no? Says Hermione. What I mean is that since I'm the heir of 3 of the founders, that means I own Hogwarts and can make any changes I want to, I say. Why you? Says Ron. What? If your fame was not enough, now you are saying that you are now the new owner of Hogwarts. You don't have to work for anything in your life, and my family has nothing, yells Ron. First thing is that your family chose that life, Ron, it's not my fault. Second thing is that I never wanted this fame because it caused the death of my parents. I yell at them. Before they can say anything else, McGonagall comes in and tells everyone to come to the common room. Now all of you heard that Mr. Potter is the headmaster and owner of the school. It's true, I have seen the proof of it. Now I want Mr. Potter to tell you about the changes happening to the school, says McGonagall. Some of the new changes are the uniforms. Tomorrow when you wake up you will find that all of your uniforms will have changed to the new Hogwarts uniforms. Another thing that has changed is the classes. Tomorrow at breakfast your head of house will be passing it a list of the new classes for your year and all core classes are required, I say. After talking more about the changes to the school, all of the students go to bed, and I go to the headmaster's office and start to get rid of anything that I don't want, and to make sure all of Dumbledore's stuff is gone. The portress in the office try and talk to me and found out what is happening with the school. I tell them that I'm changing the school and what changes I plan on making. I'm in the middle of cleaning the office and bedroom when I hear a knock on the door. I open the door to see Snape standing there wearing something I would never have thought to see him wearing. Mr. Potter. Snape. Can we talk? Says Snape. Come on in. Snape comes in and sits in one of the chairs in front of the desk and looks around. You are changing the office. It looks too much like Dumbledore's, and I don't want to come in here and be reminded of him every time I come in here. Now you said we should talk. Yes, Dumbledore knew this, but I'm a Death Eater, but also a spy for the light side of the war, says Snape. What? In my mind, I'm trying to process what Snape just told me. He is a Death Eater and that he worked with Voldemort. I joined the Death Eaters my 5th year at Hogwarts after your mom ended our friendship. Because of something I called her one day when I was fighting with your dad and his friends. After that day I tried to get your mom to talk to me, but she wouldn't forgive me, so after a few weeks of having no one to talk to I joined Voldemort and his Death Eaters. But I will say this now, I never joined in on the killing and rape that the Death Eaters do because I could not bring myself to cause that type of pain on someone. Another thing I will say is that even though I didn't kill them, but I was the reason the Dark Lord went after your parents. I had overheard Dumbledore and Trelawney when she was giving the prophecy. I only heard a little bit of it before I left and ran to Vold. I begged him not to kill your mom, but when I found that he had killed her, I went to Dumbledore and switched sides and started spying on the Death Eaters, says Snape. I don't know what to think about what Snape just told me, and I get up and walk over to stand in front of Snape and do something I have wanted to do since my first ever potions class with the man. I slap him in the face. Snape's paw. When I came up here to talk to Harry about that I was a Death Eater, I never thought that Harry would slap me. He slapped me hard and I can't even take points from him because of 2 reasons. The first reason is that he is the headmaster, and the second reason is that he had every right to because I just told him that I was the main reason his parents were killed. After slapping me, Harry just stands in front of me with this look on his face. When he starts to move, I thought that Harry would move back to behind the desk, but he moves to stand directly in front of me. If I looked right in front of me I would be looking face to crotch on him. I look up and see Harry looking down on me and takes a step closer. I don't know what to say to you, but I will say this. If you want to keep your job here at Hogwarts, then you will tell me everything you know Voldemort, Dumbledore, and my parents. To make sure that you will do it, you will be making an unbreakable vow, says Harry. I pull out my wand and start to make the vow. I, Severus Tobias Snape, vow to assure everything I know about Lord Voldemort, Albus Dumbledore, and Lily and James Potter. I vow my magic if I break this so moted. I say. I feel the magic wash over me as the vow takes place and see Harry is still standing right in front of me. I stand up and make to leave when he calls out to me. I thought everything you owned was black. I look down at what I'm wearing and see how this was different from what I normally wear. I don't like sleeping in black. I walk out of the room. Harry's paw. After Snape leaves, I head to my bedroom and lay in my bed thinking about what Snape just told me, and wondering what the prophecy was, and why my parents were killed over it. Chapter 5. Chapter Summary. Harry and Snape talk about Lily. Chapter Notes. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like, then don't read. Please read in Kudos. Now I'm well aware of how old Harry is and prisoner of Azkaban, but the kiss at the end of the chapter between Harry and Snape is consensual. Harry gives Snape the chance to stop the kiss. Previously on the new Hogwarts. I pull out my wand and start to make the vow. I, Severus Tobias Snape, vow to assure everything I know about Lord Voldemort, Albus Dumbledore, and Lily and James Potter. I vow my magic if I break this so moted. I say. I feel the magic wash over me as the vow takes place and see Harry is still standing right in front of me. I stand up and make to leave when he calls out to me. I thought everything you owned was black. I look down at what I'm wearing and see how this was different from what I normally wear. I don't like sleeping in black. I walk out of the room. Harry's paw. After Snape leaves, I head to my bedroom and lay in my bed thinking about what Snape just told me, and wondering what the prophecy was, and why my parents were killed over it. Harry class schedule. Monday, Tuesday, and Friday. 1. Intermediate Wizarding World Studies. 2. Introduction into Herbology. 3. Intermediate English and Latin. 4. Introduction into Magical Creature Studies. 5. Intermediate World History. 6. Introduction into Law. 7. Intermediate Defense against the Dark Arts. 8. Intermediate Charms. 9. Intermediate Transfigurations. 10. Intermediate Potions Wednesday. 2. Introduction into Herbology. 4. Introduction into Magical Creature Studies. 6. Introduction into Law. 8. Intermediate Charms. 10. Intermediate Potions Thursday. 1. Intermediate Wizarding World Studies. 3. Intermediate English and Latin. 5. Intermediate World History. 7. Intermediate Defense against the Dark Arts. 9. Intermediate Transfigurations. Harry's Pov. When I wake up and get out of bed, I head over to my desk and get all of THE 6th and 7th year's student schedules for class, and get the list of all the new classes for the 1st to 5th years can choose what classes they want to take, but I will be making the announcement for the 2 new Wizarding Worlds classes. I look at my own schedule and I like the classes I choose for this year, and I can't wait to see everyone's reaction today. I get dressed in black pants with my white short sleeve shirt, along with a black vest lined in red for Gryffindor and my black tennis shoes. I head to the Great Hall and see the staff and students staring at me. I walk up to the head table and take the sit for the headmaster. I look to my left and right and see that Sirius is sitting on my left while Remus is on my right. I grab my food and staring eating talking to both Sirius and Remus. After I eat, I stand up and see Evra looking at me. The head of houses are going to pass out the lists for all 4 classes to the 1st through 5th years students, and you will choose what classes you want to take this year, and for 2nd year electives, you can only choose 2, and for 3rd year electives, you can only choose 3. 6th and 7th year students, you will be attending the classes you chose last year. The 4 head of house stand up with the stack of papers they had in front of them, and start to pass them out the appropriate years, and I can't wait to see what the Slytherins and Gryffindor think about the new class they are required to take. I don't have to wait along. Because Draco and Ron were the first ones to see the new required class for Pureblood and Wizarding World raised students. What the hell, Harry? Yells Ron Potter. Yells Draco. All Pureblood and Wizarding World students are required to take a new class which is Muggle World Studies, and you can't get out of the class. For every class, any student who misses the 2 new World Studies classes will get attention, and will 100 points taken from the House Cup. I have a few more things to talk about before you choose your classes. This is the last year we will have the House Cup because I'm replacing it with something different next year. When I found out I was the new owner of Hogwarts, I read all of the laws, and found out the Board of Governors does not have any say over Hogwarts, if the owner of the school is in control, and that the Ministry has no say over the school, so Malfoy, your father, has no say over how I run my school. Now I want to say this now about 2 of the new professors. First, Sirius Black is a free and innocent man, and the second thing is Remus Lupin is a werewolf, and he will be respected. He will be taking Wolfsbane potions while he is teaching. Now it's time to choose classes. It takes an hour for everyone to choose what classes they want to take. I get everyone's list for their schedules and tell everyone that classes will start tomorrow. I tell Snape that he is required in my office tonight at 7 p.m. sharp. I leave the Great Hall and head back to my office and finish cleaning it. I add my own words around my bedroom, and then I clean my bedroom along with putting away all of my stuff. I eat lunch in my office and work on the student schedules. When I come to Hermione's schedule, I see that she wants to take all of the electives, which will not happen at all. I choose 3 electives that were on her list, and I make a note on my stack of Muggle sticky notes to talk to McGonagall about Hermione's list. At dinner time, I head to the Great Hall and sit at the head table talking to Sirius and Remus. After dinner, I head up to my office and get ready for Snape's visit. At 7 o'clock, I hear a knock on the door and I go over to the door and open it to see Snape standing there. Come on in. He comes in and takes a sit in the chair in front of my desk, and I walk over and sit on my desk in front of Snape. He said last night that you were friends with my mom, so I want you to tell me everything you know about my mom. When I was 9 years old, before I was to go to Hogwarts, a new family moved to town. It was 2 parents and 2 little girls. One of the girls had red hair and green eyes. I started to watch her, and after watching her for some time, I noticed her evident magical abilities, and because she was the only child in the town we lived in to have the magic, I wanted to become friends with her. We bonded quickly, and over time it appeared that I was very interested in Lily right from the beginning, though she only regarded him as a good friend. But during this time I met her older sister, who I hated. I think it was because she mostly made disparaging comments about my clothes and residence, but I think it didn't help that she was a Muggle. When Lily and me got to Hogwarts and sorted, I knew it was going to be tough because I was in Slytherin and she was in Gryffindor. Over the years I was bullied by your father, and your mom would stand up to him for me, but everything changed in my 5th year when in humiliation I lashed out at Lily and called her a filthy mudblood, which I regret to this day. I begged for her for forgiveness, but when she asked if I still planned on becoming a Death Eater, I couldn't deny, and she wouldn't talk to me after that day. I joined the Death Eaters, and one day I had overheard Dumbledore and Trelawney when she was giving the prophecy. Now I only heard a little bit of it before I left and ran to the Dark Lord, but I begged him not to kill your mom. But when I found that he had killed her, I went straight to the house, and I found her died on the floor of your nursery with you in your crib crying with blood running down your face. I held your mom until I heard the order, says Snape. After Snape tells me about my mom, I make him cast a spell, just so I know everything that he just said was true, and Snape casts the spell which works. I get off my desk and walk to stand in front of Snape and lean down, so we are face to face. You can tell me to stop and I will, Harry says. Snape is the one to push our lips together. Chapter 6. Chapter Summary. First day of classes and things between Harry and Severus heat up. Chapter Notes. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like, then don't read. Please read and notice what is Dumbledore up to. Now I'm well aware of how old Harry is and prisoner of Azkaban, but the kiss at the end of the chapter between Harry and Snape is consensual. Harry gives Snape the chance to stop the kiss. I will say this now, I don't have to explain anything about why I made Harry and Snape kiss. If you don't like it, then don't read. Until you're the one writing this story, which I have all right over the parts that are mine. Don't tell me how to write the storyline. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Now I'm well aware of how old Harry is and prisoner of Azkaban, but the kiss at the end of the chapter between Harry and Snape is consensual. Harry gives Snape the chance to stop the kiss. I will say this now, I don't have to explain anything about why I made Harry and Snape kiss. If you don't like it, then don't read. Until you're the one writing this story, which I have all right over the parts that are mine. Don't tell me how to write the storyline. Previously on the new Hogwarts. After Snape tells me about my mom, I make him cast a spell, just so I know everything that he just said was true, and Snape casts the spell which works. I get off my desk and walk to stand in front of Snape and lean down, so we are face to face. You can tell me to stop and I will, Harry says. Snape is the one to push our lips together. Snape's paw. When I pull away from the kiss, I just look at Harry. Why did you want to kiss me? I kiss you because of 3 reasons. The first reason is that I have wanted to kiss you since after my first potions class. The second reason is that I wanted to see your reaction when Lily Evans' son kissed you, and the third and last reason is that I kissed you, is because I have had a crush on you since that Quidditch game, says Harry. I just stare at him, but not in his eyes. I try to think about the reasons why Harry wanted to kiss me. I stand up and turn around and walk out of the office without looking back. When I get to my own personal room, I head straight to the fire whiskey I keep in my kitchen. I sit down in a chair with the bottle and take a drink. I just kissed a 13-year-old boy who is my boss. Harry's paw. I just watched Snape walk out of my office. I sit down behind my desk staring at the ceiling when I hear a pop into the room. When I look up, I see Ragnock standing there. Mr. Potter. Ragnock, what can I do for you? It's Dumbledore. He went to the Ministry and the Wizengamot trying to tell them what you did was illegal, and that he needs to be back here in Hogwarts. They are calling a Wizengamot meeting in 3 days. Since you hold the most seats, you have to be there. I will be there, and I'm going to need all of the paperwork about my ownership of the school and my seats. I will have them to you tomorrow. Thank you, Ragnock. May your vaults be overflowing with gold. May your enemies choke on their blood, Harry Potter. After he leaves, I head to bed because tomorrow is the first day of classes. When I get up the next morning, I check the time and notice it's 6:30 in the morning. I get up and shower, then change into my uniform. Heading down to the Great Hall, I see everyone but Hermione, Ron, Ginny, and Snape. I know why Snape is missing, but I don't know where the other 3 are. After eating, I head to my first class, which is Intermediate Wizarding World Studies. When I get to the class, I met with the teacher Vern Drake and the Ta Anacod. They tell me the lesson plans for the next 3 weeks. When the other students start showing up, Hermione shows up last and she doesn't look happy. Everyone takes their seats and I end up next to Hermione. Good morning, class. Welcome to Intermediate Wizarding World Studies. My name is Professor Drake, and this is my top Professor Cod. Now, because of the fact that this class was new this year, we didn't get to the first 2 years, which means that the first 3 weeks of this class will be about learning things you missed. Now, does anyone have any questions? Says Drake. When the hand next to me goes up, I'm nervous to hear what she will say. Miss Granger. Why do I have to take this class? Because I find this class will not help me with my education, and I refuse to be taught by a pureblood who hates all half-bloods and mudbloods, yells Hermione. I jump up from my sit and turn to look at her. Miss Granger, 200 points from Gryffindor for inappropriate comments about a teacher. And being biased, and you will have detention for the next week with Filch. If you must know, Miss Granger, both Professor Drake and Cott are half-bloods raised in the wizarding world, I tell her. After class ended, I walk away before Hermione can come up to me. After classes end for the day, all of the teachers and me in my office. How was the first day of classes? I ask. Charms went well. Everyone got the spells after a few tries, says Flitwick. Mrs. Weasley never showed up for Intermediate Muggle World Studies, says Laura Potts. Miss Granger lost 200 points and got detention today in Intermediate Wizarding Worlds. Studies for inappropriate comments about the professors, I say. After the meeting, I tell Snape I will see him here when dinner is over. When they all leave, Ragnarok shows up holding a folder. Ragnarok. Mr. Potter, here are the papers you will need for Wednesday, and the meeting will start at 9 o'clock sharp, says Ragnarok. Before I can say anything else, he pops out of the room. After dinner, Snape and me both walk up here together. When we get to my office, I sit on my desk in front of Snape. Tonight we are going to do something different, I say. Before Snape can say anything, I straddled him. Now, like last night, you can stop this if you want, and if you do, then don't think of my age or the fact that I'm your boss. I know I should stop you, but I find it in myself that I want to stop you, says Snape. I pull Snape up and into my bedroom, where I push him on the bed, and I straddle him and push our lips together. We are kissing like crazy, and it's like our lives depend on it. His tongue slips inside my mouth, gentle but demanding, and it's nothing like I've ever experienced, and I suddenly understand why people describe kissing as melting, because every square inch of my body dissolves into his. My fingers grip his hair, pulling him closer. I have never wanted anyone like this before. This is a little scarier because this is the man who hates me because I look like my dead father, who I know bullied him thanks to Sirius. The weight of his body on top of mine is extraordinary. I feel all of him pressed against me, and I inhale the smell of fire whiskey, his shampoo, the potions, and that extra scent that's just him. The most delicious smell I could ever imagine. I want to breathe him, lick him, eat him, drink him. His lips taste like honey. His face has the slightest bit of stubble, and it rubs my skin, but I don't care at all. He feels wonderful. His hands are everywhere, and it doesn't matter that his mouth is already on top of mine. I want him closer, closer, closer. I move my hand down to the tent in Snape's pants and start to move my hand. Snape pulls away from my lips and lets out a moan. Snape moves my hand inside of his pants, and I grab his cock. I start to move my hand slowly up and down his cock, until Severus is begging and moaning my name, then I start to go faster until he comes all over my hand. I pull my hand out of his pants and lick the cum off my fingers until it's all gone. Before Severus can get up, I pull him to me and move us until he is spooning me, and I put his hand into my pants, and his hand is cupping my cock, so Severus can feel how hard I am. I want you to stay here for tonight. I say. Why? I want to have a relationship with you. I say. Chapter and notes. Now I'm well aware of how old Harry is and prisoner of Azkaban, but the kiss at the end of the chapter between Harry and Snape is consensual. Harry gives Snape the chance to stop the kiss. I will say this now, I don't have to explain anything about why I made Harry and Snape kiss. If you don't like it, then don't read. Until you're the one writing this story, which I have all right over the parts that are mine. Don't tell me how to write this storyline. Chapter 7. Chapter Summary. Harry goes up against Dumbledore in the Wizengamot Part 1. Chapter Notes. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like, then don't read. Please read in Kudos. Previously on The New Hogwarts. Snape moves my hand inside of his pants, and I grab his cock. I start to move my hand slowly up and down his cock, until Severus is begging and moaning my name, then I start to go faster until he comes all over my hand. I pull my hand out of his pants and lick the cum off my fingers until it's all gone. Before Severus can get up, I pull him to me and move us until he is spooning me, and I put his hand into my pants, and his hand is cupping my cock, so Severus can feel how hard I am. I want you to stay here for tonight. I say. Why? I want to have a relationship with you. I say. Harry's paw. When I wake up, the first thing I notice is that Snape's hand is still in my pants, but at some point during the night his hand wrapped around my cock. Snape starts moving his hand up and down my cock slowly. I turn my head and see he is awake. Good morning, I say in a rough voice. Morning. Severus starts to move his hand faster up and down, and I let him moan. He moves to start kissing the back of my neck. I want a relationship with you too, Harry. I'm glad. I turn to lay on my back with his hand still moving up and down my cock. I pull Snape down and kiss him. After about 5 more minutes, Snape starts moving his hand faster and faster, until I'm cumming all over his hand. He takes his hand out of my pants and licks the cum off. While Severus does that, I check the time. It's 6 a.m., and the Wizengamot meeting starts at 9 o'clock sharp. I sit up in bed and look at Snape before going to the bathroom. When I come out, Snape heads in and I get dressed. Putting on my robes with the Hogwarts crest, I walk out of my room and over to my desk, where all of the paperwork sits, that shows proof of my claim of ownership of the school, along with my lordship claim. Severus comes up behind me and looks over my shoulder at the papers. Why do you need the proof of ownership papers from Hogwarts? Asks Snape. I have been called into the Wizengamot because Dumbledore thinks I'm faking my claim to Hogwarts. I will not be in classes today. When I get back, I will call a staff meeting, and then we will have our own meeting. We walk down to the Great Hall and I tell the teachers I will not be in class today. After a quick breakfast, I head back up to my office and head to the fireplace. Grabbing the floor powder I call out, "British Ministry of Magic." I step into the fireplace and then step out into the atrium. After checking in I head to Amelia Bone's office because she is the one helping me along with my lawyer. Stepping into the office I see my lawyer Jack Ewan talking to Amelia. She is the one to see me first. "Mr. Potter," she says. "Hello Madam Bones and hello Jack." "Hi Harry," says Jack. "What is going to happen today?" I ask. "Dumbledore is claiming that you illegally took over Hogwarts and banned him from stepping onto Hogwarts grounds," says Amelia. "He is also saying that the new classes at Hogwarts are too dark for the students to learn, along with how Sirius Black is a teacher," says Jack. We go over all of the papers and when it is time, the three of us head to courtroom 10. Walking in I see that there is a table in the middle of the floor where Jack and I will be sitting. Fudge and his senior undersecretary to the Minister for Magic Madame Dolores Umbridge are sitting. Fudge is talking to Lucius Malfoy. I don't see Dumbledore yet and Amelia takes her seat. 1 minute until the start is when Dumbledore comes walking in and he takes his seat. We are here today to talk about many cases, but the main case is Albus Dumbledore versus Mr. Harry Potter, says Amelia. Albus Dumbledore is claiming that my client Harry Potter illegally took over as Hogwarts headmaster, banned him from school, making dark classes for the students, and allowing Sirius Black to teach at the school, says Jack. Let's break this down starting with Mr. Potter taking over Hogwarts, says Fudge. After my second year at Hogwarts, I received a letter from Gringus asking to speak with the last living member of the Potter family in Britain. After I got off the train I made my way to Diagon Alley and to the bank. At the bank, I met Ragnarok who manages the Potter accounts. We did an inheritance test where I learned that I'm related to Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin, despite what Mr. Zacharias Smith thinks he holds no claim to Helga Hufflepuff's line. What learning I was related to 3 of the founders of Hogwarts Ragnarok informed me that since I hold the 3 lordships I can claim them along with claiming Hogwarts as the new owner. I claimed the school and was told because I was the owner I had the right to make changes like classes, staff, and even if I wanted to close the school for good. I choose to keep the school open, but I knew that changes were going to have to be made. Before I get into the changes, you all will find a copy of my inheritance in front of you, I say. Everyone takes the time to read over the test and see that I was right in the fact I'm related to 3 founders. Let's move on to Sirius Black, says Amelia. Sirius Black is my godfather. He was best friends with my father James Potter during their time at Hogwarts and after. Sirius was around all the time when I was a baby up until my parents' death. When Sirius went to Peter Pettigrew's house on the night of October 31st, 1981, he found the house empty with no signs of a struggle. He raced to my home. Pettigrew was the secret keeper and Sirius was the decoy. When Sirius got to the house it was too late. He tried to take me since it was his right as my godfather, but Hagrid was there to take me because Dumbledore had made arrangements to send me to my mother's sister, which shouldn't have happened because Dumbledore had no rights over me at all, and it's in my parents' will that I was never allowed to be sent to her sister. Sirius went after Pettigrew, who killed 13 Muggles, and Sirius was arrested by Barty Crouch SNR, and given life imprisonment in Azakban without a trial. His escape was because he saw Pettigrew in his rat animagus form. Since Sirius was never charged or given a trial, the escape from Azkaban was justified. When I learned about Sirius I worked with my lawyer to get him a trial where Sirius was proven innocent. I offered Sirius a job at Hogwarts teaching a 6th to 7th year class in Animagus training. I tell them, let's take a recess and we will come back together in an hour, says Fudge. Amelia, Jack, and me all go back to her office, and I use the fireplace to head back to Hogwarts. I tell them I will be back in 30 minutes. When I get to Hogwarts, I head for Snape's office and see him alone. Must be his plan, period. I knock on the door and enter. Snape looks up. Are you done already? Asks Snape. No, we have an hour recess. Why are you here then? I wanted to see you. Snape blushes and I walk over to him. I kiss Severus hard and he pulls us into personal rooms. Chapter 8. Chapter Summary. Harry goes up against Dumbledore and the Wizengamot Part 2. Chapter Notes. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like then don't read. Please read in Kudos. Previously on the new Hogwarts. Let's take a recess and we will come back together in an hour, says Fudge. Amelia, Jack, and me all go back to her office, and I use the fireplace to head back to Hogwarts. I tell them I will be back in 30 minutes. When I get to Hogwarts, I head for Snape's office and see him alone. Must be his plan, period. I knock on the door and enter. Snape looks up. Are you done already? Asks Snape. No, we have an hour recess. Why are you here then? I wanted to see you. Snape blushes and I walk over to him. I kiss Severus hard and he pulls us into personal rooms. Harry's pav. After a quickie with Severus, I eat a sandwich then head back for the rest of the meeting. When I get back I head to Amelia's office and we go over the rest of Dumbledore's claims, and my lawyer Jake tells her that we want to press criminal charges against Dumbledore. We head back to the courtroom. Welcome back everyone, we are going to get right into it. Now I want to hear about all of the new classes and teachers, says Amelia. One of the new classes is Wizarding World Studies. This class is required for all Muggle-born and Muggle-world-raised students. The reason why I made this class is that when Muggle students come into the Wizarding World, they don't know the traditions and customs that Wizarding World students are born and raised with. When I took over Hogwarts, I found out about all of the classes that were cut from the classes. Dumbledore got rid of all the classes that were about wizarding traditions and customs because in his words, they were too dark for Muggle world students. That caused many of the Wizarding World students upset, because these were traditions that their ancestors started. The teacher I hired to teach the class Drake is a half-blood who was raised in the Wizarding World. He learned all of the traditions and customs from his family. The next class I introduced this year is the opposite of the Wizarding World Studies class, which is Muggle World Studies. This class is required for all Wizarding World-raised students. The reason I made this class is that most Wizarding World students don't know how to act or blend in with the Muggle world. The teacher hired Laura Potts was raised both in the Muggle and Wizarding World. She also has a Muggle teaching degree. The next class I introduced this year is English-Latin classes. This class is all about teaching the students how to assist in exploring creative writing, and some may simply help develop the necessary skills to write successfully in the workplace. The English part of the class is all about learning to practice your writing skills in a variety of essays, explore a range of literary genres, and examine texts at a fairly granular level. You look at plot, voice, tone, characters, and so on. The Latin part of the classes is to teach everyone the correct literature and the proper way to pronounce all of the spells. The teacher Aubrey Rose has a master's in English and Latin. The next class I introduced this year is World History. This class is about not only teaching the students the history of Britain, but all magical world's history. I taught with the headmasters and headmistress of the other wizarding schools around the world, and they all told two things. The first thing was that Hogwarts is the worst wizarding school in the world, and the second is that they all teach world history, because it's important for the students to know the history of the world, to avoid events from happening again. The teacher Jason Doe is an American world history teacher from Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The next class I introduced this year is an elective class only art studies. This class too for all students who want to learn how to draw, paint, and any other art skills. The teacher Dale Cups also came from Ilvermorny. The next class I introduced this year is an elective class only world magic. This class is to show the students all of the different types of magic in the world, along with the types of magic that other countries use along with the creatures. The teacher Miss Wolfs has traveled all over the world learning about the different types of magic. The next class I introduced this year is an elective class only law. This class is going to teach the students all of the laws in the wizarding world. The teacher Emerson Mole is a former Auror. The next class I introduced this year is an elective class only for all fourth year students' careers in the wizarding world. This class will dive deeper into all of the careers in the wizarding worlds, so that when students go to choose their careers, they will know what they are getting into. The teacher Dew Holly has studied all of the careers. The next 14 electives are for 6th to 7th years only. The next class I introduced this year is an elective class only warding, which will teach the students how to set up proper wards. The teacher is Bill Weasley, who is a curse breaker at Gringotts. The next class I introduced this year is an elective class only healing. Students will learn how to be healers with this class. The 6th year teacher is Teal Myrtle, a former Medwitch. The 7th year teacher is Poppy Pomfrey when she is not in the hospital wing. The next class I introduced this year is an elective class only business. This class will teach students how to do business in both the wizarding world and the muggle world. The teacher Denny Strungback has his own business in Ireland. The next class I introduced this year is an elective class only estate planning and investing. This class is to teach students how to write their wills and when they die how the estate will go to everyone. The teacher is Clay Box, he is a half-blood raised in the muggle world. The next class I introduced this year is an elective class only government and politics. This class will teach the students what to do when they took over as head of their house. They will also learn about the ministry. The teacher is Jess Kettles, who is a former politician. The next class I introduced this year is an elective class only as an Imagus training. The students will learn how to become an Imagus. The teacher is Sirius Black, who is an Imscus. The next class I introduced this year is an elective class only as human language. In this class, the students will learn the languages of the world. The teacher is Harley Lavender, who can speak the languages of the world. The next class I introduced this year is an elective class, only as creature languages. This class is the same as the human languages class, but this will be the languages for all magical creatures in the wizarding world. The teacher Bird Griffin is a vampire. The next class I introduce this year is an elective class only as rituals. This class will teach students who to do rituals, but it's a career-only class for unspeakables and ors. The teacher is a quad gerbil and unspeakable. The next class I introduce this year is an elective class only as writing. In this class, students will use the skills they learned in English and Latin classes. They will also learn to write the truth. The 6th-year teacher is Hayden Loris, who is a writing teacher from Costello Bruxo, and the 7th-year teacher is Anaphilius Lovegood, the owner of the Quibbler. The next class I introduce this year is an elective class, only as potion creation. In this class, students will be learning how to make potions. The 6th-year teacher is Eura Rosewood, a potions teacher from Costello Bruxo. The 7th-year teacher is Severus Snape. How can Severus teach this class if he is also teaching potions? Asked Dumbledore. Severus Snape is teaching potions at Hogwarts from the 3rd year up to the 7th year. After my first 2 years with Snape as my teacher, I didn't learn very much from him. Talking to Eura Rosewood, I learned the right way potions are taught. She told me that my first 2 years were taught was dangerous, because Snape never taught us how to cut the ingredients the correct way, so I hired 2 teachers that will teach 1st and 2nd year. The next class I introduce this year is an elective class only as medical potions. In this class, students will learn how to create potions for medical uses. The 6th-year teacher is Severus Snape, and the 7th-year teacher is Poppy Pomfrey. The next class I introduce this year is an elective class only as battle and poison potions. In this class, students will learn how to make and use battle and poison potions. It's a career-only class for unspeakables. The 6th to 7th year teacher is Vita Fern and America Unspeakable. The last class I introduce this year is an elective class only as enchanting and spell crafting. In this class, students will learn how to create spells and learn how to enchant something. They will also learn to never enchant a person. The 6th to 7th year teacher is Winter Elderberry, who is a teacher from the Japan Wizarding School Mahadakoro. As you can see, none of the classes I introduced this year at Hogwarts are dark or dangerous. All of the classes are going to help push Hogwarts and the students back up to one of the best wizarding schools. I say. We spend the next 2 hours talking about what I plan on doing with Hogwarts, and finally, Fudge asks if there are any things that need to be talked about. That is when Jack stands up. My client Harry James Potter Black would like to press criminal charges against Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Ronald Bilious Ron Weasley, Ginevra Mully, Ginny Weasley, Molly Weasley, Nee Prewett, and Hermione Jean Granger, says Jack. Chapter 9. Chapter Summary. The charges against Dumbledore, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Molly come out. Dumbledore is arrested and Harry shares an insecurity with Severus. Chapter Notes. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like, then don't read. Please read in Kudos. Previously on The New Hogwarts. We spend the next 2 hours talking about what I plan on doing with Hogwarts, and finally, Fudge asks if there are any things that need to be talked about. That is when Jack stands up. My client Harry James Potter Black would like to press criminal charges against Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Ronald Bilious, Ron Weasley, Ginevra Mully, Ginny Weasley, Molly Weasley, Nee Prewett, and Hermione Jean Granger, says Jack. Harry's pav. Once Jack said that I wanted to press criminal charges, the courtroom got loud, with Dumbledore being the loudest. After Amelia got the courtroom to be quiet, she and Fudge, what are the charges I want to press against the people named? The charges I want to press against Ronald Weasley, Ginevra Weasley, and Hermione Granger are line theft and stealing of money and family heirlooms, I say. The charges I want to press against Molly Weasley, Nee Prewett, is line theft, stealing money, stealing family heirlooms, and the creation of an illegal marriage contract between me and Ginevra Weasley. The charges against Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore are child abuse, child endangerment, line theft, stealing money, stealing family heirlooms, withholding my right in the wizarding world, withholding my rightful inheritance as a lord of most noble and most ancient house of Potter, withholding my rightful inheritance as an heir of most noble and most ancient house of Black, withholding my rightful education, illegally sealing my parents' will, illegally placing me with the Dursleys, false imprisonment of my godfather Sirius Black, cancelling important classes at Hogwarts, cancelling wards of protection at Hogwarts, allowing dark objects into Hogwarts, illegally making a marriage contract between me and Ginevra Weasley, and illegally claiming to be my magical guardian, I say. And to keep Albus Dumbledore from running, I want him arrested now. The 2 Aurors that are in the courtroom raised their wands and pointed them at Dumbledore before stunning him. After Dumbledore was stunned and had the magic-cancelling cuffs on him, the Aurors took him to the holding cells. Anything else, Lord Potter? Asked Fudge. I want Ron, Hermione, Ginevra, and Molly Weasley arrested right before you. Fudge nods his head and ends the court. I head to Amelia's office with both her and Jack. We talk for a few more minutes, but I have to get back to Hogwarts. I use the flue in Amelia's office and flew into my office, where I see my staff waiting for me. Hey pup, says Sirius. Hello, how long have you all been here? I asked. Since dinner ended, all the students are off doing their own things with the perfects watching them, says Remus. What happened? Asks Snape. I proved my claim over Hogwarts and pressed criminal charges against Dumbledore, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, Ginny Weasley, and Molly Weasley. Dumbledore was arrested because he is a flight risk. I tell them. What are the charges? Asks McGonagall. The charges against Ron, Hermione, and Ginny are lying, theft, and stealing. The charges on Molly are lying, theft, stealing money, stealing family heirlooms, and the creation of an illegal marriage contract between me and Ginevra Weasley. I say. What about Dumbledore? Asks Snape. He has the most charges against him. His charges are child abuse, child endangerment, lying, theft, stealing money, stealing family heirlooms, withholding my right in the wizarding world, withholding my rightful inheritance as the lord of most noble and most ancient house of Potter, withholding my rightful inheritance as an heir of most noble and most ancient House of Black, withholding my rightful education, illegally sealing my parents' will, illegally placing me with the Dursleys, false imprisonment of my godfather Sirius Black, cancelling important classes at Hogwarts, cancelling wards of protection at Hogwarts, allowing dark objects into Hogwarts, illegally making a marriage contract between me and Ginevra Weasley, and illegally claiming to be my magical guardian. I tell them. When will the others be arrested? Asks Flitwick. Right before Yule. Now I don't want the three to know about what happened. You can all leave except for Severus, Sirius, and Remus. Everyone but the three leave and I sit down on top of my desk. Severus stands up against the wall while both Sirius and Remus sit down in the chairs in front of my desk. What's wrong, pup? Asks Remus. Bring up the charges against Dumbledore really made me realize how much of my life was controlled by him. I tell them. Both Sirius and Remus move until they are pulling me into a hug. Once they leave, Severus comes over to my desk and me. He pulls me into a hug and pulls me into a kiss. I'm sorry I was not there to protect you. It's okay because you can protect me now. How were classes? Students blew up their potions, and Miss Granger never stopped asking questions or talking during class. Just have to put up with her and the two youngest Weasleys until Yule. Thank God. I get off my desk and pull Snape into my room. After undressing the both of us, I push Severus onto the bed and kneel over him. Harry, yes. Why do we always end up having sex or naked and touching each other? I was touch-starved growing up thanks to the Dursleys. I never liked being touched in the Muggle world, and when I came into the wizarding world and learned of my fame, everyone wanted to touch me. Upon entering Hogwarts, everyone but you wanted to know Harry Potter, the boy who lived. For the first time in my life, I had someone who looked at me like Harry for the most part. The thing I hated the most about you was the fact that you saw me as my father. A man who I never knew or can remember. One of the ways I thought about helping you see me as me, Harry, was to be in a consensual relationship with you, because I knew that you would never be in a relationship with my father. The reason why we are having sex or naked and touching each other all comes back to me being touch-starved along with you. Being touch-starved. To feel your naked skin or cock against mine helps me make sure that this is all real, and I'm not still with the Dursleys. I tell him. Severus's paw. To hear Harry's reasons on why we are always touching made my heart hurt because of how he grew up, thanks to me telling the Dark Lord about what I heard that day. Hearing that Harry wanted to be in a relationship with me to help put distance between him and his father. I realized that my hate for James Potter affect Harry so much also caused my heart to hurt. I want to prove to Harry that I want to be in this relationship with him because of him and how Harry Potter is, and not because of his father. I also don't want Harry to think he forced this relationship on me because he didn't. After that second kiss and the hand job, I could have told Harry that I didn't want to move forward, but I didn't because I will say that since Harry's second year I started to fall in love with him. I can't say where the love comes from because I'm not sure, but I will prove to Harry and myself that I can love Harry, and not because he looks like his mother Lily, who I did love once, or his father. I pull Harry down to lay on top of me and move us around until we are spooning. I start to kiss his neck and suck a hickey onto his neck, while I move my hand down his body until I'm holding his cock. I start groping him until Harry is hard, and I make a fist with my hand for him to fuck, into which he does until Harry is coming. I use my wand to clean my hand and his cock. Good night, Harry. Good night, Sev. We fall asleep. Chapter 10. Chapter summary. Nothing too crazy this chapter. Harry teases Severus by keeping him and his cock on edge. Chapter notes. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like, then don't read. Please read in kudos. Previously on The New Hogwarts. I pull Harry down to lay on top of me and move us around until we are spooning. I start to kiss his neck and suck a hickey onto his neck, while I move my hand down his body until I'm holding his cock. I start groping him until Harry is hard, and I make a fist with my hand for him to fuck, into which he does until Harry is coming. I use my wand to clean my hand and his cock. Good night, Harry. Good night, Sev. We fall asleep. Harry's paw. Waking up in the arms of Snape is one of the best things in the world. I want to wake up like this for the rest of my life. I don't really want to get up, but I know that I have to because we have classes and need to get ready for breakfast. I turn over and look at how peaceful Snape looks when he is sleeping. His face shows no emotion, and he has a little smile on his face. I lean over and place a kiss on his lips before trying to move out of the bed. The keyword is trying, because when I go to move I can't. Snape has his arms around my hips, and when I try to get up he tightens his arms. Sev. He makes a small noise, but he doesn't open his eyes or move his arms. I try to move again, but Snape still does not let go. Since I seem to have an octopus attached to me, I have to face Severus and move my hand down to his semi-hard cock and start rubbing. Severus starts to moan and wake up. He starts to thrust up into my hand. "I'm going to cum," says Sev. Before he can cum I spell a cock ring on his cock and Sev whines. "What? You can't cum until the end of the day, and only I can remove the cock ring. Harry. Good news is that your robes shouldn't show how hard you are." I move out of the bed and walk to the bathroom. Potter. Heading down to the Great Hall, I see Snape is already sitting at the head table, but he looks uncomfortable. I sit down and start talking with Remus and Sirius. We talk about me going to stay with Sirius for Yule break. Classes went fine until it was time for potions, which should be interesting, because I have heard from the other houses that have had potions already say that Snape has been in a bad mood today. Since I'm the reason why Snape is in a bad mood, I am a little nervous. Walking into class, I sit down next to Draco. Potter. Malfoy. Before we can say anything, Snape comes into the classroom and turns to face us with a look on his face. "Today you will be reviewing the Wiganwell potion. There will be no talking or throwing stuff into other students' potions," says Snape. He looks at Draco the whole time he was talking. Everyone moves and starts making their potions. Snape makes his rounds around the room and makes Neville drop the wrong amount of lionfish spines into the potion. I add my 5 lionfish and heat my potion until it turns yellow. Snape comes to stand behind me and leans really close until he is looking over my shoulder, and I can feel his hard cock against my back. Snape moves away from me without saying anything. He walks over to Ron and Hermione, who are talking. "Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger, do you think that the no talking rule doesn't apply to you too? 5 points each from Gryffindor for talking and detention tonight at 8 o'clock sharp with me," Snape says while walking away. I finish my potion, which is the right color, and I turn it into Snape. When class ends I stay sitting, and when everyone leaves, Snape looks up and sees me still there. "Mr. Potter." I get up and walk over to him. I wave my hand at the door, putting up a locking spell and silencing spell in Parselting and Parcel Magic. I move to stand next to Severus, who is sitting in his chair at his desk. Severus is paused. When class ended and I looked up to see Harry still sitting at his workstation, I didn't know what to think. "Mr. Potter." Harry walks over to me. He waves his hand and walks over to me. Harry sits down on my lap and grinds his ass against my heart-aching cock. I start to moan and thrust. Harry moves his hand down into my robes and pants, and moves to open my pants and grab my cock. I thrust up into his hand. It feels so good and I still want to cum so bad, but the cock ring is still on. "After your detention with Weasley and Granger, you will come to my office and I will take care of you." Harry takes his hand out of my pants and waves his hand at the door and grabs his bag and walks out. I let out a groan and hit my head against my desk. I head to dinner but can't really focus. After dinner, I head to my office and wait for the two. When they arrive I make them scrub and clean the cauldron from their class and take their wands, so that they can't use magic. After 2 hours I send Weasley and Granger back to Gryffindor and make my way to see Harry. Getting to the gargoyle. Telling the password, which is Padfoot, I walk up the stairs and knock. The door opens with Harry standing there, only wearing a pair of PJ pants. He grabs my hand and pulls me into his bedroom, where I get pushed onto the bed in a hot, sexy, young thing on my lap. Harry spells off our clothes. Harry starts to rub my cock, which makes me moan. He starts kissing down my body until he reaches my nipples. Harry takes my left nipple into his mouth and sucks. I reach down and grab a handful of his hair and groan. "Harry." Harry moves over to my right nipple and does the same thing. Harry moves down to my cock and finally does something to it. He takes my cock into his mouth. God, it feels so good. As Harry takes more of my cock into his mouth, I start to thrust my hips up, and I want to cum so badly. "Harry, I want to cum." Harry moves off my cock and he finally takes off the cock ring. He deep throats my cock and I get to cum after a very long day. I cum down his throat and Harry shallows all of cum. Pulling off, Harry kisses me, and I can taste myself on his lips. We lay down and cuddle. I fall asleep with a smile on my face. Chapter 11. Chapter Summary. Halloween time. Sirius and Remus see something. Chapter Notes. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like, then don't read. Please read in Cutis. This is the chapter before Ron, Hermione, Molly, and Ginny get arrested, 979 words. Previously on the new Hogwarts. Harry, I want to coom. Harry moves off my cock and he finally takes off the cock ring. He deep throats my cock and I get to coom after a very long day. I coom down his throat and Harry's shell is all of coom. Pulling off, Harry kisses me, and I can taste myself on his lips. We lay down and cuddle. I fall asleep with a smile on my face. Harry's paw. Today is the day I hate the most. The wizarding world loves this day, but for me and my family, today is the day we lost everything. Halloween. Growing up I never liked Halloween, and not just because of the Dursleys. I think it had to do with my magic, but I'm not sure. My parents were killed, Voldemort vanished, Sirius went after Peter and was arrested, Peter faked his death, Severus lost one of his loves, and I was sent to Hell aka the Dursleys. Well, the wizarding world didn't care about the two families that were broken apart. I know that everyone but my family and lover are expecting me to do something, because today 12 years ago I became the boy who lived. My plan for today is to skip classes, stay in my office, and I will be putting the deputy headmistress who is Minerva McGonagall in charge of the feast tonight, while Sirius, Remus, Severus, and I will be hiding in my office. I have Dobby bring me breakfast which I eat in bed. I get up and use the bathroom before walking into the main part of my office where I sit at my desk and look at the paperwork I need to do. I start doing the paperwork and when I'm halfway into reading the Gringotts report when there is a knock on the door. Come in. Both Sirius and Remus walk in and sit down in front of my desk. How are you doing, pup? Asks Sirius. I'm doing okay. I don't plan on leaving my office today because I don't want to deal with people talking about how I should be happy. After all, today was the day that Voldemort was killed, but nobody but a few cares that today is the day I become an orphan and lost my parents and you two lost your best friends. I tell them. They both get up and come around the desk and hug me. I hug them back. They stay with me until the end of lunch before they leave to head to their classes. It's only about 10 minutes. Since Sirius and Remus left when Severus shows up. He walks over to me and kisses me. I kiss him back. How are you? Asks Severus. I pull away from the kiss and look at him. I'm doing okay. I tell him. Severus doesn't look convinced, but does not say anything. Severus's paw. When I woke up this morning I knew that it would be a hard day for Harry. I hate that most of the wizarding world celebrated the fall of the Dark Lord, but forgot about the two families who were broken apart by the Dark Lord. The Potters were all killed except for Harry who became the boy who lived, and then you have the Longbottoms where Frank and Alice were tortured into insanity, and Neville was left with his grandmother who has emotionally abused him. At breakfast, I didn't see Harry. I'm guessing that he is hiding in his office. After my morning classes and lunch, I want to go see Harry. I get to his office and knock on the door. I walk in and see Harry sitting at his desk. I walk over to Harry and kiss him. Harry kisses back and God, I love feeling his lips against mine. How are you? I ask against his lips. Harry pulls away from the kiss and I try not to pout. He looks at me before taking a breath. I'm doing okay, says Harry. I don't feel convinced, but I'm not going to say anything. I move to sit on his lap and he lets me. I just let Harry hold me because I know that Harry needs comfort. Harry holds my waist before standing up and he pulls me into his bedroom, where I get manhandled onto the bed where we are spooning. It's a good thing that I have no more classes today, which means I can stay here. Harry's paw. I open my eyes which I don't remember closing. I feel something warm on my arms and look down to see Severus asleep using my arms as a pillow. I love watching him sleep. I grab my wand and cast a tempest to see that it's 5 p.m., which means that the feasts will be starting soon. I start to move away from Severus. Because I moved, Severus wakes up and sits up on the bed. What time is it? Sev asks. 5. The Halloween feast will be starting here soon, are you going? No. I refuse to go and Minerva and the rest of the staff can handle the feast. I call for Dobby and have him bring Severus and me some dinner. We eat and cuddle on my bed. Sirius's paw. When Remus and I woke up this morning, we both knew that it would be a hard day. When we walked into the Great Hall and didn't see Harry, I knew that I wasn't going to see Harry outside of his office. At the Halloween feast, I don't feel like being here so I get up with Remus and we head to Harry's office. What I would see when I got up there is something I will never forget. Remus and I walked into Severus Snape sitting on Harry's desk with no pants on, and Harry giving him a blowjob. What the fuck is going on here? I yell. Chapter 12. Chapter summary. Sirius freaks out. Dumbledore makes a move while in a holding cell. Severus just wants to coom. Chapter notes. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like, then don't read. Please read in Kudos. Previously on the new Hogwarts Sirius's paw. When Remus and I woke up this morning, we both knew that it would be a hard day. When we walked into the Great Hall and didn't see Harry, I knew that I wasn't going to see Harry outside of his office. At the Halloween feast, I don't feel like being here so I get up with Remus and we head to Harry's office. What I would see when I got up there is something I will never forget. Remus and I walked into Severus Snape sitting on Harry's desk with no pants on, and Harry giving him a blowjob. What the fuck is going on here? I yell. Harry's paw. When I hear Sirius's voice, I know that it's about to get ugly. I move away from Severus and he gets off the desk and pulls up his pants before turning around. Sirius has an unreadable expression on his face while Remus looks sad and depressed. Sirius, I say. What have you done to my godson Snivellus? Yells Sirius. I haven't done anything to him, Black. Says Snape. Then what the hell did I walk in on? Says Sirius. Severus looks over at me, and I slowly pull out my wand because I know for a fact that Sirius is not going to like the answer. I might stun him now then tell him about mine and Severus's relationship, but I also know that I have to keep my eye on Remus, who is sitting down on a couch that I keep next to the door. I'm waiting. Say Sirius. Sirius, I know that you know the age of consent in the wizarding world is 11 years old. I say. Harry. I'm over the age of consent and I'm a legal adult, which means that I can have a sexual and romantic relationship with Severus. I say. You what? Yells Sirius. I fully pull out my wand and point it at Sirius. Petrificus totalis. I yell out. Sirius falls down to the ground, and that is when Remus moves for the first time since he came into my office. Sirius, you can't freak out, says Remus. How can you say that, Remus? Harry is having a sexual thing with Snivellus, says Sirius. Sirius, we have only been back in Harry's life for less than a year. Harry is right because the age of consent in the wizarding world is 11, because of the time when people wouldn't live very long, and nobody changed the age of consent. Even if the age of consent was changed, Harry is still a legal adult in both the Muggle world and the wizarding world. What I'm trying to say, Sirius, is that we can't tell Harry what to do or who to date, says Remus. Remus, says Sirius. Remus is right, Sirius. You may be my godfather, but you haven't been around for the last 10 years, which I know isn't your fault, but I have been on my own since my parents died, and the Dursleys never really raised me. I'm a legal adult and owner and headmaster of Hogwarts. I don't need your permission on who I can and can't date or have sex with. I say. Harry, I don't think Black and Lupin want to know about our sex life, says Snape. I look at both Sirius and Remus and can see that they both look a little green in the face. Sirius, can I remove the spell and have you keep calm, or do I need to give you a calming draft? I ask. Calming draft, says Sirius. I watch as Severus pulls the potion out of his robes and hands it to Remus, who gives the potion to Sirius. After about 5 minutes I walk over to Sirius and see that he looks calm, so I pull out my wand and point it at him. Finite incantatum. Sirius stands up and moves over to the couch with Remus. I move to sit at my desk and pull Severus into my lap. Now that Sirius has a calming draft running his body, I will tell you both what my relationship with Severus is. I say. I'm in a romantic relationship with Severus and have been for the last month. I say. Who made the first move? Asks Remus. I did. I say. It's true, Harry was the one to make the first move by kissing me. Says Severus. Out of everyone here at Hogwarts, Harry, why Snape? Asks Sirius. I have had a crush on Severus since I started Hogwarts, so I choose to do something about it. I'm happy for the first time in my life, Sirius. I say. I'm not happy about this, but if you are happy, Harry, then I'm supportive of your relationship. Says Sirius. I'm happy for you both. Says Remus. Thank you. I say. We are going to get going. Says Remus. Sirius doesn't look like he wants to go, but Remus drags him out of the room, and I pull Severus into my bedroom. I push Severus down onto the bed and unbutton his pants. Harry. I want to finish what we started earlier. I take out Severus's cock and lick the tip before taking the tip into my mouth. I take more of Severus into my mouth until I'm deep-throating him. Harry. Moans Severus. Severus starts to thrust his hips and moans more and more. Harry, I'm going to cum. Moans Severus. I take Severus right to the edge, and I can feel him about to cum when we hear something. Mr. Potter, I need to talk to you. Yells Ragnarok. I take my mouth off of Severus, and he lets out a cry because he didn't get to cum. I leave him on the bed and walk out into my office and see Ragnarok standing by the fireplace. Yes. I say. We have a problem. Says Ragnarok. What's the problem? I ask. It's Dumbledore. Says Ragnarok. What did he do now? I ask. He managed to get a message to Molly Weasley. Says Ragnarok. What did the message say? I ask. That the kids will be arrested soon and that you are to blame. He also told her to tell Miss Weasley to use the potion on you. Says Ragnarok. Which potion? Asks Severus, who comes out of the bedroom with his robes on. Amortentia. Says Ragnarok. The love potion. I say. Ragnarok nods his head and leaves. I pull Severus back into the bedroom and get him out of his robes. Grabbing his still rock hard cock, I give him a handjob. After Severus cooms, I cuddle up to him and fall asleep. Chapter 13. Chapter Summary. Thanksgiving. Molly, Ron, Ginny, and Hermione are arrested. Molly and Ginny get a big shock. Chapter Notes. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like, then don't read. Please read in Kutis. Previously on the new Hogwarts. We have a problem, says Ragnarok. What's the problem? I ask. It's Dumbledore, says Ragnarok. What did he do now? I ask. He managed to get a message to Molly Weasley, says Ragnarok. What did the message say? I ask. That the kids will be arrested soon and that you are to blame. He also told her to tell Miss Weasley to use the potion on you, says Ragnarok. Which potion? Asks Severus, who comes out of the bedroom with his robes on. Emancipated, says Ragnarok. The love potion, I say. Ragnarok nods his head and leaves. I pull Severus back into the bedroom and get him out of his robes. Grabbing his still rock hard cock, I give him a handjob. After Severus comes, I cuddle up to him and fall asleep. Harry's paw. The last month has been crazy since Sirius and Remus walked in on Severus and me, then with the news of Dumbledore and his followers. Yesterday we found Amortentia in my goblet and used Dobby to put the potion into Amelia Bone's hands so that it can be added to her list of charges, which will ruin Dumbledore and Molly's plans for Ginny and me. I can't wait to see the fallout. Classes have been going well and I love that all of the new classes are working out. From what all of the teachers have been telling me, that all of the students except for a few have been doing well with the new classes. Severus loves the fact that he is not having to deal with first and second years in potions. I'm happy that Severus is happy with his class and the 2 new classes that he is teaching. Sirius and Remus have been great teachers. We have learned more in data in the last few months than in the last 2 years. Sirius has been teaching his 6th-7th year class the theory on how to become a nimbus. Sirius told me that after Yule break, he is going to start working with his class on transforming into their nimbus. Tomorrow is Thanksgiving. Since it's Thanksgiving, I have invited the families of the students here at Hogwarts, and I have been told that Amelia and the Aurors are going to show up during the feast and arrest Hermione, Ron, and Ginny. I also have news from Ginny and her mother about the marriage contract, which I'm happy about. Since I'm the headmaster, I miss a lot of the physical classes, but I do the homework and spell work. This week I have been doing inspections of all classes to make sure that they are teaching up to the standards of the teachers and me, because I want to get Hogwarts back to being one of the top wizarding schools in the world again, like back when the founders started the school. So far all of the classes have passed the test, which I'm proud about because it means that Hogwarts is starting to improve. One thing I have been trying to do is to end the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin, which isn't going to be easy. Looking at the history of Hogwarts and speaking to all of the portraits along with the portraits of the founders, is that Gryffindor and Slytherin were best friends. I freaked out the first time I heard from Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin that they were best friends, and started the rumor that said Slytherin got into a fight with Godric and they faked his leaving the school. The biggest shock I got was when I found out that Slytherin and Gryffindor had been lovers at the time. It's one of the reasons why I want to end the rivalry, because it's fake, and I want to show the world that Slytherin is not evil and full of Death Eaters. I'm aware that Slytherin does have a lot of students who had Death Eaters in the family. I have been working with Severus and Remus to work on being the 2 houses closer. I feel like Severus and Remus are starting to come to like each other as people. Severus and my relationship have been going great. I feel like our relationship is starting to grow and get better. Severus and I have been spending all of our downtime together. We spend time in my office or in Severus's rooms in Potions classroom. At night we spend the nights between my bedroom and Severus's. As our relationship grows, we have started to move away from sex a little more. We still have not said that I love you yet because we are waiting for the right time to say I love you to each other. It's dinner time right now, and some of the families have arrived during the day, which means that I have to add more tables to the Great Hall to make room for everyone. One of the families to arrive was the rest of the Weasley family. So far Sirius and Remus have been keeping Molly away from me, but I know that she is going to be up in my office after dinner, which means that Severus, Sirius, Remus, and McGonagall to make sure nothing happens. Because I don't trust Molly Weasley. I finish my dinner and take Severus, Remus, and Sirius up to my office. 5 minutes later McGonagall joins us, and then 10 minutes later the door to my office opens and in walks Molly, Arthur, Bill, Ron, Ginny, and Hermione. Harry James Potter, what you are doing? Asks Molly. I don't know what you're talking about, I say. Faking being the owner of the school and kicking a bus out and having a bus arrested, says Molly. I'm not faking that I own this school because I do. I have every right to kick someone out of my school, and Dumbledore was arrested because he is not above the law, I say. Harry, you need to stop this, says Hermione. Why, Hermione? So that you, Ron, and Ginny can keep taking money out of my vault along with my family heirlooms, I say. Harry Potter, I demand that you apologize to Dumbledore and your friends, then give the school back to Oblus, says Molly. No, I say. What do you mean no? Yells Molly. You Molly Weasley are not my mother. I say, how dare you? Yells Ron. Molly and Albus Dumbledore have no legal right over me or any of my family assets. My parents Lily and James Potter made Sirius my legal guardian if something happened to them. Sirius was never charged or given a trial. The Azakban declared Sirius innocent of all charges of the night my parents died. Now get the hell out of my office, I say. Arthur and Bill dragged them out of my office along with McGonagall to make sure that the three get back to Gryffindor. Sirius and Rue must leave not too soon after because they have papers to grade. Severus leaves to check on his Slytherins and finish grading his papers before coming back. After he leaves, I spend the next 2 hours doing my homework and paperwork for Hogwarts before climbing into bed. I'm almost asleep when I feel the bed dip and someone climb into my arms. Opening an eye I see Severus and I let out a smile. Good night, Sev. Good night, Harry. Severus's paw. November 25 Thanksgiving was different for me because my father spent the whole day drinking and beating my mother, and my mother spent the day being beaten by my father. I grew up knowing the meaning of Thanksgiving, but wasn't living it until I met Lily, and had Thanksgiving dinner at her house 1 year before Hogwarts. Her family besides Petunia was nice to me, and I started to learn the meaning of Thanksgiving for what it was. Now that I'm dating Harry, I wish that he got to experience the meaning of Thanksgiving with his parents, but I'm thankful that I can try and give him a little bit of a normal Thanksgiving, and I even teamed up with the Mud and Remus to make sure that Harry feels the love this year. Waking up this morning I showed Harry how thankful I'm for him and he loved it. The rest of the morning was spent in bed because we didn't want to get up and have to face the evil witch of the Phoenix, Molly. I can't wait until the end of the feast to see her get arrested, and I really can't wait to see Molly's face when Harry tells her about the marriage contract which Ginny can't get out of because of Lady Magic. When I left Harry to head down to check on my Slytherins, I found Lucius Malfoy in my living room. Lucius. I say Severus, says Lucius. How long have you been here? I ask. Not long. Where were you? Asks Lucius. Had a meeting with the headmaster. I say. Potter, says Lucius. I have seen the proof that makes him headmaster and owner of the school. I say. So I have. When Potter took over the school and had to talk to the board, says Lucius. He is changing the school for good. I say. Yes, I agree. When I saw the class list I was shocked to know that a 13-year-old came up with them, says Lucius. How does Draco feel about this year? I ask. Draco was not happy at first about the new class, but now he is enjoying all of his classes, says Lucius. Lucius and I talk some more before he leaves and I shower and change before heading to the Great Hall. Walking into the Great Hall I can see that it's packed full. Making my way up to the head table I find a seat next to Harry. When everyone is sitting down Harry stands up. Welcome to the first Hogwarts family Thanksgiving feast. I don't want to make this long so thank you for everyone who could come and dig in, says Harry. Harry sits down and starts to put food on his plate. Everyone soon follows, and soon the Great Hall is filled with talking. Harry's paw. After the main meal has been eaten and most of the Great Hall is reaching for dessert, Amelia walks up to the head table, and she has 9 Aurors with her. It's time, says Amelia. I nod my head and watch as she and the Aurors walk over to the Weasley family in Granger. Molly Weasley, says Amelia. Yes, Madam Bones, says Molly. Will you please stand up? Asks Amelia. Molly stands up and 3 Aurors move around her before one puts on magic-canceling cuffs on her. Molly Weasley, you are under arrest for crimes against Harry Potter, says Amelia. What do you mean I'm under arrest? Yells Molly. Silencio, says Amelia pointing her wand at Molly. Ronald Weasley, you are under arrest for crimes against Harry Potter, says Amelia. 2 Aurors pull Ron up and cut the cuffs on him. They also silence him because he starts yelling too. Ginevra Weasley, you are under arrest for crimes against Harry Potter, says Amelia. Ginny has the cuffs put on and she looks up at me crying like that is going to change what is happening. Hermione Granger, you are under arrest for crimes against Harry Potter, says Amelia. The last 2 Aurors put the cuffs on Hermione, and they started to move the 4 to leave the Great Hall. I have one thing to say, Amelia. I say. Go ahead, Harry, says Amelia. The marriage contract that was between Ginevra and I has been voided because my legal guardian didn't sign it, but don't worry Molly, Ginny will still be getting married and her new fiancé is Argus Filch, I say. Molly starts screaming despite the silencing charm, and Ginny starts crying harder. They're let out of Hogwarts, and most families go back to the feast. By the time I'm back in my bedroom at the end of the night, I can say that this is the best Thanksgiving I have had in my whole life. I climb into bed with Severus. Good night, Harry, says Severus. Good night, Sev, I say. Leaning over I press a kiss onto his lips before laying back down and falling asleep. Chapter 14, Staff Meeting Part 1. Chapter Summary. The staff meeting before the Yule break. Chapter Notes. I'm well aware of the fact that Thanksgiving is solely an American holiday as I'm American, and every 4 years my birthday falls on Thanksgiving, so I know that it's an American holiday. I'm also aware the British don't celebrate Thanksgiving, but since this is my story I chose to have the characters celebrate Thanksgiving. Chapters 14 and half of chapter 15 are fillers before we get into what Harry gets up into during Yule break. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like, then don't read. Please read in Kutis. Previously on the new Hogwarts series POV. The marriage contract that was between Ginevra and I has been voided because my legal guardian didn't sign it, but don't worry Molly, Ginny will still be getting married, and her new fiancé is Argus Filch. I say. Molly starts screaming despite the silencing charm, and Ginny starts crying harder. They're let out of Hogwarts, and most families go back to the feast. By the time I'm back in my bedroom at the end of the night, I can say that this is the best Thanksgiving I have had in my whole life. I climb into bed with Severus. "Good night, Harry," says Severus. "Good night, Sev," I say. Leaning over, I press a kiss onto his lips before laying back down and falling asleep. Harry's POV. The last month since Thanksgiving has been crazy, especially when it came out about the arrest and the marriage contract. Tomorrow is the start of Yule break, and I can't wait to be away from the students who keep asking questions about what happened. I'm spending Yule day with Sirius and Remus and the rest of the break with Severus. I can't wait to spend the day in bed with Severus and not have to do any type of work. I'm holding a staff meeting to get updates on how the students did for the first half of the school year and how all of the new classes are going. It's a little weird having all of the staff together again because of how many staff members there are. Sitting in the Great Hall after all of the students are in their dorms with the perfects watching them. "Welcome to the Yule break staff meeting," I say. Everyone sits down at the long table. "I want to hear how the students are doing for the first half of the school year, and I want you to tell me if anything needs to be changed," I say. Everyone nods their heads. "First things first, I want to hear from the head of houses. How are the students?" I ask. "All of my Ravenclaws have been doing well. I have been working with Miss Lovegood about her being bullied and punishing the students that were bullying her. Besides the bullying, nothing has been happening in Ravenclaw," says Flitwick. "The Hufflepuffs have been settling in well. Everyone has been attending their classes and trying not to get in trouble or detention," says Sprout. "Things have been starting to settle down now in Gryffindor, especially since Miss Granger's, Miss Weasley's, and Mr. Weasley's arrest. Most of my students are still having a hard time with the fact that you, Mr. Potter, are the headmaster and owner of the school," says McGonagall. "All of my Slytherins have been settling in and are happy about the arrests that happened. I need to talk to you in private about something after the meeting," says Snape. "Okay, we will start with the first year classes," I say. I started the school year off by teaching the theory behind charms. Most of the first years have managed to cast Flippendos so far. They all got Wingardium Leviosa within the first week of teaching the charm. Only about 7 students haven't managed to cast Flipendo, but I and Mrs. Drake will work with them," says Flitwick. "I started by teaching the students the theory behind transfiguration and why we use it. The first year got the match to needle transfiguration in the first week of teaching the spell. We have been working on the mice to snuff boxes and will continue to work on it after Yule break," says McGonagall. "We spent the first 3 weeks of the school year learning how to pick, recognize potion ingredients and how to brew them, and everything they needed to know on potions before brewing their first potion, which was the cure for boils. When we come back from Yule break, the students will be learning how to brew the forgetfulness potion," says Mason Pincushion, first-year potions teacher. "For the first 2 weeks, we talked about the beginning of the wizarding world. Right now we are learning about the time before the founders, and when Yule break ends, we will learn about the founders and how Hogwarts came to be," says Vern Drake, Wizarding World Studies. "I started off being testing the students on what they know of the Muggle world, so that I would know where to start. After the test, I begin teaching about the different names that we have for the Muggle world. Right now we are learning about what led up to the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy coming into place," says Laura Potts, Muggle World Studies. "We started off by learning how to tell the different writing styles there are before having the students read a short story to try to tell the plot and theme of the story. Most of the Muggle-born students got the plot and theme, while some Wizarding World students got it. Right now I'm teaching the students to how to tell the plot and theme of a story, before we move into writing our own short stories. In the Latin part of the class we started off with the history of Latin, and why we use Latin. The students have been learning how to write and read in Latin. When we come back from Yule break, the students will learn to speak in Latin outside of the spells," says Aubrey Rose, English and Latin. "I started off the school year by answering questions about me being a werewolf. After the questions, I started to teach about dark creatures. So far we have gotten through imps, curing werewolf bites, and ghosts. The spells we have gone through are the Curse of the Boggies, the Vermilius spell, and the Verdimillious spell. After Yule, we will be working on Hags and the Verdimillious Duo spell, says Remus. In herbology, we started off with what magical plants are. The difference between magical plants, mundane plants, and what counts as fungi. I taught the first years the fire-making spell, the severing charm, and Lumos Solemn, before teaching them about Moly, Devil's Snare, and Mandrake Root. After Yule, we will start by learning Wormwood, says Sprout. I started the year off by teaching about the prehistory of the world, which was about 3.3 million years ago, 5,000 years ago. Right now we are learning about the Paleolithic era, which is the Old Stone Age. After Yule, we will move into the Neolithic era, the New Stone Age, says Jason Doe, World History. It sounds like the first years are doing great this year, and I can't wait to hear how far they come at the end of the school year. Let's move on to the second years, I say. In Transfiguration, we started the year off by reviewing lessons from last year. The first spell they learned was Battle Buttons. Most of the students got the spell right, but there were a few buttons that had legs and tried to escape. By the second week of the spell, all of the students managed to successfully change the battle into the button. We reviewed the Avifur spell before learning Repair Forge, which all of the students got on the first try. Right now, the students have been learning the theory behind Vera Verdo, which they will learn to cast after Yule break, says McGonagall. We started the school year by reviewing the fire-making spell and the Wingardium Leviosa charm, which all of the students got. After reviewing, we started to learn the Scourge charm, which most of the students got on the first try. The third time we cast the charm, all of the second years got it. We have worked on both the Dancing Feet spell and General Counter spell. Right now we have been working on Immobulus, which will continue after Yule, says Flitwick. I spent the first month of the school year teaching the second years the proper way to prep the potion ingredients. After reviewing the skills to make potions, we relearned how to brew the Wiggenweld potion. The students successfully brewed the hair-raising potion. For the last few weeks, I have been teaching the students about the different potion ingredients that we are using in this year's potions. After Yule, we will be learning how to brew the fire protection potion, says Hunter Lockett, second-year potions teacher. Because this is the first year that Wizarding World Studies has been around, I started the year off by teaching the students what they missed in the first year, and I also gave them a test to see what they know about the Wizarding World. After Yule, we will be moving into what they don't know about the Wizarding World and go from there, says Vern Drake. I did the same thing as Vern did with his classes. I gave my students a test to see what they know about the Muggle world, before jumping in and starting to teach them the quick version of what I'm teaching in the first year's classes. For the last month, we have been learning about the Muggle Dark Ages and the Renaissance, and will continue after Yule, says Lore Potts. I have spent the first 2 months of the school year going over what I taught the first years about English and Latin before moving on. In the English part of the classes, I have been teaching the students how to write the theme of a story, along with how to tell what the theme is. We have been reading both Muggle and Wizarding stories, and the students will point out the theme of the story. After Yule, we will be writing stories with the theme that is going to be chosen. In the Latin part of the classes, we have been working on spelling the spells right along with the punctuation of speaking the spells, says Aubrey Rose. I have been getting the students caught up on what they should have learned last year, but with Lockhart as a teacher, I learned that Lockhart would talk about himself during the whole class. We learned the fast versions of the dark creatures, and they all learned the spells before we moved into what they should be learning this year. We have been working on the Petrificus Totalus charm. After Yule, we will be working on Expelliarmus, says Remus. I have spent most of the first half of the school year reviewing what the students learned last year. We moved on by learning about Incendio and how to use the spell against the slugs. Yesterday I gave the students a test on what they remember and learned so far this year. After Yule, the students will be learning about Fluxweed, says Sprout. I started the year off by doing a fast month lesson by teaching the students from the prehistory era to the Paleolithic era to the Neolithic era, before we moved into the ancient history, which covers the Bronze Age, Stone Age, Bronze Age, and the Iron Age. We have been working on the Bronze Age, and after Yule, we'll be moving into the Iron Age, says Jason Doe. I started off my classes by talking about why we study astronomy. I taught the students how to use their telescopes and other equipment needed for astronomy. The first lesson was on the different stars that we can see in the sky, and how to tell the Big Dipper and Little Dipper apart from each other. After Yule, we will be learning how to find the students' zodiac signs in the stars, says Aurora Sinistra. I started the class by teaching them what are runes and why we study runes. We have been learning when wizards and witches used runes to talk back before English started to be used. This last month I have been teaching the students the numbers in runes and what animals are used to represent the numbers, says Batsahida babbling. The first thing I did was make sure that my students have the seer talent, and if they did, then I sent the student to their head of house to have them change classes. I only had 2 non-seers in the class. I taught my students what having the seer talent means, and why they might have the talent. The first lesson I taught the students was Tessemancy, which is the magical art of reading tea leaves. This last month I have been teaching the students what are fire omens and how to read them. When we come back from Yule, we will be continuing to work on fire omens, says Firemsy. I started the year by testing my students into seeing how well they drew before jumping into teaching them anything. Most of the students knew how to draw stick people, which is more than I was accepting. One student drew a dog outline. I started off by teaching them how to take care of all of the equipment in the art classroom. Our first lesson was how to draw a tree. I will not say how that turned out, but thankfully we were using pencils. This month I have been teaching the students about painting and the primary colors. After Yule, we will be painting with the primary colors before moving on to the secondary colors, says Dale Cups, art studies teacher. In my class, we started off by listing off the other magical schools in the world and where they are located. Our first lesson was on the magic in Ireland and how the Irish magical world works. We have been working on Europe's magical worlds, and we will continue after Yule, says Miss Wolf's world magic teacher. I have spent the first 2 months of the school year going over broom safety, safety in flying, and broom care before I let the students even try and summon their brooms. This month we have been working on summoning the students' brooms. When we come back from Yule, we will be learning how to mount the brooms correctly and safely, says Rolanda Hooch. Let's move on to the third year, then we will take a break, I say. As you know, Headmaster, I started this off by reviewing charms and spells from both first and second year, before we moved into learning the cheering charm. We have been working on the Lumos Maxima charm. I hate to say this, Headmaster, but I'm thankful Miss Granger is no longer in my class, because she kept trying to take over the teaching, and when I didn't teach to her level, then she would get angry. She also would go overboard on her essays, says Flitwick. I must agree with Phileas about Miss Granger, says all of the teachers who had her. I started off the classes by reviewing the spells we learned last year during the second year. So far the students have learned the teapot to tortoise spell and the owl to opera glasses. After Yule we will be learning the mice to snuffbox spell, says McGonagall. After what Headmaster Potter said during the first staff meeting about the Muggle raised students, I chose to review the basics of potion making before I let the students brew a potion. Once I was confident enough, I let the students brew the Wiggenwell potion for review. I have taught the students about all of the potion ingredients we will use this year before brewing the girding potion. When we come back from Yule, the students will be learning how to brew the antidote to common and uncommon poisons, says Severus. I have been reviewing the first and second year's lesson in my class, so that the students will be caught up to my lesson 4 after Yule break, which we will start learning about the traditions in the wizarding world, says Drake. I have been doing the same thing as Wizarding World Studies to get the students caught up on what they missed over the last 2 years if the classes had been around. After Yule, we will be learning about the Revolution from Great Britain, says Potts. I have given tests to all of my third years to see what they know about English and Latin literature before I started to teach them. Based on the test results, I went over how to write an essay with the students with all of the information that they needed to put into the essay and not overdo it, unlike one student. I did review what my first and second years have been learning, which we will continue after Yule, says Aubrey Rose. I spent the first 2.5 months of the school year trying to undo what Professor Quirrell and Lockhart did during the first 2 years. Once the students were caught up, I started to teach them about boggarts, and all of the students managed to face their fears with ridiculous. I taught the students the seize and pull charm, also known as the Carprotractum spell, along with the freezing spell, Glacius. For the last few weeks, we have been learning about red caps. After Yule, we will be moving on to kappas, says Remus. I started the school year off by going over what they learned last year before I taught them about pufferpods. They have learned about dried nettles, and how to make plants grow faster with magic. When the students come back from Yule, they will be how to defang vampiric vegetation, says Sprout. I started the school year off by spending the first 2 months ago over what the first and second years have learned about the prehistory of the world and the Paleolithic era before moving into the Neolithic era and the ancient history. We have moved into talking about the post-classical era, which is from 500 C to 1500 C. We will continue the post-classical era after Yule, says Jason Doe. Before all of the changes to Hogwarts, this would have been the first year that students could take astronomy, which means that up to now I have been teaching the third years what the second years have been learning. After Yule break, we will be moving into other things. Like the first lesson back is going to be on lunar phases, says Aurora Sinister. I have done the same as Professor Sinister by teaching the third years the same lessons as the second years, but I have also made it harder for them by adding in arithmancy with the headmaster's permission, along with bringing in Professor Satima Vector, who taught arithmancy here at Hogwarts. After Yule, I will be teaching the students the Old English runic alphabet, says Bathsahita babbling. I would like to say that after Yule breaks, runes and arithmancy will be mixed together and taught by both Professors Babbling and Vector, I say. I made sure all of the third years were seers before I started the class, because I didn't want anyone who wasn't a seer not to be bored. After the non-seers moved classes, I started the third year off by teaching what I taught in my second year classes before we moved on. The students have been learning palmistry and will continue after Yule, says Firenze. I started by testing my students' drawing skills, and they were better than the second years which I expected. I did a quick 2-week review of everything I taught the second year. We have been working on sketching and how to improve the sketching, which we will pick back up after Yule, says Dale Cups. I did start the class by using the lesson plans from the second year. We have covered the Irish magical world and half of Europe's magical worlds. The students have been enjoying learning about the other magical worlds around the world. When we come back from Yule, we will be learning about Poland's magical world, says Miss Wolfs. The good news about Hogwarts before the changes is that it was taught to the third years during their first and second years, is that I don't have to teach them the basics of flying. I went over with the students that safety. I reviewed all of the second year lessons before we moved on to the third year lesson. The first lesson was rolling, which all of the students managed. After Yule, we will be working on diving, says Hooch. I'm happy to be teaching magical creatures studies. I tested the students on what they know about magical creatures, and most of the students surprised me with what they knew. I taught my class why we learned about creatures. I went over the history of magical creatures and how these creatures were discovered. The first creature we learned about was Hippogriff, which is where we will pick up after Yule, says Orpha Bucks, 3rd to 4th year magical creatures studies teacher. I started by testing my students to see what they knew about the laws in the wizarding world. The wizarding raised students knew more about the laws than the muggle raised students, except for your headmaster, which I was expecting since I figured Mr. Potter would need to know some laws before taking over Hogwarts. One of the first lessons was the history of the first law in the wizarding world. Right now we have been working on the laws that were around before the Founders' time, and after Yule, we will start learning about the laws from the Founders' time, says Emerson Mole. Let's take a break before we move on to the 4th, 5th, and the 6th and 7th years, I say. Everyone stands up and moves around the room. Chapter 15, Staff Meeting Part 2. Chapter Summary. The rest of the staff meeting. Chapter Notes. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like, then don't read. Please read in Kudos. Previously on the new Hogwarts series POV. Let's take a break before we move on to the 4th, 5th, and 6th, and 7th years. I say everyone stands up and moves around the room. Harry's POV. Everyone takes their seats at the table. Okay, let's move into the 4th year, I say. I started a year off by reviewing 3rd year charms before we moved into working the banishing charm. We spent 3 weeks on it because most of the students couldn't fully get the banishing charm. This month, we have been working on the summoning charm. After Yule, we will start working on the exploding charm, Bombarder, says Flitwick. I started off by reviewing 3 years in transfigurations for the first month of school. The first 4th year transformation was the hedgehog to pincushion spell. Not all the students have been able to get the spell, but they did manage to get the spell in the last 2 weeks of October. We have been working on the snake summon spell, Serpent Sorcerer. Some students have gotten the spell, and we will keep working on it after Yule, says McGonagall. I did the same as the 3rd year by reviewing the basics of potion making. For the first 2.5 months of school, the students learned how to make 1st and 2nd year's potions. The first 4th year potion the students learned to brew is the witch sharpening potion. The next potion was the aging potion. We have been working on Skullgron and will continue after Yule before moving on, says Severus. I started the skull by giving the students a test to see what they know about the wizarding world, since they have been in the world for 4 years. After the tests, I started teaching the students about wizarding world traditions. We have been learning about the creation of the Ministry of Magic and why the ministry was created in the first place, says Drake. I gave my students a test on the Muggle world to see what they know. After the test, I started to teach the students what the 1st and 2nd years learned in the first month of school, before we moved into the Great Britain Revolution, which we are still learning. After Yule, we will be learning about the union with Ireland, says Potts. Since my students are 13 and 14 years old, they know more about English and Latin that we started to work on essays, and how to write them correctly, and the correct amount on what you should write. For the past month, the students have been working on practice essays as rough drafts. Then after Yule, we will be moving on to the final drafts of the essays before moving on. In the Latin part of the class, we have also been working on writing styles in Latin, and have been writing mini essays to learn more about the styles of writing in Latin, like when the Residing World started, because they wrote and did everything in Latin. After Yule, we will be finishing the mini essays before turning them in, says Aubrey Rose. I have been reteaching the students the 2nd and 3rd year curriculum, since Professors Corral and Lockhart didn't teach the students. We just started on the 4th year curriculum this month, and the first thing the students learned was the twitchy ears hex, which most of the students got but some didn't. After Yule, I will be teaching about Urklings, says Remus. Since this is the first year of my classes for the 4th year students, I took the first 2 weeks getting to know my students. Before moving into anything, I give the students a test on what they know about the careers in the wizarding world and muggle world, and if they know what they wanted to do. After the test, I started off by teaching the students about the careers before the Founders' time, and during the time of the Founders in both the wizarding world and muggle world before moving on. After Yule, I will be teaching about the careers in wizarding schools and muggle schools. Says Do Holly, careers in the wizarding and muggle world. I started the year off by reviewing what we learned the last 3 years before moving into the properties of and how to safely collect the plants before we moved on to woodworm. We have been working on wigantry. After Yule, the students will be learning about bouncing bulbs. Says Sprout. I started off by reviewing what the students learned last year, before we moved into working on making star charts, which we have been working on this month. After Yule, we will be working on cosmic ages. Says Aurora Sinister. For the last 3 months, I have been teaching my students what the first, second, and third years all learned. The first month discussed the world's prehistory before moving into the Paleolithic year. The second month was spent learning about ancient history, which is the Bronze Age. They learned about the Stone Age, Bronze Age, and Iron Age. This month has been spent on the post-classical era, which covers the history from 500 C to 1500 C. After Yule, we will be continuing with the post-classical era, and talking about medieval sub-Saharan Africa. Says Jason Doe. I reviewed the second and third year curriculum before we moved on to how runes are made, and will continue learning after Yule. Says Batsahita Babbling. I went over what the students learned last year before we moved into the start learning about matrices, and how to do matrix without a muggle calculator, but with a magical calculator. After Yule, I will be teaching the students how to factor quadratic expressions. Says Satima Vector. I did a review of what the second and third years learned in sketching, and both primary and secondary colors in paint. The students have been working on how to paint their sketches, and how to darken the paint in the darker parts of the sketches. After Yule, we will continue working on the paintings. Says Dale Cups. I started off the school year by making sure that the students in my classes were seers. Before moving on, I retaught my students what they should have learned and the right way of divination, since that fraud didn't teach the students anything. We have been working on palmistry. After Yule, we will be moving on to astrology. Says Firenze. I used the lesson plans from the second year curriculum to teach my fourth years what they need to know about world magic. We started off by learning more about magic in Ireland, since Hogwarts is a school that allows Irish students. After Ireland, we moved on to France and learned about their magic, and what is taught at Bobaton's Academy of Magic, before moving into Poland's magical world, which we will pick up after Yule. Says Miss Wolves. I reviewed the safety producers of flying and what the students learned last year in the third year. The first lesson the students learned this year was broom surfing, where the students learned how to start surfing across the sky by standing atop the broom mid-flight. The first thing was making sure that the students could stand on top of the broom only about an inch of the ground, before going higher and higher in the air, until they were all standing atop the broom during flight. This lesson lasted the second month of school. Right now the students have been learning extreme dive and pull-up, which is where the students are diving straight towards the ground, only to pull up at the last second. I made sure that all of the students had diving first, and knew how to stop and pull out of the dive, before allowing anyone to attempt this. After Yule, we will keep working on the pull-up part until I'm satisfied that none of the students will be sustaining any serious injuries. Says Hooch. I retaught my students about why we learn about magical creatures and how to care for them. I did go over the history of magical creatures, and how they were discovered before teaching the students about nifflers, and how to care for them. After Yule, we will be learning about Blast-Ended Scroot. Says Orpha Bucks, 3rd to 4th year magical creatures studies teacher. I gave my students the same test as the 3rd year students to see what they know about the laws in the wizarding world. It was the same as the 3rd year in the fact that the wizarding world raised students knew more than the muggle raised students. I used the same lesson plan as the 3rd year, which means that I first started teaching the students about the first law in the wizarding world, and what that law did in history, and how it was going to impact the rest of the laws in the wizarding world. We have moved on to the laws that were made before and after the Founders' time in history. After Yule, we will be talking about the laws that made the International Statute of Secrecy come into effect, and why it was made. Says Emerson Mole. Let's move on to the 5th years. I say. I started the year off by doing a review of all the charms the students learned in the last 5 years, before we moved on to learning the color change charm. So far we have managed to learn the reductor charm, substantive charm, the pact charm, and the growth charm. After Yule, we will be learning the disillusionment charm. Says Flitwick. I reviewed the 4th year transfigurations that the students learned last year before we moved on to learning Inanimitous Conjurer's spell, and all of the students managed to get it. The students have also learned the Goldfinch to Golden Snitch, Lovebird to Love Note, and the Armadillo to Pillow transfigurations. Says McGonagall. I went over the basics of potion making and had the students rebrew all 4th year potions before we moved into the first 5th year potion, which I had the students brew the hair raising potion. We have done 2 more potions, which were the rumping potion and the witch sharpening potion. On the ingredient side of potion making, the students have learned about moly, syrup of hellebore, and moonstone. After Yule, the students will be learning how to brew the draught of peace, says Severus. I started the school by giving the students a test to see what they know about the wizarding world, since they have been in the world for 5 years. After the tests, I started teaching the students about wizarding world traditions. We have been learning about the creation of the Ministry of Magic and why the ministry was created in the first place. After Yule, we will be moving on to the different branches inside the Ministry of Magic, says Vern Drake. I gave my students a test on the Muggle world to see what they know. After the test, I started to teach the students what the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years learned in the first month of school, before we moved into the Great Britain Revolution. We have been learning about the union with Ireland. After Yule, the students will be learning about the Napoleonic Wars, says Laura Potts. Since my students are 14, 15, and maybe 16 years old, they know more about English and Latin that we started to work on how to write bigger essays, and how to write them correctly, and the correct amount on what you should write. For the past month, the students have been working on practice essays as rough drafts. Then after Yule, we will be moving on to the final drafts of the essays before moving on. In the Latin part of the class, we have also been working on writing styles in Latin, and have been writing essays to learn more about the styles of writing in Latin, like when the Residing World started because they wrote and did everything in Latin. After Yule, we will be finishing the essays before turning them in. 5th year is doing the same as 4th year, but their essays will be harder, says Aubrey Rose. I retaught the 5th year's defense after the last 2 years before we moved into the 5th year curriculum. The students learned the Hex Deflection spell first. By this time, the students have learned the Impediment Jinx and the Tongue-Tying Curse, and they have relearned about Boggarts. After Yule, the students will be learning about ghouls, says Remus. For the last 3 months, I have been teaching my students what the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd years all learned. The first month discussed the world's prehistory before moving into the Paleolithic year. The second month was spent learning about ancient history, which is the Bronze Age. They learned about the Stone Age, Bronze Age, and Iron Age. This month has been spent on the post-classical era, which covers the history from 500 CE to 1500 CE. We have been learning about the post-classical era and talking about medieval sub-Saharan Africa. After Yule, we will be moving into South Asia, says Jason Doe. I have gone over all of the plants from last year, before we moved on to the first lesson for the 5th year, which is gillyweed. We have also worked on ginger, belladonna, also known as deadly nightshade or tropa, and pufferpot. After Yule, the students will be learning about Chinese chomping cabbage, says Sprout. I reviewed everything from the last 3 years, and most of the students understood the material. We have been working on the cosmic ages, since the students don't fully understand what the cosmic ages are, and why we need to learn them. After Yule, we will start doing OWL prep, so that the students will know what is on the owls, says Aurora Sinister. I have been reviewing everything the students have learned in the last 2 years for the owls to make sure that the students understand the material that we have learned so far. I have been giving my students practice tests, which we will continue after Yule, says Babbling. I have been reviewing what the students learned in the last 2 years, before doing the same as Babbling with the practice test. After Yule, the students will be learning more about what they will need to know about their owls, says Satima Vector. I did a review of what the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years learned in sketching, and both primary and secondary colors in paint. The students have been working on how to paint their sketches, and how to darken the paint in the darker parts of the sketches. After Yule, we will continue working on the paintings just like the 4th year, since this class doesn't have an owl yet, says Dale Cups. I started off the school year by making sure that the students in my classes were seers. Before moving on, I retaught my students what they should have learned and the right way of divination, since that fraud didn't teach the students anything. The students have been learning more about astrology, which will continue after Yule, says Firenze. I used the lesson plans from the 2nd year curriculum to teach my 5th years what they need to know about world magic. We started off by learning more about magic in Ireland, since Hogwarts is a school that allows Irish students. After Ireland, we moved on to France, and learned about their magic and what is taught at Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic, before moving into Poland's magical world. After Yule, we will be moving on to learning about magic in Russia, says Miss Wolfs. I reviewed the Safety producers of flying and what the students learned last year in the 4th year. The first lesson the students learned this year was reversing, where the students are quickly flying in the opposite direction without losing balance, which the students started off slowly doing before working up speed. All of the students got reversing before we moved on to over and under, which is an agility course, wherein the flyer must make it successfully above and beneath obstacles without losing speed. We will continue after Yule, says Hooch. I talked to Orpha Books about how she taught her classes, and wanted to follow that with my classes, so I used her teaching lessons. I retaught the students why we learn about magical creatures and how to care for them. I did go over the history of magical creatures, and how they were discovered before teaching the students about crops, and how to care for them. So far we have also learned about flubberworm, fairies, and gnarl. After Yule, we will be learning about chimeras, says Rubeus Hagrid. I gave my students the same test as the third-year students to see what they know about the laws in the wizarding world. It was the same as the fourth year in the fact that the wizarding world-raised students knew more than the muggle-raised students. I used the same lesson plan as the fourth year, which means that I first started teaching the students about the first law in the wizarding world and what that law did in history, and how it was going to impact the rest of the laws in the wizarding world. We have moved on to the laws that were made before and after the founders' time in history. After Yule, we will be talking about the laws that made the International Statute of Secrecy come into effect, and why it was made, says Emerson Mole. Let's finish with the 6th and 7th years, I say. For the 6th year, I started off by reviewing all charms from the last 5 years, before we moved on to learning the water-making spell. We have been working on nonverbal spells. After Yule, we will be working on the bubble hat charm. For the 7th year, we have been doing a 3-month review of everything the students have learned in the last 7 years. After Yule, the 7th years will be learning Ascendio charm, says Flitwick. For the 6th year classes, the students started by reviewing all transfigurations in the last 5 years before moving on where the students will be learn nonverbal spells. The students have also learned Pawn to Queen Transfiguration, Teacup into Gerbil, Bowling Ball to Balloon, and Conjuring spells. After Yule, the 6th years will be learning Human Transfigurations. The 7th years have been reviewing everything they learned in the last 7 years. After Yule, the 7th years will be learning King to Rook Transfiguration, says McGonagall. For the 6 years, I did a 2-week review of the basics of potion making, before moving on to the first 6-year potion, which was the cough potion. So far the students have learned the hiccoughing solution, garish pink blended poison, cheese-based potions, and antidote to garish pink blended poison. In the ingredients, students have learned about sloth brain, snake fangs, cheese, and narquils. After Yule, the 6th year will be learning to brew Veritaserum. In the 7th year's class, I did review everything the students learned in the last 7 years, before moving on to learn how to brew rat tonic. After Yule, the students will be learning to brew the Wolfsbane potion, says Severus. I started the school year off by testing my 6th and 7th years to see what they knew and didn't know before we moved on, because I'm teaching the 6th and 7th years the same lesson. The first lesson was teaching the students what to expect after graduation, which is coming quickly for the 7th years. After Yule, the students will be working on essays about everything they have learned in the wizarding world, says Vern Drake. Since my students are 16, 17, and 18 years old, they know more about English and Latin, that we started to work on how to write bigger essays, and how to write them correctly, and the correct amount on what you should write. For the past month, the students have been working on practice essays as rough drafts, then after Yule, we will be moving on to the final drafts of the essays before moving on. In the Latin part of the class, we have also been working on writing styles in Latin, and have been writing essays to learn more about the styles of writing in Latin, like when the Residing World started because they wrote and did everything in Latin. After Yule, we will be finishing the essays before turning them in. 6th and 7th year are doing the same as 4th year and 5th years, but their essays will be harder, says Aubrey Rose. I gave my students a test on the Muggle world to see what they know. After the test, I started to teach the students what the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th years learned in the first month of school, before we moved into the Great Britain Revolution. We have been learning about the Union with Ireland. Right now the students have been learning about the Napoleonic Wars. After Yule, the students will be learning about the War of 1812 with the United States, says Laura Potts. I retaught the 6th and 7th years defense after the last 2 years, before we moved into the 6th and 7th year curriculum. For the 6th year, the first lesson they learned is nonverbal spells. The next lesson was on flesh-eating slugs. After Yule, the 6th years will be learning about Dementors. For the 7th years, I started off by reviewing everything they learned in the last 7 years, before we moved on to learning about concealment charms. The first dark creature the students learned about was Chameleon Ghoul, which we'll pick up after Yule, says Remus. For the last 3 months, I have been teaching my students what the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th years all learned. The first month discussed the world's prehistory before moving into the Paleolithic era. The second month was spent learning about ancient history, which is the Bronze Age. They learned about the Stone Age, Bronze Age, and Iron Age. This month has been spent on the post-classical era, which covers the history from 500 C to 1500 C. We have been learning about the post-classical era, and talking about medieval sub-Saharan Africa. We have been learning about South Asia. After Yule, we will be learning about Northeast Asia, says Jason Doe. I have gone over all of the plants from last year, before we moved on to the first lesson for the 6 years, which is fluxweed. We have covered moly, venomous tentacula, and mistletoe. After Yule, the 6 years will be learning about the whomping willow. For the 7 years, I have reviewed everything from the last 7 years before moving on to learning about flu. After Yule, the 7th years will be learning about lovage, says Sprout. For the 6 years, I have reviewed everything from the last 6 years before moving to learn about star charts. Right now, the students have been learning about constellations including Cetus. After Yule, the 6 years will be learning about space weather. For the 7th years, I reviewed everything from the last 7 years before we moved on to learning about dark cloud constellations. After Yule, we will be working on rogue planets, says Aurora Sinister. I started off the year for the combined 6th-7th year class by going over everything the students learned since they started the class. I have been teaching the students about why they need runes in careers for the wizarding world, like with warding and curse breaking. After Yule, I will be moving into runes and curse breaking, says Babbling. I have started off the combined classes by reviewing what the students have learned in the last few years. I have been teaching the students about the different careers that use arthromancy. Right now I have been teaching the students about arthromancy that is used in warding. After Yule, I will be teaching about arthromancy used in rituals, says Satima Vector. I did a review of what the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th years learned in sketching, and both primary and secondary colors in paint. The students started off by sketching before moving into how to paint their sketches, and how to darken the paint in the darker parts of the sketches. We have been continuing working on the paintings just like the 4th and 5th years since this class doesn't have an owl yet. After Yule, the students will be working on how to transfer the sketches onto a bigger canvas without changing the details, says Dale Cups. I started off the school year by making sure that the students in my classes were seers. Before moving on, I retaught my students what they should have learned and the right way of divination, since that fraud didn't teach the students anything. For the 6th year class after the review, the first lesson was in tessemancy. So far the 6 years have covered palmistry, haptomology, dream interpretation, and cartomancy. After Yule, the 6 years be learning ovomancy. For the 7th years, I went over everything to make sure they know the right way before moving on to a revision on ovomancy. Right now the students have been working on rune stones, which will continue after Yule, says Firenze. I used the lesson plans from the 2nd year curriculum to teach my combined 6th-7th years classes what they need to know about world magic. We started off by learning more about magic in Ireland since Hogwarts is a school that allows Irish students. After Ireland, we moved on to France and learned about their magic and what is taught at Bobaton's Academy of Magic before moving into Poland's magical world. We have been learning about magic in Russia. After Yule, the students will be learning about magic in Asia, says Miss Wolfs. I reviewed the Safety producers of flying and what the students learned last year in the 5th-6th year. For the 6 years, they first learned riding facing backwards, where the students were taught how to ride broomsticks backwards, in the opposite direction. The students have also learned the tailrack twirl, which is an advanced Quidditch technique, in which players would roll their brooms more than once to avoid bludgers and taking passengers. Students were taught how to fly correctly with passengers on their brooms. For the 6th year after Yule, the students will be learning broom casting, which is a defensive technique that taught students how to cast offensive whilst in flight during combat. For the 7th years, the last 3 months have been reviewing everything from the last 7 years. After Yule, the students will be learning the surfing loop. An impressive maneuver, the surfing loop, which required balance, says Hooch. I talked to Orpha Books about how she taught her classes, and wanted to follow that with my classes, so I used her teaching lessons. I retaught the students why we learn about magical creatures and how to care for them. For the 6 years, I did go over the history of magical creatures and how they were discovered before teaching the students about Gnarl and how to care for them. The 6 years have learned about Mokes, Imps, and Doxies so far. After Yule, the students will be learning about Jackalopes. In the 7th year's classes, I went over everything they learned in the last 5 years, which has taken us up to this month, where the students learned about griffins. After Yule, the 7th years will be learning about Acme, says Rubius Haggard. Since this was a combined class with the 6th-7th year students, I gave them the same test as the 3rd year students to see what they know about the laws in the wizarding world. It was the same as the 4th year in the fact that the wizarding world raised students knew more than the Muggle raised students. I used the same lesson plan as the 4th year, which means that I first started teaching the students about the first law in the wizarding world, and what that law did in history, and how it was going to impact the rest of the laws in the wizarding world. We have moved on to the laws that were made before and after the founder's time in history. After Yule, we will be talking about the laws that made the International Statute of Secrecy come into effect, and why it was made, says Emerson Mole. Since this is the first year that warding is being taught, I chose to spend the first 3 months of the school year talking to my 6th, 7th year students about what is warding and how and why we use warding in the wizarding world. After Yule, I will be teaching the students some wards that were during the founder's time here at Hogwarts, says Bill Weasley. For the 6th year healing class, I spent the last 3 months teaching the students about the difference in healing in the wizarding world and the muggle world. The students seemed interested in the difference between the two worlds. After Yule, the students will be learning about some of the first healers Medwitches in the wizarding world, says the 6th year healing teacher Teal Myrtle. For the 7th year healing class, I did the same as Mrs. Myrtle with teaching the students the difference between the wizarding world and the muggle world, before moving on to teaching the students how to treat patients for a headache. After Yule, the students will be learning how to treat colds, says Poppy Pomfrey. I started the school year by talking to my 6th, 7th year combined class about what is business and how it works in both the wizarding world and muggle's world. Right now the students have been learning about the businesses running in the wizarding world, which we will continue after Yule, says business teacher Jenny Strombark. I started the school year by talking to my 6th, 7th year combined class about what is estate planning and investing and why they need to know it. The first lesson was on how to start and pick on what you should invest in and why. Right now the students have lists on the businesses that are in the wizarding and muggle world, which will bring us to after Yule, where the students will have to the class which businesses they chose to invest in and why, says the estate planning and investing teacher Claybox. I started off the school year with my combined class by giving the students a test to see what they know about the wizarding world, government and politics. After the results of the test, I started by teaching the students about the beginning of the government in the wizarding world and how it impacted the wizarding world, especially when the politicians started to gain attention, which will we continue after Yule, says government and politics teacher Jess Kettles. I didn't want to do what every other teacher did at the start of the school year, so the first month of school was getting to know my students and why they want to become animagus. The first lesson was on how to meditate, because when your mind is clear it's easier to find out what your animagus is. Right now the students have been learning how to see their animagus form when they are mediating, which we will continue after Yule, says Sirius. I give my students a small test to see what other languages they know before we get into learning a new language. We started off by learning Spanish, which we will be continuing after Yule before moving on to French, says Harley Lavender. I started off the school year by teaching my students why they should learn creature languages before we moved on to learning the language of the goblins. After Yule, we will be learning the language of the centaurs, says Bird Griffin. I started off my class by teaching the students why rituals are dangerous and why the students should only do rituals for their jobs or around someone who knows how to do the rituals. I told them that they should never try to do rituals by themselves. The first lesson I taught my students was how to recognize different rituals, which most of the students got. Right now we have been working on the Hogwarts ritual on why the students get sorted into the 4 houses, which we will continue after Yule, says Aquat Gerbil. For my 6th year writing class, I started the year off by using some of Aubrey Rowe's lessons from her English and Latin class. I had my students read all of the essays that they have written in the last 6 years before picking one, and have them rewrite the essay, which we will continue after Yule, says the 6th year writing teacher Hayden Loris. For the 7th year writing class, I have done the same as Hayden Loris did with the 6 years, by having my students rewrite an essay that they wrote in the last 7 years. After the students finished writing the essays and turned them in, I gave the original essays and the new ones to the teacher that the essay was written in the class and had the teacher regrade the essay. Most of my students improved their essays and got good grades from both me and the original teacher. Right now the students have been working on a paper with a topic that they chose that will go into my newspaper The Quibbler, and they will continue working on the paper after Yule, says Xenophilius Lovegood. For the 6th year potion creation class, I have started the year off by teaching my students what is potion creation and why it's difficult to make a new potion. The first lesson that my students learned was how potions were created in the past, and the process that the potioneer went through to make the potion. For the past 2 months, my students have been learning alchemy to help with the potion making process. I have the students thinking of a potion that they would want to make, and after Yule, they will be writing out what potion that they want to make and what ingredients would need to go into the potion, says the 6th year potion creation teacher Eura Rosewood. Since this is the first year that potion creations is being taught at Hogwarts, I chose to follow your Rosewood lead and teach my students about why potions are difficult to create. I did the same thing as Eura by teaching my 7th year the past of potion making. The students have been also learning alchemy, which will help the students learn how to make the potions and how the ingredients will react with each other. Right now I have the students thinking of a potion that they would want to make, and after Yule, they will be writing out what potion that they want to make and what ingredients would need to go into the potion, says Severus. In my 6th year medical potion class, I started off by teaching the students what are medical potions and why we use them. The first medical potion my students learned to brew was the cough potion. The next potion the students learned to brew was the cure for boils, which they will continue after Yule, says Severus. For the 7th year medical potions class, the students have been learning how we use potions to treat patients that come into the hospital wing. The first potion I taught my students about was Pepper Up potion. After Yule, the students will be learning about the blood replenishing potion, says Poppy Pomfrey. For my combined 6th to 7th year class in battle and poison potions, is that I taught why battle and poison potions must only be used during a battle or war. For the last 3 months, I have been teaching my students about all the times battle and poison potions were used in wars in the past, which we will continue after Yule, says Vita Fern. For my combined 6th to 7th year class in enchanting and spell crafting, I started off the year teaching my students the history of enchanting and spell crafting. Right now my students are coming up with spells that they want to create, which we will continue after Yule, says Winter Elderberry. I finish up the meeting before letting my staff go and get ready to send the students off in the morning. I head up to my office and get ready for bed. Hearing a knock on my door, I walk over to the door and open it to see Severus standing there in his sleep clothes. Pulling Severus into my bedroom, I push him onto the bed and lay down and cuddle into him. Leaning up, I kiss Severus before laying back down. Good night, Sev. Good night, Harry. We fall asleep. Not a chapter. Chapter summary. Not a chapter. Chapter notes. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like, then don't read. Please read in kudos. Hello. I want to write this and tell all of you the reason why I haven't updated yet. I have been really busy the last few months with college along with work. I'm stressed as hell with classes and I have been sleeping. Between school and work, I haven't had the time to sleep, let alone write chapters that I'm proud of and want you as the readers to read. I will try to update as soon as I can, but I'm asking for patience with me. Not a chapter. Chapter summary. Not a chapter. Chapter notes. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like, then don't read. Please read in kudos. Hello. I want to write this and tell all of you the reason why I haven't updated yet. I have been really busy the last few months with college along with work. I'm stressed as hell with classes and I have been sleeping. Between school and work, I haven't had the time to sleep, let alone write chapters that I'm proud of and want you as the readers to read. I will try to update as soon as I can, but I'm asking for patience with me. Chapter 16 and update. Chapter summary. The start of Yule break. Chapter notes. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like, then don't read. Please read in kudos. Update. I want to give an update about how I have been. There are a few things that I want to let you know. First thing. Thank you to everyone still reading my stories and commenting, because I know that you as readers are still enjoying the stories, and that makes me happy. Also thank you for all the comments on my last update and for being understanding and patient about the time in between chapter updates. The second thing. I'm personally doing good. I wanted to update during my winter break, but I also wanted to spend time with family and not worry about college. That a week before classes start, the plan was to get a chapter out of some stories, but I ended up getting the flu. Now college has been going on for 4 weeks, and it's still stressful as hell, but I'm more prepared for this semester. Third thing. Chapter updates are still going to be very random until probably June. I don't think I have said this, but I'm in college to become an EMT, which is taking up a lot of my time, and I will be busy until after the National Registry of Emergency Medical Technicians, or known as the NREMT. It does mean that updates will come when I have the time to write. Fourth thing. This one is for the story. I want to know from you, the readers, how do you think that Harry's and Severus's relationship should progress, along with Harry's relationship with Sirius and Remus? I might have ideas in my head about how I want the relationships to go, but I also want to know what you want to see for the most part. On to the chapter. Previously on the new Hogwarts series POV. I finished the meeting before letting my staff go and prepare to send the students off in the morning. I head up to my office and get ready for bed. Hearing a knock on my door, I walk over to the door and open it to see Severus standing there in his sleep clothes. Pulling Severus into my bedroom, I push him onto the bed, lay down, and cuddle into him. Leaning up, I kiss Severus before laying back down. Good night, Sev. Good night, Harry. We fall asleep. Harry's POV. I woke up when I felt the arms around me move away, and the heat that Severus was giving off moved away from me, and I couldn't feel the groan that left my mouth. Relax, I'm just going to the bathroom, then I will be back, says Severus. After about 5 minutes, Severus returns to bed and cuddles against me again. I give off a happy sigh. What are your plans for the day? Asks Severus. Right now, I plan on staying in bed with you, I say. Severus and I stay in bed for 3 more hours before getting up and watching the students leave for Yule break, before I head back to my office to do some needed work for the arrests and trials. Around 2 p.m., Sirius and Remus come to my office, and we eat lunch before they leave Hogwarts, and I will join them tomorrow until after Christmas. I can't wait until the trials are over because I can close that part of my life and move on without watching over my shoulders. Severus joins me in my office and reads a book as I approve lesson plans for the rest of the school year. Yesterday you said that you had to tell me something, I asked. Yes, I wanted to tell you that if you wanted to, you could spend more time with Sirius and Remus, says Severus. Thank you for telling me that, I say. Over the next 2 days, I spent time with Severus and finished all of the paperwork that needed to be done as headmaster of Hogwarts, before I started on the homework I had to do, since I'm still a student here at Hogwarts. Today I'm leaving for 12 Grimmauld Place to spend Yule Christmas Eve with Sirius and Remus, and I'm staying 3 days with them. This is the first time I'm spending a long period of time with Sirius since getting him out of Azakban. When Sirius was first released from Azakban, he couldn't look at me without calling me James. After a month of healing and talking to a mind healer therapist, Sirius started calling me Harry and getting to know me for myself, not as the boy who lived or as James and Lily's son. I met Remus when I first started looking into my parents and Sirius. The first time I met Remus in person, I yelled at him for not being around. What Remus told me about how he is a werewolf, and how he was told that I was safe and shouldn't have any contact with the wizarding world until my 11th birthday. Over the past year I have gotten to know Remus more, and I like Remus. I get my things packed and hear a knock on the door. Walking over and opening the door, I see Severus standing there. I step to the side and let him come into my office. I wanted to come to see you before you left to the Mutts and the Wolves for the next few days, says Severus. Thank you, Severus, I say. I pull Severus into a kiss before pulling back. I walk over to my desk and grab my bag before grabbing the flue powder and throwing it into the fireplace. Grimmauld Place, I yell. Stepping into the fireplace, I flew and step out into the living room of Grimmauld Place, and I'm immediately pulled into a hug by Sirius, and I feel like I'm being crushed. Sirius, you have to let Harry breathe, says Remus. I'm sorry, Moony, but I'm so happy to have Harry here, says Sirius. I get the Sirius, but you can't do that if you kill Harry with your hug, says Remus. Sirius finally lets go of me and I pull in breaths. I know we are all at Hogwarts, but how have you been? Asks Remus. I have been good. Getting used to both classes and being headmaster of the school. I say that's good, pup. Now what do you want to do? Says Sirius. I don't care what we do, I say. How about we show you the room that you will be using, and then we will give you a tour of the house, says Remus. That works for me, I say. They take me up to the 2nd floor and the first door on the right side of the hallway. Opening the door I see that it's a slightly larger than normal size room. There's a queen-size bed in front of the window with a nightstand on each side. A fireplace is on the same wall as the door, and a closet is on the opposite wall. The walls are green, and the floor is black. Overall the room is depressing, but from what I saw on the way up, the whole house is depressing. This will be your room when you come over, so that means that you can change it to your liking, pup, says Sirius. They take me on a tour of the house, and I was right about the whole house is depressing. After the house tour, we sit down in the kitchen and have dinner before we end up spending the next few hours talking, with Sirius and Remus telling me stories about my parents and the mess that they would get into. It's around 1 in the morning when I head to bed. Putting my wand under my pillow where I can grab it in case something happens, I lay down and fall asleep quickly. Chapter 17, Start of the Trials. Chapter Summary. The start of trials starting with Ron and Hermione. Chapter Notes. This is my first story on here. This is a new story on both websites. I can't say that the chapters will get longer, but I'm hoping to make them longer. Please comment. Update. I want to give an update about how I have been. There are a few things that I want to let you know. First thing. Thank you to everyone still reading my stories and commenting, because I know that you as readers are still enjoying the stories, and that makes me happy. Also, thank you for all the comments on my last update and for being understanding and patient about the time in between chapter updates. The second thing. I'm personally doing good. I have been busy and haven't had the time to update. Third thing. Chapter updates are still going to be very random until probably June. I don't think I have said this, but I'm in college to become an EMT, which is taking up a lot of my time, and I will be busy until after the National Registry of Emergency Medical Technicians, or known as the NREMT. It does mean that updates will come when I have the time to write. Previously on the new Hogwarts Harry's POV. They take me up to the 2nd floor and the first door on the right side of the hallway. Opening the door I see that it's a slightly larger than a normal size room. There's a queen-size bed in front of the window with a nightstand on each side. A fireplace is on the same wall as the door, and a closet is on the opposite wall. The walls are green, and the floor is black. Overall the room is depressing, but from what I saw on the way up, the whole house is depressing. This will be your room when you come over, so that means that you can change it to your liking, Pop, says Sirius. They take me on a tour of the house, and I was right about the whole house is depressing. After the house tour, we sit down in the kitchen and have dinner before we end up spending the next few hours talking, with Sirius and Remus telling me stories about my parents and the mess that they would get into. It's around 1 in the morning when I head to bed. Putting my wand under my pillow where I can grab it in case something happens, I lay down and fall asleep quickly. Harry's Pop. The rest of Yule break was fun, and I enjoyed my time with Sirius and Remus, before getting to spend some alone time with Severus for the rest of the break before the rest of the staff. I came back to Hogwarts along with the students. But now that Yule is over, it's time for the trials to start, and the first 2 trials are for Ron and Hermione, because they were charged with line theft and stealing of money and family heirlooms. The line theft comes from them being paid money to be my friends from my own money. Their trial is today, and I will be there with my lawyer to ensure they pay. According to my lawyer, this trial won't last long because of the evidence, which are bank statements about how much money they were getting and what heirlooms they have taken that are only for the Potter family to touch. Still, somehow Dumbledore managed to get rid of the spells that would harm someone who touched the heirloom without Potter's blood. Around 9 o'clock, I head to the British Ministry of Magic and meet my lawyer Jack at the Floo. We check in our wands before heading to courtroom 10. We sit at our table and go over the evidence for today with the 2. At 10, the Wizengamot comes in and takes their places. Then the judge comes in because we wanted an unbiased person to be the judge for the trials. When the Aurors bring in Hermione and Ron, they both look like crap. They sit down at their table with the lawyer that the Grangers hired for both her and Ron. Today we are here for the trials of Hermione Jean Granger and Ronald Bilius, Ron Weasley, who have been charged with line theft and stealing of money and family heirlooms against Harry James Potter, says Judge Taylor. Their lawyer stands up first to introduce himself. I'm Adem Dunlap. Today I'm representing clients Ronald Bilius Weasley and Hermione Jean Granger, the defendants, and they have entered into the pleaded of not guilty during the preliminary hearing on December 29th, says Dunlap. I'm Jack Ewan. Today I'm representing my client Harry James Potter, the plaintiff, says Jack. The plaintiff will have the first opening statement, then the defendant's opening statement, says Judge Taylor. Jack stands up and goes to the middle of the room. Today we are here to get justice for my client Harry Potter, who was used by 2 people that said they were his friends, but they were just using Harry for their own personal gain, by stealing his money and family heirlooms, before my client knew about his magical inheritance. They have used my client since before they met him on the Hogwarts Express, and got used to his friendship for themselves without considering Harry's feelings, says Jack. Today I'm here to prove that my clients didn't do what they are accused of. My clients had no idea that they were getting money from Mr. Potter's account, or that the heirlooms that they received were from Mr. Potter's vault. Hermione and Ron just wanted to be friends with the plaintiff despite his fame, says Dunlap. My client and I have put together evidence that shows that Mr. Weasley and Miss Ganger knew that they were receiving money from Harry's account, and knew that the heirlooms were from Mr. Potter's vault, along with how they started receiving the money before they got onto the Hogwarts Express. If you will pull out evidence piece 1, which shows that in July 1991, a payment of 10,000 galleons, which equals $250,000 in Muggle money for Miss Ganger from Vault 687, which is the Potter family vault, to both Miss Ganger and Mr. Weasley. The first time an heirloom was taken out of Vault 687 was in October 1991, for it was a broom for Mr. Weasley and books about the Potter family for Miss Ganger, says Jack. My clients say that any money that was in their account was something they had no idea about, and the heirlooms were given as presents to them, says Dunlap. We spend the next 2 hours going over the evidence and watching as Mr. Dunlap turns to turn in all of the evidence to prove that Weasley and Ganger didn't commit the crimes, but my evidence paints a different story, along with the memories I have of the 2, when they didn't know that I was there. Jack and Dunlap give their closing statements before the jury leaves the room, and we are waiting in Amelia's office. I'm hoping to push for them to be sentenced today if we can, so I can be done with them, and start to focus on Dumbledore's trial, which will be the longest and hardest because of the charges and evidence we have against Dumbledore. For the next 3 hours, we wait until an Aurora shows up and tells us that the jury is back. Heading back into the courtroom, we all sit down until the judge comes back in and we stand up. The main speaker for the jury stands up and reads. We, the jury, find Ronald Bilius Weasley and Hermione Jean Granger guilty of all charges for line theft, stealing money, and stealing family heirlooms, says the speaker of the jury. Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger, you will be sentenced to 100 years in Azakban with your magic bound, says the judge. Granger starts sobbing, and Ron starts yelling as the Aurors pull them out of the courtroom. Once everyone leaves and I say goodbye to Jack and Amelia, I head back to Hogwarts where Severus is waiting in my office. How did the trial go? Asks Severus. Good, they were found guilty and sent to Azkaban for 100 years with their magic bound, I say. Severus and I spend the rest of the day in my office, including dinner before we head to bed, where I fall asleep fast, but not before saying I love you to Sev. I love you, I say. I love you too, says Severus. Chapter 18, Second Day of Trials. Chapter Summary. Ginevra and Molly's Trial. Chapter Notes. Before getting into this chapter, want to set straight some things. 1. I have never stated what happened when Harry got on the train home and him going to Gringotts, and when he got on the Hogwarts Express for his 3rd year. 2. The marriage contract will come up during Albus's trial, and why Harry changed it to Argus Flinch, and that Flinch knew about the marriage contract before Harry told Molly. 3. In a later chapter, more will be revealed from the summer. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like, then don't read. Please read in Kudos. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Previously on the new Hogwarts, Harry's Pov. Granger starts sobbing, and Ron starts yelling as the Aurors pull them out of the courtroom. Once everyone leaves and I say goodbye to Jack and Amelia, I head back to Hogwarts, where Severus is waiting in my office. How did the trial go? Asks Severus. Good. They were found guilty and sent to Azakban for 100 years with their magic bound, I say. Severus and I spend the rest of the day in my office, including dinner before we head to bed, where I fall asleep fast, but not before saying I love you to Sev. I love you, I say. I love you too, says Severus. Harry's Pov. Today is the 2nd day of trials with Ginevra Weasley and Molly Weasley. I had Ginevra charged with line theft and stealing of money and family heirlooms, while Molly was charged with line theft, stealing money, stealing family heirlooms, and the creation of an illegal marriage contract between me and Ginevra Weasley. This trial will be a little longer than Granger and Ronald's, since Molly has one more charge than her daughter. Jack wants me there at 8 a.m, so that we can go over the evidence that we have on them. Waking up at 7 so that I have time and don't have to rush. I go to move out of bed, but I'm once again faced with the octopus in my bed, also known as Severus. I don't even dare to call Severus an octopus to his face because I know it will get me in trouble, but it's true. Severus has his arms locked around my waist, and both of his legs are tangled with mine while his face is buried in my neck, where I can feel his snoring. Severus. Nothing. Severus. I say louder. When that doesn't work, I reach for my wand and give a little shock to Severus, which makes him wake up, but not let go of me. What the hell? Sorry, Sev, but you wouldn't wake up when I called your name. I need you to let go of me so I can get ready for the trial today, I say while giving a peck to Severus's lips. Severus lets go of me and I head to the bathroom to get ready for the day. Once I'm dressed, I sit down on the bed and run my hand through Severus' hair, which is soft. How long do you think the trial will last today? Asks Severus. A little longer than yesterday's trial because of the one extra charge on Molly. I say I love you, Harry. I love you too, Sev. I will see you later. Severus nods his head and I leave for the British Ministry of Magic and meet Jack at the Floo. We get checked in before heading to courtroom 10. We sit at our table and go over the evidence for today with the two. At 9, the Azakban comes in and takes their places. Then the judge comes in because we wanted an unbiased person to be the judge for the trials, who is the same judge from yesterday. When the Aurors bring in Ginevra and Molly, they both look like crap, and I can tell that Molly has a silencing charm over her. They sit down at their table with the lawyer Simon Haley, whom the Order of the Phoenix hired for both of them. Today we are here for the trials of Ginevra Weasley, charged with line theft and stealing of money and family heirlooms, and Molly Weasley Nepriwet, who is charged with line theft, stealing money, stealing family heirlooms, and the creation of an illegal marriage contract between Mr. Potter and Ginevra Weasley, says Judge Taylor. I'm Simon Haley. Today I'm representing clients Ginevra Weasley and Molly Weasley Nepriwet. The defendants and they have entered into the pleaded of not guilty during the preliminary hearing on December 29th, says Haley. I'm Jack Ewan. Today I'm representing my client Harry James Potter, the plaintiff, says Jack. The plaintiff will have the first opening statement, then the defendant's opening statement, says Judge Taylor. Jack stands up and goes to the middle of the room. Today we are here to get justice for my client Harry Potter, who was used by two people that said they were his friend and a mother figure, but they were just using Harry for their own personal gain, by stealing his money and family heirlooms, before my client knew about his magical inheritance. They have used my client since before they met him on the Hogwarts Express platform and when Mr. Potter stayed at their house before his 2nd year. For his fame and reputation in the wizarding world, says Jack. Today I'm here to prove that my clients didn't do what they are accused of. My clients had no idea that they were getting money from Mr. Potter's account, or that the heirlooms that they received were from Mr. Potter's vault. Had Molly known where the money was coming from, she would have never used it, says Haley. My client and I have put together evidence that shows that Miss Weasley and Mrs. Weasley knew that they were receiving money from Harry's account, and knew that the heirlooms were from Mr. Potter's vault, along with how they started receiving the money before Miss Weasley started Hogwarts. If you will pull out evidence piece 1, which shows that in March 1992, a payment of 100,000 galleons for Miss Weasley from Vault 687, which is the Potter family vault, to both Miss Weasley and Mrs. Weasley. The first time an heirloom was taken out of Vault 687 was in October 1991, for it was a ring belonging to Lily Potter for Miss Weasley and family china plate were about the Potter family for Mrs. Weasley, says Jack. My clients say that any money that was in their account was something they had no idea about, and the heirlooms were given as presents to them from Albus Dumbledore on Christmas and didn't know where they came from Mr. Potter's vault, says Dunlap. The next evidence we are showing the court is the creation of an illegal marriage contract between Mr. Potter and Ginevra Weasley, made by Albus Dumbledore and Molly Weasley, while they were aware that Mr. Dumbledore had no legal claim of guardianship over Mr. Potter, since all guardianship went to Sirius Black as Mr. Potter godfather and a non-convicted inmate of Azakban, along with the fact that both knew that a marriage contract can be made without the signing of the head of the Potter family, which is stated in the Potter family clause by Henry Potter when he was the head of the family. Since Mr. Potter is the only Potter left, he became the head of the family when James Potter died. While Mr. Potter couldn't become the head of the family until he was 15 years old, he still holds the Potter family's magic, which means that he would have to sign the contract for it to be legal, says Jack. It was for the greater good is what Albus told Molly when they were making the contract, says Haley. We spend the next 2 hours going over the evidence and watching as Mr. Haley tries to spin the story in different ways to prove that they are not guilty in all of the evidence, despite the fact that my evidence shows a very different story, and shows that Ginevra and Molly wanted the fame of being Mrs. Potter and Harry Potter's mother-in-law, and being able to use my money for themselves. Jack and Haley give their closing statements before the jury leaves the room, and we are once again waiting in Amelia's office. I spend the time going over things for Dumbledore's trials, because his trial will be starting soon, and I can already tell based on the charges and evidence that his trial is going to last a few days, which means that I have to be ready because I will not let Dumbledore win. For the next 2 hours, we wait until an Aurora shows up and tells us that the jury is back. Heading back into the courtroom, we all sit down until the judge comes back in and we stand up. The main speaker for the jury stands up and reads. We the jury, find Ginevra Weasley and Molly Weasley Neprewet guilty of all charges for line theft, stealing money, and stealing family heirlooms and the creation of an illegal marriage contract, says the speaker of the jury. Molly starts yelling about how she did it for the greater good, and that I need to drop the charges, while Ginevra starts sobbing and saying how I could do this to her, because we are in love. The Aurors put a silencing charm over both of them. Mrs. Weasley and Miss Weasley, you will be sentenced to 50 years in Azakban with your magic bound before going to the Goblin Mines, where you will work for the rest of your lives, says Judge Taylor. Next week will be the start of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore trial, says Judge Taylor. Once everyone leaves and I say goodbye to Jack and Amelia, I head back to Hogwarts and leave my office to go find Severus, Sirius, and Remus. I find all three of them in the Great Hall eating dinner with the rest of the staff and students. Everyone looks at me when I walk in and I wave to them before making my way to the staff table where I sit down next to Severus and start filling my plate with food. How did the trial go? Asked Severus. Ginevra and Molly were found guilty of all charges and sentenced to 50 years in Azakban, with their magic bound before they will be moved to the Goblin Mines, where they will work for the rest of their lives, I say. Everyone at the staff table looks at me. When does Dumbledore's trial start? Asks Remus. Next week and will probably last a few days. I say, can we go with you, pup? Asks Sirius. Yes, you can come with me. His trial is a public one, which means everyone is going to show up, I say. Once I finish dinner, I head up to my office and work on some homework before Severus comes in after checking on his Slytherins and drags me into the bedroom and pulls me down into bed with him. Severus wraps his arms around my waist and holds me. Tried? I ask. Very. A long day of teaching students new potions. I kiss him before rolling over and cuddling into Severus. Good night. I love you. I love you too, Harry. We fall asleep. Chapter and notes. Before getting into this chapter 1, want to set straight some things. 1. I have never stated what happened when Harry got on the train home and him going to Gringotts and when he got on the Hogwarts Express for his 3rd year. 2. The marriage contract will come up during Albus's trial, and why Harry changed it to Argus Flinch, and that Flinch knew about the marriage contract before Harry told Molly. 3. In a later chapter, more will be revealed from the summer. Chapter 19, Part 1 of the Trial of Albus Dumbledore. Chapter Summary. The trial of Albus Dumbledore starts. Chapter Notes. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like, then don't read. Previously on the new Hogwarts, Harry's Pov. I kiss him before rolling over and cuddling into Severus. Good night. I love you. I love you too, Harry. We fall asleep. Harry's Pov. Today is the day everyone has been waiting for. It's the start of Dumbledore, and I can't wait to ruin him and everything he stands for. Classes have been cancelled for the next few days, since some professors are coming to the trial with me. I'm leaving an hour early before the staff leaves. I'm meeting with Jack so that we can go over the evidence of all 17 charges of mine against Dumbledore, and I'm expecting more to come out during the trial. I leave after saying bye to Severus, Remus, and Sirius and telling them that I will see them later. I get to the ministry and meet with Jack. We spent the next hour going over the evidence and meeting with our witnesses for the trial, and making sure they knew how the trial would go. Dumbledore has no idea what is coming for him. At 10, we move into the chamber off of the courtroom where Amelia checks in our witnesses, and what order we will be calling them into the courtroom. Jack and I moved into courtroom 10 and took our seats. I look around the room and see Severus, Remus, Sirius, and some of the other professors. Every single seat in the onlookers box is full. At 11, the Aurors bring in Dumbledore, and has requested they leave the magic-canceling cuffs on him, so that he can't use his magic, and do something to change how the trial will go. We have the same judge from the other trials because of how unbiased he is, and he is a very good judge, but everyone on the jury is different, along with the fact that they are all squibs. The Azakban comes in, but they have no power over this trial because they are all very biased about who they support, and might try to change the outcome. Dumbledore has the same lawyer as the Weasleys. All rise for Honorable Judge Taylor, says Amelia. We all stand up until Judge Taylor tells us that we can sit down. Today we are here for the trials of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, who has been charged with child abuse, child endangerment, line theft, stealing money, stealing family heirlooms, withholding Mr. Potter's right in the wizarding world, withholding Mr. Potter's rightful inheritance as the Lord of most noble and most ancient house of Potter, withholding Mr. Potter rightful inheritance as an heir of most noble and most ancient house of Black, withholding Mr. Potter rightful education, illegally sealing Mr. Potter parents' will, illegally placing Mr. Potter with the Dursleys, false imprisonment of Mr. Potter godfather. Sirius Black, cancelling important classes at Hogwarts, cancelling wards of protection at Hogwarts, allowing dark objects into Hogwarts, illegally making a marriage contract between Mr. Potter and Ginevra Weasley, and illegally claiming to be Mr. Potter magical guardian, says Judge Taylor. I'm Simon Haley. Today I'm representing my client Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the defendant, and he has entered into the pleaded of not guilty during the preliminary hearing on December 29th, says Haley. I'm Jack Ewan. Today I'm representing my client Harry James Potter, the plaintiff, says Jack. The plaintiff will have the first opening statement, then the defendant's opening statements, says Judge Taylor. Today we are here to get justice for my client Harry Potter, who was used by Mr. Dumbledore, who gave a grandfather feel to Mr. Potter when he first started Hogwarts, but as the school year went on, Mr. Potter started to notice changes in how Dumbledore was treating. It was during Mr. Potter's second year at Hogwarts that he got suspicious of Dumbledore, and when the year ended, Mr. Potter went to Gringotts and learned more about himself, and how Dumbledore was his magical guardian. When Mr. Potter took over Hogwarts as owner, he learned about the many changes that Dumbledore made to the school, says Jack. Today I'm here to prove that my client Mr. Dumbledore hasn't been what he is being accused of, and that he only wanted the best for Mr. Potter after the loss of his parents. As for Hogwarts, Mr. Dumbledore wanted to change the school for the better, says Haley. Today we would like to start with the charges against Dumbledore for Hogwarts. Request Jack. Request granted, says Judge Taylor. During Mr. Potter's trip to Gringotts after his second year of Hogwarts, he was informed by Mr. Ragnarok that he is the owner of Hogwarts, after an inheritance test, which is the first piece of evidence that has been submitted. The test also showed that Mr. Potter is related to Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin, and since he holds the three lordships, he can claim them along with claiming Hogwarts as the new owner, says Jack. The copy of my inheritance test is passed around to the judge, Haley, the Azakban, and the jury. After learning about his new ownership of Hogwarts, Harry started to learn more about Hogwarts and what it took to own the castle. During this, Harry learned about all of the classes that were taken out of the school, especially all of the important classes that the founders themselves put into the school. During the summer, one day when Dumbledore was out of Hogwarts, Harry got into the school as owner, and he managed to find the founders' portraits in the dungeons inside of a secret room. Which brings us to our first four witnesses, says Jack. Amelia and the Aurors head into the chamber next door and come back out with four portraits. They are set down on stands in front of the courtroom, and the founders look around courtroom 10. Present the Hogwarts founders Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff, and Salazar Slytherin. I'm going to ask you a few questions about Hogwarts and the day Harry found you, says Jack. What were the classes that you put into the school? Asks Jack. The class I put in was Wizarding World Studies. The reason that I made this class was so that any Muggle-born Muggle-raised students were going to be allowed into the school. I wanted Muggle students to learn about how the Wizarding world worked, and why we did the things that we did. The class had been a part of Hogwarts for years until Dumbledore took over as headmaster. Then he cut the class, saying that it was too dark for Muggle world students. Despite the fact that Muggle students loved the class since they got to learn more about the wizarding world, says Salazar Slytherin. I had put in the runes class because, at the time we built Hogwarts, runes were a part of everyday life, and students needed to know how runes worked, but at the time they weren't an elective. The class only became an elective after Dumbledore took over, says Rowena. Ravenclaw. I put in Transfiguration class is still in this school, and has never been changed as far as I know, says Godric Gryffindor. I put in Herbology, says Helga Hufflepuff. How did your portraits end up in the dungeons inside of a secret room? Asks Jack. We used to live in the headmaster's office to help the current headmaster watch over the school, along with all of the other portraits that hang in the office, but when Albus Dumbledore took over as headmaster when he started to change the school by removing classes and the wards. We told him that removing these classes and wards was a bad idea, but all Dumbledore said was that it was for the greater good. Then he moved us down to the room in the dungeon. We stayed there until Harry found us during the summer of 1993, says Rowena. We were the ones who helped Harry bring back some of the classes including Wizarding World Studies, and we approved of Harry's idea for the Muggle World Studies class, because he made the point that if Muggle-raised students had to learn about the Wizarding World, then the Wizarding World-raised students have to learn about the Muggle world, says Salazar. So despite the founders themselves telling Dumbledore that removing important classes at Hogwarts, he still went ahead and removed them, along with removing the founders' portraits, when they didn't agree with his plan. I have no more questions for the witnesses at this time, says Jack. Mr. Haley, do you have any questions for the witnesses? Asks Judge Taylor. Simon Haley leans over and talks to Dumbledore for a moment before nodding his head. I have one question for the witnesses, says Haley. He stands up and walks so that he is standing in front of the four founders. If you have been in the dungeon since before 1993, how did you know about the changes Dumbledore made to Hogwarts? Asks Haley. Because even though Dumbledore moved us down to the dungeon, we the founders are still connected to the school, and Hogwarts herself told us about the changes that Dumbledore was making to the school and how unhappy the students were. Says Godric. I have no more questions for the witnesses at this time, says Haley. On to the next charge against Dumbledore is cancelling wards of protection at Hogwarts. The wards at Hogwarts are what keep the students and staff at Hogwarts safe from any outside forces like you-know-who, that person who managed to get into the castle in Harry's first year, while taking over Professor Quirrell's body, and taught the students for a full year before he tried to kill Harry. But had the wards been in place, then that thing would have not been able to get into Hogwarts and cause harm to Harry and the rest of the population at Hogwarts. I call Harry Potter to the stand, says Judge Taylor. I move up to the witness stand and get sworn in. Mr. Potter, when you took over Hogwarts, what were the wards like? Asks Jack. After claiming the lordships for Hogwarts and taking over, I got access to the wards and found them in a very poor state. After I found the founders, I asked them about the wards and what could I do to fix them. They told me how to find the wardstone to fix the wards around Hogwarts. I took the founders with me and we got to the wardstone and it was broken in many places. Godric and Salazar helped me fix the stone, and we reactivated the wards. I say. What wards did you have to reactive? Asks Jack. Protection against dark arts, dark magic, dark objects, the ward that keeps the dark creatures from the forest out of the castle, the ward against killing students, the anti-bullying ward along with other wards for everyday life at Hogwarts. I say. I have no more questions for Mr. Potter at this time, says Jack. Mr. Haley, says Judge Taylor. Simon Haley stands up. Mr. Potter, says Mr. Haley. Yes, sir. I ask. How do you know that the wards were done by Albus Dumbledore? Asks Haley. His magical signature was on all of the wards, which is why I know that the wards were messed with by Dumbledore. I say. I have no more questions for the witness at this time. Says Haley. The last charge on Dumbledore for Hogwarts is allowing dark objects into Hogwarts, says Judge Taylor. Over the 2 years, dark objects have managed to come inside of Hogwarts, like a diary last year that took over a student and caused her to open the Chamber of Secret, and then you know who managed to get into Hogwarts for the Philosopher's Stone, which was guarded by Cerberus. That 3 first years got pass, says Jack. I'm still on the stand since Jack wanted to ask me questions about the dark objects. Mr. Potter, during your first year, you and your friend faced a mountain troll and Cerberus, which are both dark beast creatures. Why were they in Hogwarts? Asks Jack. Dumbledore placed the Philosopher's Stone in a secret underground room on the 3rd floor of Hogwarts. During the opening feast, Dumbledore told us that a painful death was waiting for anyone who went to that part of the 3rd floor. Me and 2 other people tried to warn the professors about how someone was planning on stealing the stone, but nobody listened to us, so we did something about it. We got past the Cerberus by putting it to sleep with music, and used other talents to get past the other tests in place, until I got to the room where the stone was. I ended up facing up against Quirrell. I fought Quirrell, then passed out. I woke up in the hospital wing with Dumbledore telling me that I did a good job. I say. Your second year? Asked Jack. The girl was given a diary belonging to Tom Riddle, and it possessed her. She opened the Chamber of Secrets, and a basilisk was released and petrified students and a cat. My group at the time figured out what was happening and tried once again to tell a professor about it. The professor that went with us attacked us, but it managed to backfire on him. I went up against the memory of Tom Riddle of Voldemort, fought the basilisk, and stopped the basilisk. With Sorting Hat, Fawkes, and the Sword of Gryffindor. I almost died in the Chamber of Secret because when I killed the basilisk, its fang got stuck in my arm and would have killed me, had it not been for Fawkes who cried on the wound. Again I woke up in the hospital wing with Dumbledore asking what happened. I say. The next two pieces of evidence that is going to be passed around is Harry's memory from the chamber, along with his medical report of the goblins. Says Jack. The evidence is passed around. I have no more questions for Mr. Potter at this time. Says Jack. Mr. Haley? Asks Judge Taylor. No questions at this time. Says Haley. I get off the stand and retake my seat. I'm ending the court session for today. We will resume tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Says Judge Taylor. The Aurors take Dumbledore out of the courtroom. Everyone makes their way out of the room. We get back to Hogwarts where Severus, Remus, and Sirius are waiting for me in my office. Good job on the stand, pup. Says Sirius. You did great, Harry. Says Remus. They leave after hugging me and I'm left alone with Severus. How come you never told me that you almost died in the chamber? Asks Severus. You never asked. I say. Harry. What? I'm glad that you were okay and that Fawkes was there with you. Says Severus. Me too. I say. After the day I have had, I go to bed early with Severus cuddling me. I love you. I love you too. We fall asleep as Big and Little Spoon. Chapter 20, Part 2 of the Trial of Albus Dumbledore. Chapter Summary. Day 2 of the trial. Harry and Severus have their first fight as a couple. Chapter Notes. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like, then don't read. Please read in Kudos. Previously on the new Hogwarts Harry's POV. After the day I have had, I go to bed early with Severus cuddling me. I love you. I love you too. We fall asleep as Big and Little Spoon. Harry's POV. Today is the start of day 2 of Dumbledore's trial, and I feel like this is going to be a lot harder on me, since it's all of the charges that have to do with me and how I grew up. I want Dumbledore to pay for the hate, abuse, and pain that I went through growing up. Getting up out of the nice warm bed and out of Severus's arms, I make my way to the bathroom to shower. After my shower, I get dressed and make my way back over to the bed to wake up Severus. Leaning down, I press a kiss to his lips and start making out with Severus until he wakes up before pulling away. Harry, says Severus. You need to wake up for the trial if you are coming. I say. Severus gets up out of the bed and heads into the bathroom. Once he comes out of the bathroom, we head down to the Great Hall to eat before leaving. I left first and met up with Jack to talk about the witnesses that we wanted to go first. At the ministry, we meet with the witnesses and talk to them about how today is going to go. At 9:45, we head into the courtroom and see that it's packed just like yesterday. I see Severus sitting in the onlooker box. At 10 o'clock, the Aurors bring Dumbledore into the courtroom and sit him down. He still has the magic-canceling cuffs, which was something I made sure of. Because I don't want him to use magic to get out of this. All rise for Honorable Judge Taylor, says Amelia. We all stand up until Judge Taylor tells us that we can sit down. This is day 2 of the trial against Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, who has been charged with child abuse, child endangerment, line theft, stealing money, stealing family heirlooms, withholding Mr. Potter's right in the wizarding world, withholding Mr. Potter's rightful inheritance as the Lord of most noble and most ancient House of Potter. Withholding Mr. Potter rightful inheritance as an heir of most noble and most ancient House of Black, withholding Mr. Potter rightful education, illegally sealing Mr. Potter parents' will, illegally placing Mr. Potter with the Dursleys, false imprisonment of Mr. Potter godfather Sirius Black, says Judge Taylor. Today we would like to start with the charge of false imprisonment of Mr. Potter's godfather Sirius Black. Request Jack. Request granted, says Judge Taylor. On October 31, 1981, Sirius Black went to Pettigrew's hiding place and found him missing. When he didn't see any signs of a struggle, Sirius frantically sped to Godric's Hollow, discovering the Potter's house destroyed and his friends dead. Only baby Harry was still alive. Sirius didn't want to leave Harry, but when Rubeus Hagrid appeared on the scene to take Harry from him on Dumbledore's orders, Sirius offered to take Harry himself, as he was the chosen guardian in the events of James and Lily's deaths. However, Hagrid told him that Dumbledore had made arrangements to send Harry to Lily's sister, Petunia. Not wanting to fight, Sirius let Hagrid take Harry, while Sirius, who was overcome with grief and rage, tracked Pettigrew down, determined to kill him in vengeance. However, Pettigrew outwitted Black. Confronted by Sirius on a city street, he shouted out that it was Sirius who betrayed the Potters, and then created a huge explosion on the street with an extremely powerful explosive curse, likely the blasting curse, killing 12 Muggles in the process, and enabling him to fake his own death and escape in his animagus form, leaving a severed finger behind as evidence. The surviving Muggles who witnessed the event were pretty certain they saw Sirius murder their 12 companions and Pettigrew with the curse, and Fudge claimed to have seen Sirius laughing maniacally at the scene of the crime. Sirius was arrested by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and sentenced by Barty Crouch SNR to life imprisonment in Azakban, without a trial for 13 counts of murder, with the curse giving the information about the Potters' whereabouts which lead to their death and service to Lord Voldemort. The problem that came with this was that Sirius was never the Cesar Keeper, but Dumbledore was the Keeper. But with Sirius out of the way, he could illegally place Harry with the Dursleys, despite the Potter's will, saying that Harry was to never be placed there, says Jack. Mr. Haley, do you have anything to add? Asks Judge Taylor. Not at this time, says Haley. We would like to call Sirius Black to the witness stand, says Jack. Amelia and the Aurors head into the chamber next door and come back out with Sirius. Sirius takes the witness stand and an oath to tell the truth. Sirius, what made you go to Pettigrew's hiding place? Asks Jack. When I found out the you who was going after James and Lily at night, I wanted to check in on Pettigrew, since I knew where Remus was that night. When I got to his place, he wasn't there and no struggle, says Sirius. Did you know that Pettigrew was a Death Eater? Asks Jack. Not for sure, I was keeping an eye on him because I wasn't fully sure, says Sirius. Why did everyone think you were the secret keeper for the Potters? Asks Jack. It was a decoy that I was the secret keeper when it was really Dumbledore, but Remus, Pettigrew and I all knew, which is how Pettigrew was able to tell you know who about it, says Sirius. Why did you let Hagrid take Harry? Asks Jack. I didn't want to let Hagrid take Harry on Dumbledore's orders, but Hagrid is known to be very loyal to Dumbledore, and I knew that wouldn't win against Dumbledore, so I let Hagrid take Harry even though I didn't want to, knowing that he was being spent to the Dursleys, but I thought that I would be able to go get Harry the next day, says Sirius. I have no more questions for the witnesses at this time, says Jack. Mr. Haley, do you have any questions for the witnesses? Asks Judge Taylor. Simon Haley leans over and talks to Dumbledore for a moment before shaking his head. Moving on to the next charge against Dumbledore is illegally sealing Mr. Potter's parents' will, says Judge Taylor. When Harry Potter went to Gringotts after his second year of Hogwarts, he was informed by Mr. Ragnarok that his parents' wills had been illegally sealed by Albus Dumbledore, who has no right over the wills of James and Lily Potter. That power fell onto Harry, but because of his age, the next person in charge of the wills was Sirius Black or Remus Lupin. But Albus Dumbledore decided that he was going to seal the wills, so that nobody could mess with the way that he had planned for Harry's life, says Jack. I would like to call in the next witnesses, says Jack. Amelia and the Aurors head into the chamber next door and come back out with the ghost of James and Lily Potter. Everyone gasped as they came into the room. Welcome the ghosts of James and Lily Potter, says Jack. Hello, says James. I would like to ask you some questions, says Jack. They nod their heads and take the oath. When did you write your wills? Asks Jack. We wrote them 2 weeks before we died, says Lily, who was to have custody of Harry. Asks Jack. Sirius Black is his godfather. If Sirius couldn't take care of him, then Remus Lupin, Severus Snape, the Malfoys, or Minerva McGonagall was to have custody of Harry, says James. Was Harry ever to be placed with your sister Petunia? Asks Jack. Never. It was written in bold letters in both of our wills that Harry was to never be placed with my sister or her family because of their hate for magic, says Lily. I have no more questions for the witnesses at this time, says Jack. Mr. Haley, do you have any questions for the witnesses? Asks Judge Taylor. I have no more questions for the witnesses at this time, says Haley. Moving on to the next charge against Dumbledore illegally placing Mr. Potter with the Dursleys, says Judge Taylor. When Albus Dumbledore had Hagrid take Harry away from his godfather to place him with his mother's sister Petunia Dursley, knowing that it was said in the Potter's wills that Harry was to never be placed with the Dursley because of their hate for magic, and knowing that Harry would be mistreated by them to being abused by them. One piece of evidence that is getting passed around is Harry's medical records, which show every injury that Harry has suffered since the day he was born. Harry was sexually abused by his uncle for years. One of the worst injuries that Harry has suffered when he was younger was internal bleeding caused by a broken rib. The only reason why Harry is still alive to this day is because of his magic, which was healing his injury. Harry has almost died a few times during his childhood at the Dursleys' house, but didn't because of his magic due to the fact that Dumbledore placed him with the Dursleys, says Jack. Mr. Haley, do you have anything to add? Asks Judge Taylor. Not at this time, says Haley. I'm ending the court session for today. We will resume tomorrow at 10 in the morning, says Judge Taylor. The Aurors take Dumbledore out of the courtroom. Everyone makes their way out of the room. Jack and I talked to the witnesses about how we feel after today and what to expect for tomorrow. Feeling someone behind me, I turn around to see Severus, Sirius, and Remus. Lily, James. Says Remus, hello Remus. Says James, hello Lily. Says Severus, hello Severus. Says Lily. How is it that you are here? Asks Remus. There was a spell that Jack and Amelia did for the trial, so that we could be witnesses for the trial. Says James. Sirius and Remus stay and talk to them while Severus and I head back to Hogwarts. Once we get there, going to my office we get Dobby to bring some lunch as we eat. Why did you never tell me about how you were raised? Asks Severus. Because nobody ever believed me when I was growing up and I told Dumbledore but he spent me back. I say. You could have told me. Says Severus, you wouldn't have believed me. I say. How would you know that I wouldn't have believed you? Asks Severus, starting to raise his voice. Because you always called me spoiled and told me that I was just like my father. I start yelling. I was told that you grew up spoiled. Yells Severus. Why didn't you ask me about how I grew up, or is it because I'm the boy who lived and that I grew up being spoiled by those people, despite the fact that I'm shorter than everyone else my age? I flinched away from being touched. How I hate the dark. But no, because everyone in the wizarding world thinks that they know me because of what they have been told. I yell, why did you never tell anyone? Yells Severus. Because nobody ever believed. They believe what the Dursleys told them. I was physically, emotionally, and sexually abused by the Dursleys. I yell. Did you deserve it? Asks Severus. I feel myself go pale. I can't believe that Severus would say that, and looking at Severus, it looks like he just caught on to what he said. Harry. Stars Severus. Get the hell out of my room now. I yell at him. Harry, I'm sorry. Says Severus. Get out now. I yell. I pull out my wand and point it at Severus until he leaves. I lock the door with a spell that only I can undo. Going into my bedroom, I lay down on my bed and start crying. Severus is pov. I can't believe I said that to Harry because I didn't mean to. I said it without thinking and I'm feeling guilty about it because nobody, especially Harry, to be abused like that, but I got caught up in the fight, which I don't know how that even turned into a fight, but it did. I turn around and try to open the door, but it won't open. Harry. Nothing. I stay there for an hour before heading down to check on the Slytherins, who are fine, before heading into my rooms, which I haven't been here for a bit. Changing out of my robes, I lay down on my bed and started crying. I don't know how long I cried before falling asleep. Chapter 21, Part 3 of the Trial of Albus Dumbledore. Chapter Summary. The third and final day of Dumbledore's trial. Chapter Notes. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like, then don't read. Please read in kudos. Previously on the new Hogwarts, Severus's pov. I can't believe I said that to Harry because I didn't mean to. I said it without thinking and I'm feeling guilty about it because nobody, especially Harry, to be abused like that, but I got caught up in the fight, which I don't know how that even turned into a fight, but it did. I turn around and try to open the door, but it won't open. Harry. Nothing. I stay there for an hour before heading down to check on the Slytherins, who are fine, before heading into my rooms, which I haven't been here for a bit. Changing out of my robes, I lay down on my bed and started crying. I don't know how long I cried before falling asleep. Harry's pov. Waking up, I don't want to get out of bed at all, but I have to because it's the third day of Dumbledore's trial, and I can't wait for it to be over. I don't know how I feel about seeing Severus after what happened last night. Getting up out of bed and heading into the bathroom, I look into the mirror and see that my eyes are red and puffy from crying last night. Turning on the water, I run my hands over my face before looking in the mirror again to see that my eyes don't look as red now, but they are still puffy. Before I can start thinking too much about what happened, I get ready for the day. I leave Hogwarts at 9 so that I can be there early to talk to Jack before we go into today. Once I was at the ministry, I met up with Jack, and I could see on his face that he wanted to ask about my eyes, but I just shook my head. I was not ready to talk about it, so instead we talked with the witnesses. At 9:45, we head into the courtroom and see that it's packed just like yesterday. I see Severus sitting in the onlooker box, but I look away. At 10 o'clock, the Aurors bring Dumbledore into the courtroom and sit him down. He still has the magic cancelling cuffs, which was something I made sure of because I don't want him to use magic to get out of this. All rise for Honorable Judge Taylor, says Amelia. We all stand up until Judge Taylor tells us that we can sit down. This is day 3 of the trial against Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, who has been charged with child abuse, child endangerment, line theft, stealing money, stealing family heirlooms, withholding Mr. Potter's right in the wizarding world, withholding Mr. Potter's rightful inheritance as the Lord of most noble and most ancient House of Potter, withholding Mr. Potter rightful inheritance as an heir of most noble and most ancient House of Black, withholding Mr. Potter rightful education, says Judge Taylor. Today we would like to start with the charge of child abuse and child endangerment. Requests Jack. Request granted, says Judge Taylor. Despite what Albus Dumbledore has said over the years that families love each other was wrong. For the last year, my client Mr. Potter has been gathering evidence of child abuse and child endangerment by Dumbledore. Mr. Potter has discovered that when during his time as a professor at Hogwarts, Dumbledore would often ignore and dismiss any claims of child abuse that his students would tell him, and then tell the students that they didn't know what they were talking about and how their families loved them. It even went into Dumbledore's time as headmaster. At the end of Mr. Potter's first year at Hogwarts, he tried not to be sent back to the Dursley for the summer, but Dumbledore told him that his family loved him. I will be passing around statements from current and former students who told Dumbledore about the abuse and what he told them before sending the students back to the abuse, which is where child endangerment comes in, because he knowing sends students back to their abusive homes. Says Jack. Jack passes the evidence around the courtroom until everyone who needs one has one. Mr. Haley, do you have anything to add? Asks Judge Taylor. Not at this time, says Haley. For the next 4 hours, we go over all the rest of the charges with Jack presenting his side, while Mr. Haley tries to get his side in where he feels like it's needed for his side. I get called onto the witness stand many times, and we use the rest of our witnesses including current professors of Hogwarts, current students, former professors and students, ghosts from Hogwarts, and many more who wanted the chance to drag Dumbledore down. Judge Taylor sent the jury out of the courtroom about an hour ago, and we are still waiting for the verdict. I'm hoping that the verdict comes back as guilty, so that I can put Dumbledore behind me and move on to the next part of the plan. It takes the jury 3 hours before they come back. Everyone fills back into the courtroom and we take our seats once Judge Taylor tells us to sit. We the jury find Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore guilty of all charges for child abuse, child endangerment, line theft, stealing money, stealing family heirlooms, withholding Mr. Potter's right in the wizarding world, withholding Mr. Potter's rightful inheritance as the lord of most noble and most ancient house of Potter, withholding Mr. Potter rightful inheritance as an heir of most noble and most ancient house of Black, withholding Mr. Potter rightful education, illegally sealing Mr. Potter parents' will, illegally placing Mr. Potter with the Dursleys, false imprisonment of Mr. Potter godfather Sirius Black, cancelling important classes at Hogwarts, cancelling wards of protection at Hogwarts, allowing dark objects into Hogwarts, illegally making a marriage contract between Mr. Potter and Ginevra Weasley, and illegally claiming to be Mr. Potter magical guardian, says the speaker of the jury. I can hear cheering from the onlooker box, but I don't want to turn my head to see and risk the chance of seeing Severus. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, you will be sentenced to have your magic bond. All of your possessions will be turned over to victims, and will be cast out of the wizarding world, into the muggle world. Have your memory of the ways into the wizarding world obliviated, and your name will be erased from history, says Judge Taylor. The orders take Dumbledore out of the courtroom, and I feel like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders, knowing that Dumbledore can't cause any more problems. I leave the courtroom and say thank you to Jack for everything that he has done so far, and that I will reach out to him when it's time for the next part. I get back to Hogwarts where I eat dinner in my room before going to bed. Harry's Pov. It has been a month since the trials, and I have been focusing on my classes and my duties as headmaster. I still haven't talked to Severus because I don't know how I feel about him anymore, and it's easier to avoid him when I can than to have to think about our relationship. Speaking of relationships, Neville came to me and asked if I could help him get the courage to ask out Draco on a date. I was very surprised to hear that Neville wanted to ask out Draco, but I think that they would make a cute couple, so I agreed to help. It took 2 weeks for Neville and me to build up his courage enough that he could ask me out before he asked out Draco. I had called Draco to my office to talk to him, and when he got there, he was shocked to hear that I wasn't the one who wanted to talk to him, but Neville was. Neville asked him, and Draco said yes, which shocked me. I did help Neville get ready for his date, and the next day, he told me that it went good and they had another date. I'm happy for Neville and Draco, and I hope that they are happy together. I just got done with dinner in the Great Hall before coming up to my office, so that I could do some paperwork for next year. Next year Hogwarts will be open to creatures aged 11 to 18, so that they can learn magic. Not everyone is happy about it, but I don't fully care because I own Hogwarts and everybody, no matter what, should be able to learn magic or more about the creature they are. As I'm writing a document about the opening feast, I feel a cold presence behind me before I turn around. Death. Chapter 22. Chapter Summary. Harry and Severus take the first step to heal their relationship, and what is Harry planning? Chapter Notes. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like, then don't read. Please read in kudos. Previously on the new Hogwarts Harry's Pov. As I'm writing a document about the opening feast, I feel a cold presence behind me before I turn around. Death. Harry's Pov. Death. Master, replied Death. What are you doing here? I asked, my voice tinged with curiosity and a hint of apprehension. The last person has died, Death stated matter-of-factly. Good. "Thank you for letting me know, Death," I responded, feeling a weight lift from my shoulders at the confirmation that the cycle of life had completed its course. Despite the somber nature of our conversation, there was a sense of finality that brought a strange sense of peace. Death had come as it always did, fulfilling its inevitable role in the grand tapestry of existence. And though it brought sorrow, it also brought closure, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there was still a flicker of hope, a glimmer of light that refused to be extinguished. As Death departed, leaving me alone with my thoughts, a solemn silence settled over the space. I couldn't help but ponder the weight of its words, the finality of death and the transient nature of existence. It was a reminder of our mortality, of the fragility of life that hung delicately in the balance. Despite the gravity of the moment, there was also a strange sense of clarity that washed over me. In the face of mortality, trivial worries and petty grievances seemed to fade into insignificance. What truly mattered became starkly apparent: the bonds we forged, the love we shared, and the legacy we left behind. I found myself reflecting on the lives of those who had passed, their memories etched into the fabric of time like fading echoes of laughter and tears. Each one had left their mark on the world in their own way, shaping the course of history with their actions and choices. And as I gazed into the void left in death's wake, I felt a renewed sense of purpose stirring within me. If death was the great equalizer, then it was up to us to make the most of the time we had, to live boldly, love fiercely, and leave behind a legacy that would endure long after we were gone. With a heavy heart and a determined spirit, I turned away from the emptiness that death had left behind, ready to embrace the fleeting moments of life with a newfound appreciation for their preciousness. For in the end, it was not the fear of death that defined us, but the courage to live in spite of it. Dear Pav. 2 months had passed since the heated exchange with Severus, yet Harry found himself grappling with a profound emptiness, longing for the intimacy that had once defined their relationship, despite its complexities and contradictions. Avoidance had become his default response, a means of shielding himself from the pain of their fractured connection. He threw himself into his studies and Quidditch practice, seeking distraction in the mundane routines of daily life, yet finding no respite from the gnawing ache in his heart. In the quiet of his dormitory, Harry found himself haunted by memories of their shared moments, the stolen glances, the whispered confidences, the electric tension that crackled between them like wildfire. He missed the intimacy of their bond, the raw vulnerability they had shared in those stolen moments of closeness. As the days stretched into weeks, Harry was consumed by an overwhelming sense of longing. He yearned for the warmth of Snape's touch, the sound of his voice, the way his presence had filled the empty spaces within Harry's own fractured soul. But more than that, he missed the sense of connection that had blossomed between them, a fragile bond forged in the crucible of adversity. Despite his pride and his stubbornness, Harry couldn't suppress the longing that clawed at him from within. He longed to reach out to Snape, to mend the rift that had torn them apart, but fear held him back. Fear of rejection, of exposing the depths of his desires, of shattering the fragile peace they had fought so hard to maintain. And so, he remained ensnared in silence, nursing his regrets and mourning the loss of what could have been. For as much as he tried to convince himself otherwise, Harry Potter missed the intimacy he had shared with Severus. Snape missed it with a fervor that bordered on desperation. And in the solitude of his thoughts, he allowed himself to entertain the fleeting hope that perhaps, just perhaps, Snape missed it too. Harry's Pav. Every time I mustered the courage to reach out to Severus, those damning words resurfaced in my mind, drowning out any semblance of resolve or determination. Did you deserve it? Severus's voice echoes, each syllable a dagger piercing through the fragile walls I've constructed around my emotions. It's a question that strikes at the very core of my being, igniting a storm of guilt and uncertainty within me. Did I deserve the pain inflicted upon me by the Dursleys? Did I deserve his trust and forgiveness after everything that has transpired between us? The weight of those questions bears down on me like a suffocating blanket, suffusing my thoughts with a sense of unease and doubt. I long to bridge the chasm that separates us, to mend the rift that has torn our relationship asunder. But the specter of doubt looms large, casting a shadow over my intentions, and leaving me paralyzed with indecision. And so, I remain trapped in a cycle of longing and hesitation, grappling with the echoes of the past that refuse to be silenced. For as much as I yearn to reconcile with Severus, I know that I cannot do so until I confront the demons that lurk within my own heart. Only then can I hope to find the answers I seek and the redemption I so desperately crave. Dear Pav. 2 months had elapsed since the bitter altercation with Harry, yet Severus found himself ensnared in a tempest of emotions that refused to abate. Amidst the tumult of his thoughts, there lingered a poignant ache, a longing for the intimacy that had once defined his relationship with the Gryffindor boy. Avoidance had become his refuge, a shield against the tormenting memories that threatened to consume him. He buried himself in his work, seeking refuge in the meticulous artistry of potion brewing, yet finding no solace from the ghosts of the past that haunted his every waking moment. In the solitude of his chambers, Snape found himself haunted by memories of their shared moments, the stolen glances, the whispered confidences, the fleeting touches that had ignited a spark of something forbidden yet undeniably potent. He missed the intimacy of their connection, the raw vulnerability they had shared in those stolen moments of closeness. As the days wore on, Snape found himself consumed by an overwhelming sense of loss. He yearned for the warmth of Harry's touch, the sound of his laughter, the way his presence had filled the empty spaces within Snape's cold, guarded heart. But more than that, he missed the sense of belonging that had blossomed between them, a fragile bond forged in the crucible of adversity. Despite his pride and his resolve, Snape couldn't suppress the longing that gnawed at him from within. He longed to reach out to Harry, to mend the rift that had torn them apart, but fear held him back. Fear of rejection, of exposing the depths of his desires, of shattering the fragile illusion of control he had painstakingly constructed. And so, he remained in constant solitude, nursing his regrets and mourning the loss of what could have been. For as much as he tried to convince himself otherwise, Severus Snape missed the intimacy he had shared with Harry Potter, missed it with a fervor that bordered on desperation. And in the silence of his chambers, he allowed himself to entertain the fleeting hope that perhaps, just perhaps, Harry missed it too. Severus's paw. As I contemplated ways to express my remorse to Harry Potter, the idea of sending him gifts emerged as a possibility, a tangible gesture of apology that could convey the depth of my regret more concretely. With a sense of determination coursing through me, I began to carefully select items that I hoped would resonate with Harry, a reflection of the complexities of our relationship and the shared experiences we had endured together. For Harry, I chose a rare and ancient potion book, one that I knew would appeal to his insatiable thirst for knowledge and his passion for the magical arts. It was a small token, yet one that spoke volumes about my respect for his intellect and dedication to his studies. In addition to the book, I included a vial of Amartentia, a powerful love potion that held the scent of the things Harry held most dear. It was a subtle reminder of the depth of my feelings for him, buried beneath layers of pride and bitterness. But perhaps the most meaningful gift of all was a handwritten letter, a confession of my remorse and a plea for forgiveness. In it, I laid bare the depths of my regret, acknowledging the pain I had caused, and expressing my earnest desire to make amends. With the gifts carefully packaged and ready to be sent, I felt a sense of apprehension mingled with hope. Would Harry accept my offerings? Would he be willing to consider the possibility of reconciliation, despite the wounds that still festered between us? Only time would tell. But as I watched the owls take flight, carrying my apologies to their intended recipient, I allowed myself to entertain a flicker of optimism, a glimmer of hope that perhaps, just perhaps, Harry would find it in his heart to forgive me. Harry's paw. I'm sitting at my desk when owls came flying into my office and landed on my desk with many gifts. I take the gifts off the owls and watch as they fly away. As I received the unexpected gifts from Severus Snape, a whirlwind of emotions swept through me, confusion, skepticism, and a glimmer of hope mingling together in a tumultuous storm. The first item I unwrapped was a rare and ancient potion book, its pages filled with knowledge and secrets waiting to be unlocked. Despite my initial wariness, I couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the prospect of delving into its contents, a reminder of the shared passion for magic that had once united us. Next, I discovered a vial of Amartentia, its scent wafting tantalizingly from the confines of its container. My heart skipped a beat as I recognized the familiar aroma, the scent of freshly mown grass, parchment, and a hint of something else, something elusive yet undeniably familiar. It was a gesture both unexpected and poignant, a subtle reminder of the complexities of our relationship and the emotions that still lingered between us. But it was the handwritten letter that accompanied the gifts that truly caught me off guard. As I read Severus's words, I felt a lump form in my throat, a confession of remorse, and a plea for forgiveness that struck a chord deep within me. Despite the pain and bitterness that had defined our past interactions, there was a vulnerability in his words that I couldn't ignore, a glimmer of sincerity that spoke to the possibility of reconciliation. As I sat alone in my room, surrounded by the gifts and the weight of Severus's apologies, I found myself grappling with conflicting emotions. Could I truly forgive him for the pain he had caused? Was it possible to move past our differences and embrace the possibility of a new beginning? With a heavy heart and a sense of trepidation, I knew that the answers wouldn't come easily. But as I stared down at the gifts in my hands, I couldn't deny the flicker of hope that burned within me, a hope that perhaps, just perhaps, Severus Snape was capable of change. Severus's letter. Dear Harry, I hope this letter finds you well, though I fear it may come as a surprise given our strained relationship as of late. I write to you now not as your former professor, nor as the man you have come to know with such skepticism and disdain, but as a fellow human being, one burdened by regrets and plagued by the weight of past transgressions. I am aware that my actions have caused you pain, and for that, I am truly sorry. The words I spoke, the choices I made, they were born of pride and bitterness, fueled by a lifetime of resentment and self-preservation. But in the cold light of reflection, I see now the folly of my ways, the walls I erected, the wounds I inflicted, all in a misguided attempt to shield myself from the vulnerabilities of the heart. I cannot undo the past, nor can I erase the scars that mar our shared history. But I offer you this humble apology, a meager attempt to bridge the chasm that separates us, and to extend an olive branch in the hopes of reconciliation. Know that my intentions are sincere, Harry. I do not expect forgiveness, nor do I seek redemption for the sins of my past. I only ask that you consider the possibility of a new beginning, a chance to set aside our differences and forge a path forward, however uncertain it may be. I understand if you are wary, if you harbor doubts and reservations about my motives. I have given you ample reason to mistrust me, and for that, I bear the consequences. But I implore you to look beyond the facade of animosity that has defined our interactions, and to see the man beneath, a man burdened by regrets and haunted by the ghosts of his past. I offer you these gifts as tokens of my sincerity: a rare potion book to feed your hunger for knowledge, a vial of amortentia to remind you of the complexities of our shared bond, and this letter, penned with the utmost humility and contrition. The choice is yours, Harry. Whether you choose to accept my apologies or cast them aside is entirely up to you. But know that regardless of your decision, I will carry the weight of my regrets with me always, a constant reminder of the pain I have caused and the lessons I have learned. Yours in remorse, Severus Snape. As I sat with Severus's letter in hand, grappling with the tumult of emotions that stirred within me, I felt a stirring of resolve, a determination to extend an olive branch of my own, to meet his vulnerability with an offering of my own. Rummaging through the drawer of my desk, I searched for something that would convey the sincerity of my intentions, something that would speak volumes about the depth of my own regrets and the earnestness of my desire for reconciliation. And then, my fingers brushed against the familiar texture of a small, leather-bound journal, a gift from Sirius that had remained tucked away, forgotten amidst the clutter of my belongings. It was a token of our shared history, a testament to the bond that had united us in defiance of the darkness that threatened to consume us. With a sense of determination coursing through me, I retrieved the journal and carefully penned a few words on the first page, a simple yet heartfelt message, expressing my regrets and my hopes for the future, a silent acknowledgement of the complexities of our relationship and the healing potential that lay ahead. With the journal in hand, I made my way to Severus's chambers, my heart pounding with nervous anticipation. As I stood before his door, I hesitated for a moment, grappling with uncertainty and doubt. But then, steeling myself with a deep breath, I raised my hand and knocked, the sound echoing through the silent corridors of Hogwarts. When Severus answered the door, his expression guarded yet curious, I held out the journal as silent offering, a token of my sincerity and a gesture of goodwill. And as he accepted it with a nod of acknowledgement, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders, a glimmer of hope that perhaps, just perhaps, there was room for forgiveness and reconciliation between us. What Harry writes. Dear Severus. As I write these words, I am filled with a mixture of emotions: regret, hope, and a profound sense of longing for the connection we once shared. Our relationship has been fraught with challenges and misunderstandings, fueled by pride and bitterness on both sides. But in the quiet of this moment, I find myself compelled to reach out to you, to extend an olive branch in the hopes of forging a path towards reconciliation. I cannot ignore the pain and the hurt that have defined our interactions in the past, nor can I erase the scars that mar our shared history. But I believe that beneath the facade of animosity lies a shared bond, a connection born of shared experiences and a mutual desire for redemption. I want you to know that I harbor no ill will towards you, Severus. I understand that we are both flawed individuals, burdened by our own regrets and haunted by the ghosts of our past. But I also believe that it is within our power to rise above our differences, to set aside our grievances, and embrace the possibility of a new beginning. I offer you this journal as a token of my sincerity, a symbol of our shared history, and the healing potential that lies ahead. May its pages serve as a testament to the journey we have embarked upon together, and may they bear witness to the bonds of friendship and understanding that we strive to cultivate. Yours in hope, Harry. Severus's Pav. As I opened the journal that Harry had offered, a surge of emotions threatened to overwhelm me. My hands trembled slightly as I read his words filled with regret, hope, and a profound sense of longing for reconciliation. For a moment, I was at a loss for words, stunned by the depth of Harry's sincerity and the earnestness of his desire to mend our fractured relationship. It was a gesture that caught me off guard, a silent acknowledgement of the pain and the hurt that had defined our interactions in the past, yet also a glimmer of hope for the future. As I traced my fingers over the inked words on the page, a sense of warmth spread through me, a warmth that I had long forgotten amidst the bitterness and resentment that had clouded my heart. Could it be possible that Harry Potter, boy I had once dismissed as little more than a thorn in my side, was offering me a chance for redemption? With a steadying breath, I closed the journal and looked up to find Harry watching me with a mixture of apprehension and hope. There was a vulnerability in his gaze, a silent plea for understanding and forgiveness that struck a chord deep within me. And in that moment, I knew that I could no longer deny the truth that lay before me, that despite our differences and the wounds that still festered between us, there was a bond between Harry and myself, a bond forged in the crucible of adversity, and tempered by the fires of redemption. With a silent nod of acknowledgement, I met Harry's gaze with newfound determination, a silent promise to meet his gesture of goodwill with one of my own, and to embark upon the journey towards reconciliation together. For as much as I had resisted the notion in the past, I now understood that the path to healing lay not in pride or bitterness, but in humility and understanding. And as I looked down at the journal in my hands, I knew that its pages would bear witness to the beginning of a new chapter in our shared history, a chapter defined not by the scars of the past, but by the potential for growth, understanding, and redemption. As I stood there, holding the journal Harry had offered me, I felt a surge of emotions coursing through me: gratitude, hope, and a profound sense of longing for the connection we once shared. And in that moment, I knew that I could no longer deny the truth that lay before me, that despite our differences and the wounds that still festered between us, there was a bond between Harry and myself, a bond forged in the crucible of adversity and tempered by the fires of redemption. Without a word, I closed the distance between us, my heart pounding with nervous anticipation. And then, with a trembling hand, I reached out and gently cupped Harry's cheek, his eyes widening in surprise at the sudden intimacy of the gesture. And then, without hesitation, I leaned forward and pressed my lips to his, a tender, tentative kiss that spoke volumes about the depth of my feelings and the sincerity of my intentions. It was a moment of vulnerability, a silent confession of the longing and regret that had simmered beneath the surface of our interactions for so long. As our lips met, I felt a sense of peace wash over me, a feeling of completeness that I had long denied myself in my stubborn refusal to acknowledge the truth of my own heart. And in that fleeting moment, I knew that I had taken the first step towards healing the wounds that had divided us, towards embracing the possibility of a future defined not by the scars of the past, but by the promise of redemption and renewal. And as I pulled away, I met Harry's gaze with a mixture of trepidation and hope, silently pleading for understanding and forgiveness. For in that simple act of intimacy, I had bared my soul to him, laying bare the depths of my regrets and the earnestness of my desire to make amends. And though I knew that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges and uncertainties, I also knew that I was no longer alone, that together, Harry and I would face whatever trials lay ahead, united by the bonds of friendship, understanding, and love. Harry's paw. As Severus's lips met mine in a tender kiss, a whirlwind of emotions swept through me, a potent mixture of surprise, confusion, and a burgeoning sense of warmth that unfurled deep within my chest. In that fleeting moment of intimacy, I felt a flood of conflicting sensations: the softness of his lips against mine, the warmth of his touch, and the weight of his emotions pressing against my own. It was a gesture both unexpected and profound, a silent acknowledgement of the complexities of our relationship and the healing potential that lay ahead. As Severus pulled away, his gaze searching mine with a mixture of trepidation and hope, I found myself at a loss for words. My mind raced with a whirlwind of thoughts, each vying for my attention as I struggled to make sense of the tumultuous emotions that surged within me. Part of me wanted to retreat, to distance myself from the overwhelming intimacy of the moment and the uncertainty it brought. But another part, the part that had longed for connection and understanding, yearned to lean into the embrace, to explore the depths of the bond that had blossomed between us. And amidst the chaos of my thoughts, I found myself drawn to the latter, the desire to embrace the possibility of reconciliation, to set aside the wounds of the past, and to embrace the promise of a new beginning. With a shaky breath, I met Severus's gaze with a tentative smile, a silent acknowledgement of the vulnerability we had shared and the hope that bloomed within me. For in that simple yet profound gesture, I saw the potential for healing and renewal, a chance to mend what had been broken and forge a path forward, together. The rest of the day is spent with Severus, and I feel like we have taken a great step into healing our relationship. There is a part of me that can't help but wonder if this will last, and if I will have my heart broken again, which is something that I would love to avoid. As I head to bed for the night, I wonder if everything will be okay for Severus and me, and if the wizarding world is ready for the next step in my plan. Chapter 23. Chapter Summary. Harry's plan for Hogwarts next year. Chapter Notes. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like, then don't read. Please read in kudos. Previously on the new Hogwarts Harry's POV. The rest of the day is spent with Severus, and I feel like we have taken a great step into healing our relationship. There is a part of me that can't help but wonder if this will last, and if I will have my heart broken again, which is something that I would love to avoid. As I head to bed for the night, I wonder if everything will be okay for Severus and me, and if the wizarding world is ready for the next step in my plan. Harry's POV. As the days pass and Severus and I took the first step toward healing our relationship, I find myself filled with a sense of cautious optimism and deep-rooted happiness. It's been a week. A mere blip in the grand scheme of things, but already, I can feel the tentative tendrils of trust and understanding beginning to take root between us. Each moment shared with Severus feels like a precious gift, a chance to rebuild what was broken and forge a stronger, more resilient bond. We may still have a long road ahead of us, fraught with challenges and obstacles, but for the first time in a long while I have hope that I can make the wizarding world a better place. Hope that we can overcome the wounds of the past and move forward together, hand in hand, toward a brighter future. Hope that our love is strong enough to weather any storm, to withstand the trials and tribulations that lie ahead. Most of all, I hope that with time, patience, and unwavering dedication, we can build something beautiful, a relationship built on trust, respect, and unconditional love. Aside from my relationship with Severus, I continue to push forward with my plan to bring creatures to Hogwarts to learn magic, undeterred by the opposition from some members of the magical community. With the authority vested in me as the owner of Hogwarts, I am determined to ensure that the school becomes a place of inclusivity and opportunity for all magical beings. As preparations for the next school year unfold, I work closely with the Hogwarts faculty and staff to address any logistical challenges and ensure that the curriculum is tailored to meet the unique needs of creature students. This includes hiring specialized instructors who are knowledgeable about magical creatures and creating a supportive environment where students of all backgrounds can thrive. Despite the resistance from certain quarters, I remain steadfast in my belief that education should be accessible to everyone, regardless of their species or heritage. Hogwarts is not just a school for witches and wizards, it is a place of learning and discovery for all magical beings, where they can explore their abilities, deepen their understanding of magic, and forge friendships that transcend boundaries. As the new school year approaches, I am filled with anticipation and excitement for the opportunities that lie ahead. I know that there will be challenges along the way, but I am confident that by staying true to my principles and fostering a culture of acceptance and respect, we can create a Hogwarts that truly embodies the values of unity and diversity. I call for an end-of-the-year staff meeting at Hogwarts, gathering together all the professors and staff members to reflect on the past year and discuss plans for the future. As the owner of Hogwarts and the headmaster, it's important to ensure that everyone is on the same page and that we are all working towards a common goal of providing the best possible education for our students. During the meeting, I begin by expressing my gratitude to the staff for their hard work and dedication throughout the year. I acknowledge the challenges we faced and the progress we've made, highlighting the successes and areas for improvement. I then proceed to outline my vision for the future of Hogwarts, including the plans to open the school to creatures aged 11 to 18, so that they can learn magic. I emphasize the importance of inclusivity and diversity in our educational approach, stressing that Hogwarts should be a place where all magical beings are welcome and valued. I encourage open discussion and feedback from the staff, inviting them to share their thoughts and concerns about the proposed changes. I assure them that their input is valued and that together, we can work towards creating a school environment that is supportive, nurturing, and inclusive for all students. Severus's POV. As I hear about Harry's ambitious plans for Hogwarts next year, a seed of doubt takes root within me. It's not just the content of his proposals that gives me pause, but rather the depth of knowledge and foresight. He demonstrates a level of understanding far beyond what one would expect from a mere third-year student. As I listen to Harry lay out his vision with confidence and authority, I can't help but wonder. How does he know all of this? What experiences and insights have shaped his understanding of magical education and governance at such a young age? The more I think about it, the more certain I become that there's more to Harry Potter than meets the eye. His intelligence, his ambition, his unwavering determination, they all suggest a depth of character and a hidden reservoir of knowledge that defies explanation. And as I contemplate the mystery of Harry Potter, I realize that I must tread carefully. Whatever secrets he holds could have profound implications for the future of the wizarding world. As the staff meeting concludes, I feel a surge of determination to uncover the truth behind Harry's seemingly boundless knowledge and influence. With a sense of urgency, I make my way to my office, knowing that I need to speak with Harry privately. Once inside, I take a moment to gather my thoughts before Harry enters. When he arrives, I meet his gaze with a steely resolve, masking the curiosity and suspicion that churn within me. "Harry," I begin, my tone measured but firm. "I couldn't help but notice the depth of knowledge you displayed during the meeting. It's impressive, to say the least." I pause, studying his reaction carefully, searching for any hint of deception or evasion. But Harry meets my gaze head-on, his expression open and unwavering. "I'm curious, Harry," I continue, my voice tinged with a hint of skepticism. "How is it that a third-year student such as yourself possesses such a comprehensive understanding of magical education and governance? It's not something that one typically learns overnight." I lean forward slightly, my eyes narrowing as I await his response. Harry's POV. As Severus questions me in his office, I feel a pang of apprehension. Revealing that I've time-traveled is out of the question. It would raise too many questions, too many complications. "Well, Severus," I start, trying to keep my voice steady. "I've always had a strong interest in Hogwarts and its workings. I suppose you could say I've done a lot of reading and thinking about it." I offer a slight shrug, hoping to downplay any suspicions. Severus's gaze remains intense, and I can sense his probing scrutiny. "I may not have all the answers," I continue, choosing my words carefully. "But I'm committed to doing my part to improve Hogwarts and make it a better place for everyone." I hold his gaze. Chapter 24. Chapter Summary. In 2000, Harry uncovers a lot. In 2001, Harry learns about his role as the Master of Death and decides to go back in time. In 1993, Harry arrives and starts to change his destiny. Chapter Notes. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like, then don't read. Please read in Kudos. Previously on the new Hogwarts Harry's POV. Revealing that I've time traveled is out of the question. It would raise too many questions, too many complications. Well, Severus, I start trying to keep my voice steady. I've always had a strong interest in Hogwarts and its workings. I suppose you could say I've done a lot of reading and thinking about it. I offer a slight shrug, hoping to downplay any suspicions. Severus's gaze remains intense, and I can sense his probing scrutiny. I may not have all the answers, I continue, choosing my words carefully. But I'm committed to doing my part to improve Hogwarts and make it a better place for everyone. I hold his gaze, trying to convey sincerity and determination. 2000. The year is 2000, and it's been 2 years since I faced Voldemort at the Battle of Hogwarts and emerged victorious. But victory has not brought the peace and closure I had hoped for. Instead, it has only opened up a new chapter of questions and uncertainties. One question, in particular, has haunted me since that fateful night when my parents were killed. Why was I left at the Dursleys? What could have possibly compelled Dumbledore to leave me with such cruel and neglectful relatives? The answers, I suspect, lie in the shadows of secrets and half-truths that Dumbledore kept from me. And now, armed with a newfound determination to uncover the truth, I find myself called to Gringotts for a meeting with my account manager. As I sit across from him in the dimly lit office, my heart pounds with anticipation. The air is thick with tension as he begins to speak, his voice low and measured. "Harry," he says, his tone grave. "There's something you need to know. Your parents' will was never read." The words hang in the air like a weight, crushing me with their implications. My mind reels, trying to make sense of what I've just heard. How could Dumbledore have kept such a crucial piece of information from me? As the shock begins to fade, a fire ignites within me, a burning determination to uncover the truth, no matter the cost. Dumbledore may have thought he could control me with his secrets, but he was wrong. I will not rest until I've uncovered the full extent of his deception and reclaimed my rightful place in the wizarding world. I find myself grappling with a revelation that shakes me to my core. Sitting in the dimly lit office of my Gringotts account manager, I learned a truth that had been kept hidden from me my entire life. My parents' will was never read. The weight of those words hits me like a sledgehammer. Dumbledore, the man I trusted implicitly, had kept this vital piece of information from me. Why? What could he have possibly gained from withholding such crucial knowledge? As I process the shock and anger coursing through me, I realize that this is only the tip of the iceberg. If Dumbledore was willing to conceal something as significant as my parents' will, what else has he kept hidden from me? What other secrets lie buried in the depths of my past? With a sense of determination burning within me, I vow to uncover the truth, no matter the cost. Dumbledore may have thought he could control me with his lies and manipulations, but he underestimated my resolve. I will not rest until I've unraveled the web of deceit that surrounds me and reclaimed my rightful place in the wizarding world. As I uncover the extent of Dumbledore's deception, a storm of emotions rages within me: anger, betrayal, and a burning desire for justice. The list of crimes and injustices perpetrated against me is staggering, each revelation cutting deeper than the last. Child abuse, child endangerment. How could Dumbledore have allowed me to suffer at the hands of the Dursleys for so many years? How could he have stood by while I endured such cruelty and neglect? Blind theft, stealing money, stealing family heirlooms. Dumbledore's greed knows no bounds. He robbed me of my birthright, stripping me of my rightful inheritance as the lord of the most noble and most ancient house of Potter, and as an heir of the most noble and most ancient house of Black. The treasures and wealth that should have been mine were squandered and misappropriated for his own gain. Withholding my rightful education, Dumbledore's manipulation extended even into the realm of academia. He controlled what I learned and when, depriving me of knowledge that could have empowered me to challenge his authority and break free from his grasp. Illegally sealing my parents' will, illegally placing me with the Dursleys. Dumbledore's crimes against me began before I was even aware of them. He violated the law and my rights, all in the name of his own twisted agenda. False imprisonment of Sirius Black. Dumbledore's actions cost me the chance to know my godfather, to have a family beyond the confines of the Dursleys' home. He condemned an innocent man to a fate worse than death, all to protect his own secrets. Canceling important classes at Hogwarts, canceling wards of protection at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's negligence put the lives of students and faculty at risk, leaving Hogwarts vulnerable to attack and infiltration by dark forces. Illegally making a marriage contract between me and Ginevra Weasley, illegally claiming to be my magical guardian. Dumbledore's attempts to control my personal life and relationships crossed a line that should never have been crossed. He interfered in matters that were none of his concern, manipulating me and those around me to serve his agenda. As I confront the full extent of Dumbledore's crimes, I know that I cannot rest until justice is served. I will expose him for the monster he truly is, and I will reclaim my rightful place in the wizarding world, free from his shadow and his influence. Fueled by a burning desire to uncover the truth about my heritage and reclaim what is rightfully mine, I decide to take an inheritance test. With each step I take, I am driven by a fierce determination to break free from the shackles of Dumbledore's manipulation and reclaim my birthright as the lord of the most noble and most ancient house of Potter, as well as an heir of the most noble and most ancient house of Black. As I await the results of the test, I feel a mixture of anticipation and anxiety coursing through me. This is the moment of truth, the culmination of years of secrecy and deception. With each passing moment, I grow more determined to break free from Dumbledore's hold and forge my own path in the wizarding world. Finally, the results are in, and I anxiously scan the document before me. My heart pounds in my chest as I read the words confirming what I had suspected all along. I am indeed the rightful heir to the Potter and Black fortunes. As I read through the document before me, my heart skipped a beat. It confirms what I had never dared to imagine. I am not only the rightful heir to the Potter and Black fortunes, but I am also the rightful owner of Hogwarts itself. A sense of triumph washes over me as I realize that Dumbledore's lies and manipulations have been exposed at last. Armed with this newfound knowledge, I am determined to reclaim what is rightfully mine and restore honor to my family name. With a newfound sense of purpose, I set out to reclaim my birthright and right the wrongs of the past. No longer will I allow Dumbledore even in death to control my destiny. I am Harry Potter, and I will not be denied what is rightfully mine. As I digest the astonishing revelation that I am the full owner of Hogwarts, my mind reels with the implications of what this means. To learn that I am related to two of the founders of Hogwarts is staggering enough, but to also discover that I unwittingly became the heir of Slytherin by conquest in the Chamber of Secrets adds another layer of complexity to my heritage. The knowledge that Tom Riddle's actions led to the demise of the Hufflepuff line and that I now hold most titles for Hogwarts is both a tremendous responsibility and an immense privilege. It means that I bear the weight of centuries of history and tradition, as well as the authority to shape the future of the school. As the full owner of Hogwarts, I realize that I have a unique opportunity to make a lasting impact on the wizarding world. With this newfound power comes a renewed sense of purpose and determination to uphold the values and principles upon which Hogwarts was founded. But along with this newfound authority comes a profound sense of duty. I must ensure that Hogwarts remains a place of learning, acceptance, and unity for generations to come. I must honor the legacies of the founders and uphold the values they instilled in this school. Armed with this knowledge, I set out to fulfill my destiny as the rightful owner of Hogwarts, knowing that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges and obstacles. But with courage, determination, and the support of my friends and allies, I am ready to embrace the responsibility that comes with being the guardian of Hogwarts and the legacy of its founders. As I uncover the truth about Dumbledore's actions regarding Hogwarts, a deep sense of betrayal washes over me. Learning that he systematically dismantled classes about wizarding traditions and customs, dismissing them as too dark for Muggle world students, fills me with outrage and indignation. Dumbledore's decision to erase these vital aspects of magical education not only robs students of their heritage but also undermines the very foundation upon which Hogwarts was built. These traditions and customs are integral to the fabric of the wizarding world, passed down through generations as a way to honor our history and preserve our culture. To dismiss them as irrelevant or too dark is not only disrespectful but also dangerous. By denying students access to this knowledge, Dumbledore deprived them of a deeper understanding of their own identity and history, leaving them adrift in a world they barely comprehend. The anger and frustration of the wizarding world students is palpable, and I share in their outrage. Dumbledore's actions were betrayal of trust and a gross abuse of power, and I vow to rectify the damage he has done. With Hogwarts now under my ownership, I am determined to restore these classes and revive the traditions and customs that have been neglected for far too long. I will ensure that every student has the opportunity to learn about their heritage and embrace the rich tapestry of magical history that defines us as a community. Dumbledore may have tried to erase our past, but he cannot erase our determination to reclaim it. Together, we will honor the traditions of our ancestors and forge a brighter future for the wizarding world. Leaving Gringotts with a heavy heart and a mind full of revelations, I make my way to Hogwarts, determined to uncover the truth about Dumbledore's actions and the extent of his influence over the school. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, I waste no time in seeking answers. Making my way to the Headmaster's office, I am greeted by the portraits lining the walls, each one a repository of knowledge and history. With a sense of purpose, I engage in conversation with each portrait, seeking their insights and perspectives on Dumbledore's tenure as headmaster. Some offer tales of his benevolence and wisdom, while others speak of his manipulation and deceit. Listening intently to their stories, I piece together a clear picture of the man who once held sway over Hogwarts. I learn of his decisions to cancel classes on wizarding traditions and customs, his neglect of important wards of protection, and his allowance of dark objects into the school. Armed with this newfound understanding, I turn my attention to the paperwork scattered across the headmaster's desk. Sorting through the documents, I uncover a web of deceit and corruption, evidence of Dumbledore's mismanagement and abuse of power. As I pore over each page, I feel a swell of determination rising within me. Dumbledore's legacy may be tarnished, but I refuse to let his actions define the future of Hogwarts. With each revelation, I am more resolved than ever to restore honor and integrity to the school. Gathering up the paperwork, I make a solemn vow to myself and to the portraits watching over me. I will uncover the truth, I will right the wrongs of the past, and I will ensure that Hogwarts becomes a beacon of hope and enlightenment once more. 2001. For the next year, I immerse myself fully in the study of Hogwarts and the intricacies of the wizarding world. With each passing day, I delve deeper into the rich tapestry of magical history, tradition, and culture, determined to gain a comprehensive understanding of the world that I now own and govern. I spend countless hours poring over dusty tomes in the Hogwarts library, seeking knowledge about the school's founding and its storied past. I engage in lively discussions with the portraits adorning the castle walls, learning from their centuries of wisdom and experience. Beyond Hogwarts, I explore the wider wizarding world, visiting magical landmarks and interviewing prominent figures to gain insight into the political, social, and cultural landscape. I seek out experts in various fields, eager to learn from their expertise and perspectives. From the depths of the Forbidden Forest to the bustling streets of Diagon Alley, I leave no stone unturned in my quest for knowledge. I study magical creatures, ancient artifacts, and forgotten spells, seeking to uncover the secrets that have been hidden from me for so long. But my education goes beyond mere academic study. I also learn valuable lessons from the people I encounter, their struggles, their triumphs, their hopes, and their fears. I listen to their stories, their voices shaping my understanding of the world and guiding my decisions as I strive to be a fair and just ruler. As the months pass, I feel myself growing in knowledge and confidence, ready to take on the challenges that lie ahead. Armed with a deep understanding of Hogwarts and the wizarding world, I am prepared to lead with wisdom, compassion, and integrity, ensuring that the future of magic is brighter than ever before. As I delve deeper into my research, I uncover the true significance of the Deathly Hallows, the legendary artifacts that have captivated the imagination of wizards and witches for centuries. The Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility are more than just powerful magical objects. They represent the three pillars of existence: power, resurrection, and invisibility. Together, they are set to make the possessor the master of death, granting them unparalleled control over life and mortality. But as I come to understand the true nature of the Deathly Hallows, I realize that their power comes with a heavy burden. The pursuit of immortality and invincibility has led many to ruin, their greed and ambition ultimately consuming them. And yet, here I am, in possession of all three hallows: the Elder Wand, which I won from Draco Malfoy, the Resurrection Stone, which I discovered in the Forest of Dean, and the Cloak of Invisibility, which was passed down to me from my father. What does it mean for me to possess all three hallows? Does it make me the master of death, as legend foretells? Or does it merely make me a pawn in a game I never asked to play? As I ponder these questions, I am struck by the weight of responsibility that comes with my newfound knowledge. The hallows may grant power, but they also come with the potential for great danger and destruction. With great power comes great responsibility, and I am determined to wield the hallows wisely and judiciously. I will not be seduced by their allure or tempted by their promises. Instead, I will use them to protect and defend those I love, and to ensure that the darkness of the past never again threatens to engulf the world in shadow. As I summon death itself to seek answers to the mysteries of the Deathly Hallows, a sense of trepidation washes over me. The being that appears before me is cloaked in darkness, its presence both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Death, I say, my voice steady despite the turmoil within. I seek your wisdom. What does it mean to be the master of death? What is my role in all of this? Death regards me with an inscrutable gaze, its eyes seemingly peering into the depths of my soul. To be the master of death is to have control over life and mortality, it intones, its voice echoing in the stillness of the void. But with that control comes a heavy burden. Immortality is both a gift and a curse, for it means that you will walk the earth long after all others have passed into oblivion. I absorb death's words, the weight of their meaning sinking in. Immortality, such a concept, is beyond my comprehension, yet it fills me with a sense of awe and wonder. And what of me? I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. What is my fate in all of this? Death's gaze softens, its expression almost sympathetic. You, Harry Potter, are unique, it says. You are the chosen one, destined to shape the course of history. Your fate is intertwined with that of the wizarding world, and your legacy will endure long after you are gone. I feel a surge of conflicting emotions: fear, uncertainty, but also a glimmer of hope. To be immortal is a daunting prospect, but if it means that I can protect those I love and make a difference in the world, then perhaps it is a burden worth bearing. As death fades into the shadows, leaving me alone with my thoughts, I am left with a newfound sense of purpose. Immortality may be my destiny, but it will not define me. I will use the time I have been given to fight for what is right, to stand against the darkness, and to ensure that the future is a brighter place for all. Determined to set things right and reshape the course of history, I make the momentous decision to travel back in time to the summer before my third year at Hogwarts. Armed with The knowledge of my immortality and the injustices that have been perpetrated against me, I am resolved to reclaim my rightful place in the wizarding world, and show Dumbledore and the others that they have underestimated the power of Harry Potter. As I stand before the enchanted time turner, I steel myself for the journey ahead. With a flick of my wand and a whispered incantation, the world around me begins to blur and shift, and I am thrust backward through the currents of time. 1993. In the summer of 1993, armed with a newfound determination and resolve, I make my way to Gringotts, the goblin-run bank that holds the key to unlocking the secrets of my inheritance and my destiny. Entering the grand marble halls of the bank, I am greeted by the steely-eyed gaze of the goblins, who regard me with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. Undeterred, I approach the nearest goblin and boldly state my intentions. "I seek your assistance," I say, my voice steady despite the butterflies fluttering in my stomach. "I wish to emancipate myself from the guardianship of my relatives, the Dursleys. I also seek to take control of my inheritance and assume my rightful place as the head of the Potter family." The goblin eyes me shrewdly, assessing the sincerity of my words. After a moment's hesitation, he nods curtly and beckons for me to follow him deeper into the labyrinthine corridors of the bank. With the goblin's guidance, I navigate the complex legalities of emancipation and inheritance, signing document after document with a sense of purpose and determination. As each parchment is stamped and sealed, I feel the weight of responsibility settling upon my shoulders, but I also feel a newfound sense of freedom and empowerment. With the legalities settled, I request access to the vault containing my parents' will. With trembling hands, I watch as the goblins unlock the heavy door and reveal the contents within. As the will is read aloud, I learn of the vast fortune and properties left to me by my parents, as well as the responsibilities that come with them. But there is one clause that catches my attention, a clause that grants me ownership and guardianship of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. With a sense of awe and determination, I accept this new role, vowing to honor the legacy of the school, and ensure that it remains a beacon of knowledge and enlightenment for generations to come. Leaving Gringotts with a renewed sense of purpose, I know that my journey is only just beginning. But with the support of the goblins and the power of my inheritance behind me, I am ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead and fulfill my destiny as the true master of my own fate. With my newfound authority and resources, I set out to right the injustices that have plagued Sirius Black for far too long. Armed with the truth and a determination to see justice served, I spare no effort in orchestrating his exoneration. First, I assemble a team of trusted allies, including Sirius himself, to gather evidence and testimony that will prove his innocence beyond a shadow of a doubt. We scour the wizarding world for clues and leads, uncovering a web of deceit and manipulation that implicates the true culprit behind the crimes for which Sirius has been wrongly accused. With each piece of evidence we uncover, the case against Sirius begins to unravel, and the truth of his innocence becomes impossible to ignore. I present our findings to the Ministry of Magic, demanding a retrial and urging them to right the wrongs of the past. After months of tireless effort and unwavering determination, our hard work pays off. The ministry agrees to reopen the case, and Sirius is granted a fair trial by a jury of his peers. In the courtroom, I stand by Sirius's side as he faces his accusers with courage and dignity. The evidence we have gathered speaks for itself, and it is clear to all who witness the proceedings that Sirius is innocent of the crimes he has been accused of. As the verdict is read aloud, not guilty, a wave of relief washes over us, and Sirius is finally free to reclaim his life and his rightful place in the wizarding world. With Sirius's name cleared and his freedom restored, I feel a sense of satisfaction and vindication. In mapping out the new curriculum for Hogwarts, I carefully consider the needs and interests of our diverse student body, aiming to provide a comprehensive education that will prepare them for the challenges of the wizarding world. With each year and each course, I strive to strike a balance between tradition and innovation, offering a blend of foundational subjects and specialized electives to cater to the varying talents and aspirations of our students. In the first year, I lay the groundwork with core subjects such as charms, transfiguration, and potions, ensuring that students receive a solid foundation in the magical arts. But I also introduce new classes such as Wizarding World Studies for Muggle-born students, and Muggle World Studies for purebloods, recognizing the importance of understanding both magical and non-magical cultures in today's interconnected world. As students progress through their second and third years, they have the opportunity to delve deeper into their studies, choosing from a range of electives that cater to their interests and talents. Whether it's exploring the mysteries of the night sky and astronomy, deciphering ancient symbols and runes, or honing their divination skills, there is something for everyone to discover. By the time students reach their fourth and fifth years, they are ready to tackle more advanced coursework, delving into subjects such as magical creature studies, law, and world studies. These classes not only broaden their understanding of the wizarding world, but also prepare them for the challenges they will face as they embark on their careers. In the 6th and 7th years, students have the opportunity to specialize further, choosing from a wide range of career-specific classes tailored to their interests and aspirations. Whether they dream of becoming healers, entrepreneurs, or warding specialists, there is a class to suit their needs. Overall, I am confident that the new curriculum will provide Hogwarts students with the knowledge, skills, and experiences they need to thrive in a rapidly changing world. With a focus on both tradition and innovation, we are poised to shape the next generation of witches and wizards, and ensure that Hogwarts remains a beacon of learning and enlightenment for years to come. As I contemplate the new uniforms for Hogwarts, it becomes clear that the traditional robes just won't suffice for our modern curriculum. It's time for a change, a uniform that not only reflects our students' academic pursuits, but also allows for comfort and flexibility in the classroom. After much consideration, I decide on a simple yet stylish ensemble that embodies the spirit of each Hogwarts house. The new uniform will consist of white short-sleeved shirts paired with vests in house colors, with a black and gray option available for variety. The house colors will be prominently displayed on the lining of the vests, serving as a subtle nod to each student's allegiance. For our female students, I want to offer them the freedom to choose between wearing shirts or pants in black or gray, ensuring that they feel comfortable and confident in their attire. Likewise, our male students will have the option of black or gray pants to complement their shirts. To complete the ensemble, all students will be required to wear black or gray tennis shoes, providing both comfort and practicality for their daily activities. With the new uniforms in place, I am confident that our students will feel a sense of pride and unity in their appearance, while also embracing the individuality and diversity that makes Hogwarts such a special place. It's a small change, perhaps, but one that I believe will make a big difference in creating a positive and inclusive learning environment for all. 1993. Severus's Pav. As I stand in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, surrounded by my fellow teachers, I can feel a sense of unease settling over me. Dumbledore's announcement has shaken the foundations of the school, and I cannot help but wonder what changes lie ahead. The letter from Gringotts, declaring a change in ownership of the school, has sent ripples of uncertainty through the staff. For 34 years, I have served as the potions master at Hogwarts, and in all that time, the status quo has remained largely unchanged. Now, it seems, everything is about to be upended. I listen intently as Dumbledore outlines the new shopping list, class list, teacher assignments, and even new uniforms for the upcoming school year. The addition of Muggle World Studies as a required class for pureblood and wizarding-raised students catches my attention. It will be intriguing to see how the students react to learning about the non-magical world, a subject that has long been neglected in our curriculum. I am relieved to learn that I will no longer be teaching potions to first and second years, as the lack of skill among the students from all houses, but Slytherin has been a source of frustration for years. However, the prospect of teaching potions to older students, as well as overseeing 2 elective classes with Poppy, presents its own set of challenges. Meeting the new teachers for first and second year potions, both of whom hail from America, fills me with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. I know the potions are taught differently in other parts of the world, and I am curious to see how their methods compare to my own. But it is the appointment of Remus Lupin as the new defense against the dark arts teacher that gives me pause. The fact that I will be responsible for brewing the Wolfsbane potion for him fills me with a sense of bitterness and resentment. Old wounds are reopened at the thought of Lupin's return to Hogwarts, and I cannot help but wonder what other changes the future holds. Harry's Pav. As the summer draws to a close and the new school year approaches, excitement courses through me like electricity. I've been staying with Sirius and Remus, eagerly anticipating the chance to return to Hogwarts and set my plans into motion. The changes that are being implemented at Hogwarts fill me with anticipation. From the new classes to the revamped curriculum, I can't wait to see how it all unfolds. But more than anything, I'm looking forward to the opportunity to redo my 3rd year and change everything. Living with Sirius and Remus has been a welcome change from the stifling environment of the Dursleys. They've welcomed me into their home with open arms, treating me like family. And now, as I prepare to board the Hogwarts Express once again, I feel a sense of freedom and possibility that I haven't felt in years. With each passing moment, I grow more determined to make the most of this opportunity. I refuse to let Dumbledore or anyone else stand in the way of my plans for Hogwarts and the wizarding world. This time, things will be different. This time, I will seize control of my own destiny and shape the future according to my own vision. Chapter 25. Chapter Summary. End of Harry's 3rd year at Hogwarts. Chapter Notes. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like, then don't read. Please read in Kudos. Previously on the new Hogwarts Harry's Pav. Living with Sirius and Remus has been a welcome change from the stifling environment of the Dursleys. They've welcomed me into their home with open arms, treating me like family. And now, as I prepare to board the Hogwarts Express once again, I feel a sense of freedom and possibility that I haven't felt in years. With each passing moment, I grow more determined to make the most of this opportunity. I refuse to let Dumbledore or anyone else stand in the way of my plans for Hogwarts and the wizarding world. This time, things will be different. This time, I will seize control of my own destiny and shape the future according to my own vision. 1994. Harry's Pov. Sitting alone in my office at Hogwarts, I find myself lost in thought, my mind swirling with a myriad of emotions and questions. The events of the past year weigh heavily on my mind, and I can't help but wonder if I should confide in Severus about the truth of my journey through time. It's a decision fraught with uncertainty and risk. On one hand, I know that Severus is one of the few people I can trust completely, and that he would likely understand the gravity of my situation. On the other hand, revealing the truth about my time-traveling escapade could have far-reaching consequences, both for myself and for the fabric of reality itself. As I ponder this dilemma, my thoughts inevitably drift to Severus himself. Ever since that fateful Quidditch game in my first year, I found myself drawn to him in ways I can't fully explain. His sharp wit, his unwavering loyalty, and his complex and enigmatic personality, all of these qualities have captured my imagination and stirred something within me that I can't ignore. But admitting my feelings for Severus feels like crossing a line, one that could irrevocably change our relationship and jeopardize the delicate balance we've managed to maintain thus far. And yet, the thought of keeping this secret bottled up inside me feels unbearable, like a weight pressing down on my chest, suffocating me with each passing moment. Lost in my thoughts, I barely notice as the minutes tick by, the soft glow of candlelight casting long shadows across the walls of my office. Outside, the world continues to turn, oblivious to the turmoil raging within me. But inside, I am wrestling with a decision that could alter the course of my life forever. In the end, I know that I must trust my instincts and follow my heart, whatever the consequences may be. And so, with a deep breath and a steely resolve, I make a decision. I will confide in Severus, sharing with him the truth of my journey through time and the reasons why I chose to return. As I rise from my desk and make my way out of my office, a sense of determination settles over me. As I make my way to the Great Hall for the closing feast, a sense of anticipation courses through me. The end of another school year is upon us, and it's time to celebrate the accomplishments and achievements of our students. As I enter the Great Hall, I am greeted by the sight of the long tables adorned with candles and banners in the house colors. The air is filled with the buzz of conversation and laughter, as students eagerly await the start of the feast. Taking my place at the head table, I glance around the room, my heart swelling with pride at the sight of the students who have become like family to me over the years. They have faced countless challenges and obstacles, and yet they have persevered, showing courage and resilience in the face of adversity. Rising to my feet, I clear my throat to silence the room, the chatter gradually fading away as all eyes turn to me. It's time for the end-of-year speech, a tradition that I have come to cherish as both a student and now as headmaster. My dear students, I begin, my voice echoing through the cavernous hall. As we gather here tonight to mark the end of another school year, I am filled with a profound sense of gratitude and pride. Each and every one of you has contributed to the vibrant tapestry of life here at Hogwarts, and for that, I am eternally grateful. I pause, allowing my words to sink in before continuing. This year has been a year of change and transformation for Hogwarts, I continue. We have seen new faces, new challenges, and new opportunities. And as we look ahead to the future, I am excited to announce some changes that will be coming to Hogwarts next year. A murmur of excitement ripples through the hall as I reveal the news of the incoming Magical Creature students, a groundbreaking initiative that will bring diversity and inclusivity to our beloved school. As we prepare to welcome our new students, I urge each and every one of you to embrace this opportunity to learn from one another, to celebrate our differences, and to foster a spirit of understanding and acceptance, I say, my voice ringing with conviction. But before I can continue, a loud cheer erupts from the Slytherin table, interrupting my speech. I glance over to see the Slytherin students on their feet, cheering and applauding as their house banner is raised high above the Great Hall. Smiling, I turn back to address the room. And now, without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to announce that this year's House Cup winner is Slytherin. The Slytherin students erupt into cheers and applause, their faces glowing with pride as they bask in the glory of their victory. But even as I congratulate them, my mind is already turning to the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead for Hogwarts. As the feast continues and the students revel in the joy of the moment, I can't help but feel a sense of excitement and anticipation for the future. With the support of my fellow teachers and the dedication of our students, I know that Hogwarts will continue to thrive and evolve, remaining a beacon of knowledge, magic, and friendship for generations to come. Severus's Pov. As I sit at the head table in the Great Hall, observing the students as they eagerly devour the feast laid out before them, my thoughts drift to the events of the past year. It has been a tumultuous time, filled with challenges and unexpected twists, yet here we are, gathered together to celebrate the end of another school year. As head of Slytherin House, I feel a swell of pride as our students cheer and applaud, their victory in the House Cup a testament to their hard work and dedication throughout the year. It's a moment of triumph for Slytherin, a house often maligned and misunderstood, yet filled with students of remarkable talent and ambition. But amidst the celebrations, my mind is preoccupied with other matters. The changes that Harry Potter, now our headmaster, has announced for the upcoming year weigh heavily on my mind. The inclusion of magical creature students is a bold and progressive move, one that will undoubtedly bring new challenges and opportunities to Hogwarts. As I listen to Harry deliver his end-of-year speech, I can't help but feel a sense of admiration for the young man who has taken on the mantle of headmaster with such determination and resolve. His vision for Hogwarts is ambitious and far-reaching, and while I may not always agree with his methods, I cannot deny the passion and conviction with which he pursues his goals. But amidst the excitement and anticipation for the future, there is also a sense of uncertainty. The world outside the walls of Hogwarts is changing rapidly, and the challenges we face are greater than ever before. As a teacher, it is my duty to prepare our students for the trials that lie ahead, to instill in them the knowledge and skills they will need to navigate the complexities of the world beyond these hallowed halls. As the feast draws to a close and the students begin to filter out of the Great Hall, I find myself lost in thought, contemplating the year that is past and the challenges that lie ahead. But amidst the uncertainty, one thing remains clear: no matter what the future may hold, I will stand by Harry Potter's side, ready to face whatever challenges may come our way, together. For Hogwarts is more than just a school, it is a home, a refuge, a place where students and teachers alike can come together to learn, to grow, and to forge lasting bonds that will endure for a lifetime. Harry's Paw. As the closing feast draws to an end and the students begin to disperse from the Great Hall, I catch Severus's eye from across the room. There's a silent understanding between us, a shared sense of anticipation for what is to come. Without a word, we both rise from the head table and make our way out of the hall, slipping through the corridors of Hogwarts towards my office. The castle is quiet now, the echoes of laughter and chatter fading away as we move through its hallowed halls. There's a sense of peace here, a feeling of sanctuary amidst the chaos of the outside world. It's moments like these that remind me why Hogwarts will always be more than just a school. It's a home, a refuge, a place where friendships are forged and bonds are strengthened. As we reach my office, I gesture for Severus to take a seat while I close the door behind us. The room is bathed in soft candlelight, casting long shadows across the walls and illuminating the rows of books that line the shelves. It's a familiar sight, one that fills me with a sense of comfort and familiarity. Severus, I begin, my voice quiet but determined. There's something I need to tell you. Severus raises an eyebrow, his expression unreadable as he waits for me to continue. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for what is to come. I need to tell you about my journey through time, I say, the words tumbling out in a rush. About why I came back, and what I hope to achieve. There's a flicker of surprise in Severus's eyes, quickly masked by a veil of impassivity. He knows that there's more to my story than meets the eye, that there are secrets I've been keeping from him. And now, finally, it's time to lay those secrets bare. Taking a seat opposite Severus, I begin to recount the events that led me to this moment: the discovery of my true lineage, the revelation of Dumbledore's manipulations, and the decision to travel back in time to set things right. It's a tale filled with twists and turns, with moments of triumph and moments of heartache, but through it all, one thing remains constant: my unwavering determination to make a difference, to shape the future according to my own vision. As I speak, Severus listens intently, his gaze fixed on me with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. I can see the wheels turning in his mind, the questions and doubts that he's too polite to voice aloud. But beneath it all, I sense a flicker of understanding, a recognition of the truth of my words. And so, I conclude, my voice trailing off as I meet Severus's gaze. That's why I'm here, Severus. That's why I came back, to make things right, to build a better future for all of us. There's a moment of silence between us, the weight of my words hanging heavy in the air. And then, slowly, almost imperceptibly, Severus nods. I understand, Harry, he says, his voice low but steady. And I admire your courage and your conviction. You face challenges that most people can't even imagine, and yet here you are, determined to make a difference. I may not always agree with your methods, but I can't deny the sincerity of your intentions. I feel a surge of relief wash over me at Severus's words, a sense of validation that I hadn't realized I was seeking. For so long, I've carried the burden of my secrets alone, afraid to trust anyone with the truth of who I am, and what I hope to achieve. But now, with Severus by my side, I feel as though a weight has been lifted from my shoulders, as though I can finally breathe freely once again. Thank you, Severus, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. Thank you for listening, for understanding. I know that this is a lot to take in, but I couldn't have asked for a better confidant than you. Severus offers me a small smile, a rare moment of warmth and affection that takes me by surprise. In that moment, I realize that despite our differences, despite the obstacles that have stood between us, Severus has always been there for me, a steady presence in a world filled with uncertainty. It's my pleasure, Harry, he says, his voice soft but sincere. You may not always make it easy, but I wouldn't have it any other way. And with those words, a sense of peace settles over me, a feeling of acceptance and understanding that I hadn't dared to hope for. For in Severus, I have found not only a confidant, but a lover who will stand by me through thick and thin, no matter what the future may hold. And together, I know that we can overcome any obstacle, face any challenge, and build a better future for ourselves and for Hogwarts. Severus's Pav. As Harry begins to reveal the truth of his journey through time, I find myself listening intently, my mind racing with a whirlwind of emotions. It's a tale that defies logic and reason, a story of time travel and destiny that challenges everything I thought I knew about the world. As Harry speaks, his words echo in the quiet confines of his office, each syllable laden with a weight that I can scarcely comprehend. He speaks of lineage and legacy, of secrets and manipulation, and with each passing moment, I feel as though the very foundations of my reality are being shaken to their core. But amidst the chaos of Harry's revelations, there is also a sense of clarity, a sense of purpose that shines like a beacon in the darkness. Harry is not just recounting the events of his past, he is laying bare the truth of his soul, revealing the depths of his courage and determination in the face of unimaginable adversity. And as I listen, a strange sense of admiration wells up inside me, a begrudging respect for the young man who sits before me, facing his demons with a bravery that I can scarcely comprehend. For Harry Potter is no ordinary boy, he is a force of nature, a catalyst for change, and I find myself strangely drawn to him in ways that I cannot explain. Thank you for trusting me with your truth, Harry, I say, my voice low but steady. I may not fully understand the gravity of your situation, but I can see the sincerity of your intentions, and I admire your courage in the face of such daunting odds. Harry offers me a grateful smile, a flicker of warmth in his emerald eyes that sends a shiver down my spine. In that moment, I realize that despite our differences, despite the barriers that have stood between us, there is a bond between us that cannot be broken, a bond forged in fire and tempered by time. As I gaze into Harry's eyes, I know that I am not alone, that together, we can face whatever challenges may come our way, united in our determination to build a better future for ourselves and for Hogwarts. I find myself grappling with a multitude of emotions, each one more profound than the last. But amidst the chaos of my thoughts, there is one question that burns brighter than all the others, a question that I'm almost afraid to ask. Harry, I begin, my voice barely above a whisper. What happened to me in the future? Did I survive the war? Harry's gaze softens at my question, a mixture of sympathy and sadness dancing in his emerald eyes. Severus, he says, his voice gentle but firm. You died a hero. The words hit me like a physical blow, the weight of their meaning crashing down upon me like a tidal wave. To hear that I died in the war, that my life was sacrificed in the name of a greater cause, it's a truth that I can scarcely comprehend, a reality that I never dared to imagine. And what of Voldemort? I ask, my voice trembling with trepidation. Did you defeat him? Did you bring an end to his reign of terror? Harry nods, a sense of determination shining in his eyes. Yes, Severus, he says. I defeated Voldemort. But it came at a great cost, too great a cost. So many lives lost, so much pain and suffering inflicted upon the world. And I couldn't bear to see it happen again. I feel a lump forming in my throat at Harry's words, a swell of grief and regret threatening to overwhelm me. To think that so many lives were lost, so many futures cut short, all because of one man's quest for power and domination. It's a tragedy of epic proportions, one that fills me with a sense of righteous anger and indignation. But this time, Harry continues, his voice steady but resolute. This time, things will be different. I won't let Voldemort succeed, I won't let him destroy everything we hold dear. I plan on stopping him, Severus. Stopping him before he can unleash his reign of terror upon the world. And this time, I'll keep everyone who died in the war alive. I'll save them, Severus. I'll save them all. His words hang in the air between us, a solemn vow made in the face of unspeakable evil. And as I gaze into Harry's eyes, I know that he means every word. For in him, I see not just a headstrong young man, but a true hero, a hero who will stop at nothing to protect the ones he loves, to vanquish the darkness that threatens to consume us all. Thank you, Harry, I say, my voice choked with emotion. Thank you for giving me hope. For showing me that even in the darkest of times, there is always light. And as we stand on the precipice of a new dawn, I know that together, we will face whatever challenges may come our way, united in our determination to build a better future for ourselves and for Hogwarts. And with those words, a sense of peace settles over me, a feeling of certainty that together, we can overcome any obstacle, face any challenge, and emerge victorious in the end. Harry's Pav. As Severus's lips meet mine, a surge of electricity courses through my veins, igniting a firestorm of desire that threatens to consume us both. It's a kiss filled with passion and longing, a testament to the depth of our feelings for each other, a love that transcends time and space, binding us together in ways that defy explanation. In that moment, as our lips melt together in a dance of fervent intensity, I lose myself in the sensation, drowning in the sea of emotions that swirls around us like a tempestuous storm. It's a kiss that speaks volumes, conveying more than words ever could, the longing, the desire, the unspoken yearning that has lingered between us for so long. As we break apart, gasping for breath, I find myself lost in Severus's eyes, the intensity of his gaze locking me in place like a prisoner of love. It's a gaze that pierces through the barriers of my soul, laying bare the raw vulnerability that lies beneath the vulnerability that I have long kept hidden from the world. Severus, I whisper, my voice barely above a breath. I didn't expect. But before I can finish my sentence, Severus's lips crash against mine once more, silencing my protests with a fervor that leaves me breathless. It's a kiss filled with a hunger that borders on desperation, a hunger born of years of longing and unfulfilled desires, a hunger that can only be sated by the touch of each other's lips. As our tongues dance in a dizzying whirlwind of passion, I find myself surrendering to the moment, giving in to the overwhelming tide of emotions that threatens to consume us both. It's a feeling unlike anything I've ever experienced, a rush of ecstasy that leaves me dizzy with desire, intoxicated by the heady cocktail of love and lust that courses through my veins. And as we finally break apart, our chests heaving with exertion, I find myself lost in the aftermath of our kiss, a sense of euphoria washing over me like a tidal wave. For in that fleeting moment, as our lips met in a fervent embrace, I knew that I had found my home in the arms of the man I love, the man who completes me in ways I never thought possible. Severus, I whisper, my voice trembling with emotion. I love you. I love you too, Harry, says Severus staring into my eyes. And as I gaze into his eyes, I know that my words are true, that I would follow him to the ends of the earth, that I would brave any obstacle, face any challenge, if it meant being by his side. For in Severus Snape, I have found not only a lover, but a soulmate, a partner in crime, a confidant, a friend. And as we stand on the precipice of a new chapter in our lives, I know that together, we can overcome anything that comes our way, united in our love and devotion to each other. As we make our way to bed, the weight of Severus's whispered confession hangs heavy in the air, filling the space between us with a warmth that I can scarcely comprehend. It's a simple phrase, spoken with a tenderness that belies the stoic facade that Severus so often presents to the world, and yet its impact is profound, a declaration of love that echoes in the chambers of my heart, reverberating with a resonance that I can scarcely believe. I love you too, Severus, I murmur, my voice barely above a whisper. More than words can express. And as we settle into bed, our bodies intertwined in a tangle of limbs and sheets, I find myself lost in the sensation of being held in Severus's arms, enveloped in the warmth of his embrace. It's a feeling of security and comfort, a sense of belonging that I have long yearned for, a homecoming of the soul, that fills me with a sense of peace that I have never known before. As we drift off to sleep, our breathing slowing into a rhythm of synchronicity, I know that this moment is just the beginning of our journey together, a journey filled with love and laughter, joy and sorrow, triumphs and trials. But no matter what lies ahead, I take comfort in the knowledge that I am not alone, that I have found my soulmate in Severus Snape, and that together, we can weather any storm that comes our way. And so, as sleep claims me and I drift off into dreams, I do so with a smile on my face and a heart full of love, knowing that I am loved in return by the man who holds my heart in his hands. For in Severus Snape, I have found not only a lover, but a partner, a companion for life, bound to me by the ties of love and devotion that can never be broken. Chapter 26. Chapter Summary. Harry's next step in his plan. Chapter Notes. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like, then don't read. Please read in Kudos. Previously on the new Hogwarts Harry's POV. As we drift off to sleep, our breathing slowing into a rhythm of synchronicity, I know that this moment is just the beginning of our journey together, a journey filled with love and laughter, joy and sorrow, triumphs and trials. But no matter what lies ahead, I take comfort in the knowledge that I am not alone, that I have found my soulmate in Severus Snape, and that together, we can weather any storm that comes our way. And so, as sleep claims me and I drift off into dreams, I do so with a smile and a heart full of love, knowing that I am loved by the man who holds my heart in his hands. For in Severus Snape, I have found a lover and a partner, a companion for life, bound to me by the ties of love and devotion that can never be broken. Harry's POV. The summer sun beat down on the expansive grounds of Grimmauld Place, casting long shadows over the cobblestone courtyard as I approached the front door. It had been a week since school ended, and I could no longer avoid the inevitable. I had to tell Sirius and Remus the truth about my past, about the secrets Dumbledore had hidden from me for so long. Taking a deep breath, I pushed open the heavy oak door, and stepped into the dimly lit foyer, the air thick with the musty scent of old magic and forgotten memories. Sirius and Remus were waiting for me in the sitting room, their faces drawn with concern as they watched me approach. "Harry," Sirius said, his voice filled with worry. "Is everything all right? You look like you've seen a ghost." I forced a smile, trying to push aside the wave of apprehension that threatened to consume me. "Everything's fine, Sirius," I said, my voice sounding hollow even to my own ears. "But there's something I need to tell you. Something important." Remus exchanged a glance with Sirius, his expression unreadable. "What is it, Harry?" he asked softly. "You know you can tell us anything." I nodded, my throat suddenly dry as I struggled to find the words to explain the truth. It's about my past, I began, my voice barely above a whisper. About everything that happened before I came to Hogwarts. About the secrets that Dumbledore kept from me. Sirius's brow furrowed in confusion, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. What do you mean, Harry? He asked, his voice tinged with concern. What secrets are you talking about? With a heavy heart and a sense of dread that hung over me like a shroud, I began to recount the tale of my past, the truth about my parents' deaths, about the horrors I endured at the hands of the Dursleys, about the secrets Dumbledore had kept from me for so long. As I spoke, the weight of my words hung heavy in the air, filling the room with a tension that was almost palpable. Sirius and Remus listened in stunned silence, their expressions shifting from disbelief to anger to sorrow, as they absorbed the magnitude of my revelations. I can't believe it, Sirius muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. All this time, and we never knew. Remus shook his head, his eyes filled with sadness. Dumbledore, he said, his voice tinged with bitterness. How could he keep something like this from you? How could he let you suffer like that? I shrugged, the weight of my past bearing down on me like a leaden weight. I don't know, I admitted, my voice heavy with resignation. But what's done is done. The important thing now is that you know the truth. Silence descended upon the room as we sat in quiet contemplation, the weight of my words hanging heavy in the air. Then, just as I thought the tension would suffocate us all, Sirius spoke with determination. We can't change the past, Harry, he said, eyes blazing with intensity. But we can change the future. We can ensure that no one else suffers like you did and falls victim to Dumbledore's lies. I nodded, resolved to settle over me like a comforting blanket. You're right, Sirius, I said, my voice steady despite my turmoil. And that's why I need to tell you about something else. Something that I haven't told anyone else. Sirius and Remus exchanged a glance, their curiosity piqued. What is it, Harry? Remus asked softly. What haven't you told us? Taking a deep breath, I braced myself for their reaction as I prepared to reveal the truth about my journey through time, about the decision I had made to travel back to the summer before my 3rd year and change everything. As the words tumbled from my lips, I watched their expressions shift from confusion to disbelief to awe, their eyes widening with wonder as they absorbed the magnitude of my revelation. You traveled through time? Sirius exclaimed, his voice filled with astonishment. But how? Why? I shrugged, the weight of my confession bearing on me like a ton of bricks. I used an enchanted time turner, I admitted, my voice tinged with uncertainty. But I had to do something serious. I couldn't let things continue the way they were. I had to set things right. Sirius nodded, a sense of understanding dawning in his eyes. And did you? Set things right, I mean. I hesitated, the memories of my journey through time flashing before my eyes like a series of vivid dreams. I hope so, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. I did everything I could to change things, to ensure that no one else suffered like I did. But there are still so many things I don't know and questions left unanswered. Remus touched my shoulder, grounding me in the present as he met my gaze with unwavering support. You did what you thought was right, Harry, he said warmly. And that's all anyone can ask of you. We're here for you, no matter what. Tears welled in my eyes as I gazed into the faces of the 2 men who had become like family to me, their unwavering support giving me the strength to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As we sat together in the dimly lit sitting room of Grimmauld Place, I knew that no matter what the future held, I would face it with courage and determination, secure in the knowledge that I was not alone. For in Sirius and Remus, I had found friends and family, a bond that could never be broken, no matter what trials we face. And as we embraced in a silent show of solidarity, I knew that together, we would overcome whatever obstacles stood in our way, united in our quest to build a better future for ourselves and the world. The sun beamed down on the cobbled streets of Diagon Alley as I made my way to Gringotts, the weight of my responsibilities pressing down on me like a leaden weight. A week had passed since I revealed the truth about my past to Sirius and Remus, and now it was time to take the next step in my plan to change the wizarding world, to take control of my family's seats on the Wizengamot, and use my newfound influence to enact real change. As I entered the grand marble foyer of Gringotts, I was greeted by the sight of Ragnarok, the goblin who had become my trusted ally in my quest for justice. His sharp eyes gleamed with intelligence as he nodded in greeting, beckoning me forward with a wave of his clawed hand. Harry Potter, he greeted me, reverberating with authority. It is good to see you again. What brings you to Gringotts today? I'm here to take control of my family's seats on the Wizengamot, I said, my voice steady despite the nerves fluttering in my stomach. I want to use my influence to change the wizarding world. Ragnarok's eyes narrowed with approval as he nodded in understanding. A noble goal, young Potter, he said, his voice tinged with respect. But it will not be an easy task. The Wizengamot is a formidable institution, steeped in tradition and resistant to change. I know, I replied, my determination unwavering. But I'm prepared to do whatever it takes to make a difference. I won't let Dumbledore's legacy of lies and manipulation continue unchecked. Ragnarok's lip curled in disdain as he nodded in agreement. Indeed, he said, his voice dripping with contempt. Dumbledore's influence has plagued the wizarding world for far too long. It is time for a new era to begin. With a swift motion, Ragnarok produced a stack of parchment from the folds of his robes, his clawed fingers deftly flipping through the pages until he found what he was looking for. "Here," he said, thrusting the parchment into my hands. "Sign these documents, and your family's seats on the Wizengamot will be yours to command." I took the parchment from him, my heart racing excitedly as I scanned the document's contents. It was a simple contract outlining the transfer of ownership of the Potter and Hogwarts seats on the Wizengamot to me, Harry Potter, in perpetuity. With a determined nod, I reached for the quill Ragnarok offered me, the tip of the feathered quill hovering over the parchment as I prepared to sign my name. But before I could do so, Ragnarok spoke again, his voice filled with a note of caution. I stared at Ragnarok in happiness. My mind processed the words he had just spoken. Argus Filch married Ginny. "Really?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Ginevra married to Filch." Ragnarok nodded. "Yes, Harry," he said. "It's true. They were wed just last week." I closed my eyes, a wave of relief washing over me like a cool breeze. It was a strange sensation to feel grateful for someone else's misfortune, but at that moment, I couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude that I was not married to Ginny. "Thank Merlin," I muttered, my voice tinged with relief. "I'm glad it's not me." With excitement and trepidation, I left Gringotts, the weight of the parchment in my pocket, and the significance of what I had just done pressing down on me. I now held the Potter and Hogwarts seats on the Wizengamot, and it was time to take the next step in my journey. The Ministry of Magic awaited, and with it, my first session as a member of the Wizengamot. As I walked through Diagon Alley and towards the Ministry, the bustling crowd seemed oblivious to the monumental shift happening in the wizarding world. My mind raced with thoughts of the changes I could help bring about, the injustices I could address, and the legacy I could build beyond Dumbledore's shadow. As I walked through its grand halls, the Ministry of Magic buzzed with activity. The whispers and curious glances followed me, but I focused on the task ahead. Reaching the entrance to the Wizengamot chambers, I took a deep breath and pushed the doors open. The room fell silent as I entered. Rows of witches and wizards, familiar and not, turned their attention to me. I walked to the center of the chamber, standing tall despite the nerves that threatened to overwhelm me. "Members of the Wizengamot," I began, my voice steady. "I, Harry Potter, am here to claim my family's seats and participate in our world's governance." There was a murmur of surprise and curiosity, but I pressed on. "I have taken control of the Potter and Hogwarts seats, and I intend to use my influence to ensure that justice and fairness prevail in our world." Amelia Bones, a respected member of the Wizengamot, stood up and addressed me. "Welcome, Mr. Potter. Your presence here is noted, and your intentions are clear. We look forward to your contributions." I nodded in acknowledgement, taking my seat among the other members. The session began, and I listened intently as various issues were discussed. Finally, a bill was brought forward that caught my immediate attention. "The Ministry seeks to gain control over the magical creatures attending Hogwarts next year," a Ministry official announced. "This measure is proposed to ensure the safety and proper management of the creatures within the school grounds." I stood up, my heart pounding. "I oppose this bill," I declared, my voice strong. "Hogwarts has always been a place where magical creatures and wizards coexist. This bill attempts to exert unnecessary control over creatures who have always been integral to our magical education." There was a ripple of shock through the chamber. While presiding over the session, Cornelius Fudge looked at me with surprise and skepticism. "And why, Mr. Potter, do you believe you have the authority to oppose this bill?" I met his gaze firmly. "Because I am the sole owner of Hogwarts," I stated clearly. "The school and its grounds are under my jurisdiction, and I will not allow the Ministry to impose unnecessary regulations on the creatures who reside there." Gasps and whispers filled the room, but I stood my ground. Hogwarts is a place of learning and acceptance. We do not need the Ministry's interference in matters handled within the school for centuries. Amelia Bones stood up again, her expression thoughtful. "Mr. Potter raises a valid point. Hogwarts has a long history of managing its magical creatures without external intervention. Perhaps we should reconsider this bill." Fudge looked flustered but tried to regain control. "This is a matter of safety, Madam Bones. We must ensure that all students and staff are protected." "And they will be," I countered. "But not at the expense of the creatures who are a part of our magical community. Hogwarts is perfectly capable of ensuring safety without the Ministry's overreach." After a tense silence, Fudge finally spoke. "Very well. The bill will be withdrawn for further consideration." There was a collective sigh of relief from those who supported my stance. I sat down, feeling a sense of accomplishment. The first step had been taken, and I had clarified that I would not allow the Ministry to overstep its bounds. As the session continued, I felt the weight of my new responsibilities and a sense of determination. I was ready to face challenges, knowing I had the strength and resolve to make a difference. After the session, I exited the Wizengamot chambers and was immediately approached by several members, including Amelia Bones. "Well done, Mr. Potter," she said, her tone respectful. "You handled yourself with confidence and made a strong case." Thank you, Madam Bones, I replied, grateful for her support. I believe it's important to protect the integrity of Hogwarts and the magical creatures that call it home. She nodded in agreement. Indeed. Your presence here will certainly bring fresh perspectives and much-needed change. I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and anticipation. The journey ahead would be challenging, but I was ready to face it head-on. With the support of allies like Severus, Sirius, and Remus, and now even some members of the Wizengamot, I was determined to create a better future for the wizarding world. The sun had already begun its descent by the time I left the ministry, casting a warm golden glow over Diagon Alley. My steps felt lighter, yet the weight of my responsibilities remained ever present. Today was a significant victory, but it was just the beginning. I needed to share what had happened with those who mattered most: Sirius, Remus, and Severus. I made my way to 12 Grimmauld Place, feeling a sense of anticipation. The house was as grim as ever, but it had become a place of comfort and support. As I pushed open the heavy front door, the familiar scent of old wood and lingering magic filled my senses. I could hear voices coming from the sitting room, and I followed the sound, my heart pounding with excitement and nervousness. Sirius was lounging on the worn leather sofa, his hair as wild as ever, while Remus sat beside him, reading a book. Severus stood by the window, his usual stoic expression softened by the golden light filtering through the curtains. "Harry," Sirius exclaimed, sitting up straight. "How did it go?" Remus put down his book and looked at me with curiosity and concern. Severus turned to face me fully, his dark eyes searching mine for answers. I took a deep breath and smiled. "It went better than I expected," I began, feeling the tension in the room ease slightly. "I claimed my family's seats on the Wizengamot and attended my first session." "That's incredible, Harry," Remus said, a smile spreading across his face. "What happened?" I recounted the day's events, from my meeting with Ragnarok at Gringotts to the heated debate in the Wizengamot chambers. I told them about the bill proposing ministry control over the magical creatures at Hogwarts, and how I had opposed it. "And I made sure everyone knew that I'm the sole owner of Hogwarts," I finished, feeling a surge of pride as I remembered the gasps and whispers filling the chamber. Sirius let out a low whistle. "You've certainly made a strong entrance, Harry. I'm proud of you." Remus nodded in agreement. "You handled yourself brilliantly. The wizarding world needs someone like you to stand up for what's right." I looked at Severus, who had been silent throughout my recounting. His eyes were filled with pride and something deeper, something that made my heart skip a beat. "You did well, Harry," he said quietly. "You showed them that you won't be pushed around." I felt a rush of warmth at his words. "Thanks, Severus. It means a lot to hear you say that." The evening passed in a comfortable haze of conversation and laughter. It felt good to be surrounded by people who cared about me, and who believed in what I was trying to accomplish. But as the night grew darker, I felt a growing desire to be alone with Severus, to share with him the events of the day, and the emotions that had come with it. As the clock struck 10, I stood up and stretched. "I think I'm going to head home," I said, looking at Severus with a hopeful smile. "Would you like to come with me?" Severus nodded, a small smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "I'd like that." We said our goodbyes to Sirius and Remus, who gave me encouraging smiles and words of support. Then Severus and I left Grimmauld Place, and made our way to my house, a modest but comfortable place that felt like a true home. The moment we stepped inside, I felt a sense of peace. I turned to Severus, who was looking around with an appraising eye. "It's nice," he said, his voice warm. "I'm glad you think so," I replied, feeling a flutter of nerves. "Would you like to sit down?" He nodded, and we made our way to the living room. The room was cozy, with a fireplace, a soft couch, and shelves filled with books. We settled on the couch, and for a moment, we just sat there in comfortable silence, the crackling of the fire the only sound. "I can't believe how much has changed," I said quietly, leaning back and looking at Severus. "I never would have imagined any of this a few months ago." Severus took my hand, his touch sending a shiver down my spine. "You've grown so much, Harry. You faced challenges that would have broken most people, and you've become stronger." I looked into his eyes, feeling a deep sense of connection. "I couldn't have done it without you," I admitted. "You've been my anchor through all of this." He leaned closer, his dark eyes searching mine. "And you'll always have me, Harry. No matter what." The intensity of his gaze made my heart race. I leaned in, closing the distance between us, and our lips met in a gentle, lingering kiss. It was as if all the tension and uncertainty of the day melted away, replaced by the warmth and comfort of Severus's embrace. We pulled back slightly, our foreheads resting against each other. "I love you, Severus," I whispered, my voice filled with emotion. "I love you too, Harry," he replied, his voice equally tender. We spent the next few hours in each other's arms, talking softly and sharing increasingly passionate kisses. The world outside seemed to fade away, leaving just the two of us in our own little bubble of warmth and love. Eventually, we found ourselves lying on the couch, tangled together in a comfortable embrace. Severus's fingers traced gentle patterns on my back, and I felt a sense of contentment that I hadn't known in a long time. "Today was a good day," I said softly, my head resting on his chest. "It was," he agreed, his voice a soothing rumble. And there will be many more good days to come. I smiled, feeling hopeful for the future. With Severus by my side, I knew that I could face whatever challenges lay ahead. We would make a difference in the wizarding world, one step at a time. As I drifted to sleep in his arms, I felt a deep gratitude for the love and support that surrounded me. No matter what the future holds, I know I am not alone. And that made all the difference. Chapter 27. Chapter Summary. The New Wizarding Bill Law. Chapter Notes. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like, then don't read. Please read in Kudos. Previously on the new Hogwarts Harry's Pov. I smiled, feeling hopeful for the future. With Severus by my side, I knew that I could face whatever challenges lay ahead. We would make a difference in the wizarding world, one step at a time. As I drifted to sleep in his arms, I felt a deep gratitude for the love and support that surrounded me. No matter what the future holds, I know I am not alone. And that made all the difference. Harry's Pov. The soft light of dawn filtered through the curtains, casting a warm glow over the living room. I blinked slowly, taking in the unfamiliar but comforting sight of Severus's sleeping face inches from mine. His arms were wrapped around me, holding me close, and I felt a surge of warmth and contentment wash over me. For a moment, I lay there, savoring the quiet intimacy of the moment. I had never felt so safe, so cherished. The previous day's events felt like a distant memory, replaced by the quiet joy of waking up next to the man I loved. I shifted slightly, trying not to wake him, but Severus's eyes fluttered open, and he looked down at me with a sleepy smile. "Good morning," he murmured, his voice rough with sleep. "Good morning," I replied, my voice soft. "Did you sleep well?" He nodded, his smile widening. "Better than I have in a long time." I couldn't help but smile back. "Me too. I could get used to this." Severus's hand gently caressed my cheek, his touch sending a shiver down my spine. "So could I," he said quietly. We lay there longer, wrapped in each other's arms, enjoying the peaceful silence. Eventually, though, the reality of the day ahead began to intrude on our quiet bubble of happiness. "I have to go to the ministry again today," I said reluctantly. "There are more meetings, more things to take care of." Severus sighed softly, his fingers tracing gentle patterns on my skin. "I know. But remember, you don't have to do this alone. You have allies, people who care about you and support you." I nodded, feeling a surge of gratitude. "I know. And having you by my side makes all the difference." He leaned down and kissed me, a slow, lingering kiss that left me breathless. "And I always will be," he said softly. We finally untangled ourselves from the couch and got up, reluctantly letting go of each other. Severus headed to the kitchen to make some tea while I went to the bathroom to freshen up. As I washed my face and brushed my teeth, I couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation for the day ahead. There was so much to do and many changes to make, but I felt ready. When I returned to the living room, Severus poured tea and toast. We sat down together at the small table, eating in companionable silence. It was a simple breakfast, but it felt perfect. "So, what's on the agenda for today?" Severus asked as he sipped his tea. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. "More meetings with the Wizengamot. I need to start working on some new legislation, and I have a feeling it will be a long day." Severus nodded thoughtfully. "You'll do fine, Harry. Just remember to stay focused and don't let them intimidate you." "I won't, I promise. And I'll keep in mind what you said about having allies. I know I can count on you, Sirius, and Remus." He reached across the table and took my hand, squeezing it gently. "Always." We finished our breakfast and got ready to head out. Severus insisted on coming with me to the ministry, and I was grateful for his support. As we walked through the bustling streets, I felt a sense of determination settle over me. There was so much to do, but I was ready for it. When we arrived at the ministry, the usual buzz of activity greeted us. People glanced our way, some curious, some respectful, but I ignored them, focusing instead on the task. Severus walked beside me, his presence a comforting anchor. We made our way to the Wizengamot chambers, where the day's session was about to begin. I took my seat, feeling a sense of anticipation. Today was another opportunity to make a difference and start enacting the promised changes. The session began with the usual formalities, but soon, we were deep into discussions about various issues. I listened carefully, contributing when necessary, but always keeping my main goal in mind. There was a lot to do, but I felt a renewed sense of purpose. During a break, Amelia Bones approached me with a thoughtful expression. "Mr. Potter, may I have a word?" "Of course, Madam Bones," I replied, standing up and following her to a quieter corner of the chamber. "I wanted to commend you on your performance yesterday," she said. "You confidently handled yourself and made a strong case against that bill. I believe you have the potential to bring about real change here." "Thank you," I said, feeling a surge of gratitude. "That means a lot coming from you." She smiled, her eyes warm. "You have allies here, Harry. Remember that. And if you ever need advice or support, don't hesitate to reach out." "I won't," I promised. "Thank you, Madam Bones." She nodded and walked away, leaving me feeling more determined than ever. As I returned to my seat, I caught Severus's eye. He gave me a small, encouraging smile, and I felt renewed confidence. The rest of the day passed in a blur of discussions and debates, but by the time the session ended, I felt a sense of accomplishment. We had made progress, and I was starting to see the beginnings of real change. Severus and I left the ministry together, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the streets. As we walked back to my house, I felt a sense of contentment. It had been a long day, but a good one. When we arrived home, we collapsed onto the couch, both of us feeling the effects of the day's events. Severus pulled me into his arms, and I rested my head on his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart. "You did well today," he murmured, his fingers gently stroking my hair. "Thanks," I replied, feeling a warm glow of satisfaction. "It was a tough day, but we made progress. And there will be many more days like this," he said softly. "But you're not alone. You have me, and you have allies. We'll get through this together." I looked up at him, feeling a surge of love and gratitude. "I couldn't do this without you, Severus." He leaned down and kissed me, a slow, tender kiss that made my heart race. "And you'll never have to," he whispered against my lips. We spent the rest of the evening in each other's arms, discussing the day's events and sharing our hopes for the future. Having someone to share my burdens with who understood and supported me felt good. As the night grew darker, we moved from the couch to the bedroom, where we continued to share kisses and whispered words of love. It was a perfect ending to a challenging day, and I felt a deep sense of contentment as I drifted off to sleep in Severus's arms. The next morning, I woke up to the soft light of dawn filtering through the curtains and the comforting warmth of Severus's embrace. As I lay in Severus's arms, I began to think about the issues that still needed to be addressed. One, in particular, stood out to me: the unfair advantage that wizarding children had over Muggle-born and raised witches and wizards when it came to practicing magic. The current law prohibiting underage magic outside of school disproportionately affected Muggle-borns, as those in wizarding families could practice without fear of punishment due to the protective enchantments around their homes. I knew that changing this law would be a significant challenge, but it was a necessary step towards creating a more equitable magical society. I gently extricated myself from Severus's arms and went to my desk, determined to draft a bill to address this issue. Severus woke up a few minutes later and joined me with a cup of tea. "What are you working on so early?" he asked, handing me the cup. "I've been thinking about the underage magic law," I replied, sipping the tea. "It's unfair to Muggle-borns and those raised in non-magical households. They can't practice magic at home like children in wizarding families can. I want to draft a bill to modify the law." Severus nodded thoughtfully. "That's a worthy cause. It won't be easy, but it's important. How do you plan to go about it?" "I'm not entirely sure yet," I admitted. "But I want to propose a modification that allows Muggle-born and raised children to practice under certain conditions, like supervision by a responsible adult or in designated areas. We must ensure they have the same opportunities to develop their magical skills." Severus leaned over the desk, his eyes scanning the notes I had already made. "You'll need to gather support from the Wizengamot and likely some testimonials from Muggle-born witches and wizards about how the current law has affected them." "You're right," I agreed. "I'll need to build a strong case. And I'll need your help." "You have it," he said firmly. "Always." Over the next few days, I immersed myself in drafting the bill. I contacted Dean Thomas, knowing his perspective as a Muggle-born wizard would be invaluable. He was eager to help, and we spent hours discussing the various aspects of the bill and how to present it to the Wizengamot. Sirius and Remus also offered their support, helping me refine the language of the bill and strategize on how to gather support from other members of the Wizengamot. It was a team effort, and I felt renewed purpose and determination. Finally, after several long days and nights of work, the bill was ready. I felt nervous and excited as I prepared to present it to the Wizengamot. Severus was by my side, his presence a steadying force as we made our way to the ministry. As we entered, the chamber was buzzing with activity, but I pushed aside my nerves and focused on the task. I sat and waited for my turn to speak, my heart pounding with anticipation. When my name was called, I stood up and walked to the chamber's center, holding the bill. I took a deep breath and began to speak, my voice steady despite the butterflies in my stomach. "Members of the Wizengamot, I stand before you today to propose a modification to the law regarding underage magic. The current law disproportionately affects Muggle-born and raised witches and wizards, who cannot practice magic at home like their peers in wizarding families." There was a murmur of interest and curiosity among the members, but I pressed on. "This creates an unfair advantage and hinders the development of magical skills for those who do not have the same opportunities. I propose allowing Muggle-born and raised children to practice magic under certain conditions, such as supervision by a responsible adult or in designated areas." I held up the bill, my voice strong and clear. "This bill is about creating a more equitable magical society where all children have the same opportunities to learn and grow. I urge you to consider the impact of the current law and support this modification." As I finished speaking, there was a moment of silence, followed by a ripple of applause from some of the members. Amelia Bones stood up, her expression thoughtful. Mr. Potter raises a valid point. The current law does create an imbalance. I support this bill and encourage my colleagues to do the same. There were nods of agreement and murmurs of support from several other members. Cornelius Fudge, however, looked skeptical. This is a complex issue, Mr. Potter. How do you propose ensuring this new policy is enforced and does not lead to more problems? I met his gaze firmly. We can create a system of permits for supervised practice and designated practice areas. This will allow us to monitor and regulate the use of underage magic while providing opportunities for those who need it. It's about finding a balance and ensuring that all children have the chance to develop their skills. Fudge looked thoughtful, but before he could respond, Severus stood up. As someone who has seen firsthand the struggles of Muggle-born students, I can attest to the importance of this bill. It is a necessary step towards creating a more just and equitable society. There was a murmur of agreement from the chamber, and I felt a surge of hope. This was the beginning of real change. The debate continued for the rest of the session, with many members voicing their support and some raising concerns. By the end of the day, it was clear that the bill had garnered significant backing, but there were still challenges to overcome. As we left the chamber, Severus squeezed my hand. You did well, Harry. This is just the beginning, but it's a strong start. Thank you, I said, feeling relief and determination. I couldn't have done it without you. We returned to my house, feeling the weight of the day's events and a sense of accomplishment. There was still much to do, but I was ready for it. We settled on the couch that evening, wrapped in each other's arms. The warmth of the fire and the comfort of Severus's embrace made the day's challenges seem distant. We discussed the day's events, sharing our hopes and fears for the future. I believe we can make a real difference, I said softly, looking up at Severus. It will be tough, but I know we can do it. We will, he replied, his voice filled with conviction. Together, we'll make this world a better place. As the night grew darker, we continued to share kisses and whispered words of love, finding solace and strength in each other. The future was uncertain, but with Severus by my side, I knew that we could face anything. Over the next few weeks, I dedicated myself to building support for the bill. I reached out to members of the Wizengamot, explaining the importance of the modification and addressing their concerns. Dean, Sirius, and Remus were invaluable allies, helping me gather testimonials and evidence to strengthen our case. Severus was a constant source of support and encouragement. His insights and strategic thinking were crucial in navigating the complex political landscape of the Wizengamot. Together, we crafted a comprehensive plan to ensure the bill's success. As the day of the final vote approached, I felt a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. This was a pivotal moment, and I knew the outcome would have far-reaching implications. The morning of the final vote arrived with palpable tension in the air. As I walked into the Wizengamot chamber, my heart was pounding with a mix of anxiety and hope. Today was the day we had all been working towards, and the outcome would shape the future of the wizarding world. Severus walked beside me, his presence a comforting anchor. You've done everything you can, Harry, he said softly, squeezing my hand. Now it's up to them. I nodded, taking a deep breath. Thank you, Severus. No matter what happens, I'm grateful for your support. We took our seats, and the chamber quickly filled with members, their faces reflecting a mix of curiosity and determination. The session began with the usual formalities, but soon the focus shifted to the bill. Members of the Wizengamot Amelia Bones began, standing at the podium. Today, we vote on a significant piece of legislation proposed by Mr. Harry Potter. This bill seeks to modify the law regarding underage magic, ensuring equal opportunities for all young witches and wizards, regardless of their upbringing. There was a murmur of agreement, and I felt a surge of hope. Amelia continued, we have heard the arguments, seen the evidence, and now it is time to decide. Mr. Potter, would you like to say a few words before we proceed? I stood up, my heart racing. Thank you, Madam Bones. Members of the Wizengamot, this bill is about fairness and equality. It addresses an imbalance that has long existed in our society, giving Muggle-born and raised children the same opportunities to practice and develop their magical skills as those in wizarding families. This is a step towards a more just and inclusive magical community. I paused, meeting the eyes of the members. I urge you to support this bill, not just for the benefit of those it directly affects, but for the betterment of our entire society. Together, we can create a more equitable future. There was a ripple of applause, and I sat down, my heart pounding. Amelia nodded and called for the vote. The chamber fell silent as each member cast their vote, the tension mounting with each passing second. Finally, the tally was complete. Amelia looked at the results and smiled. The bill has passed with a clear majority. A wave of relief and joy washed over me. Severus squeezed my hand, his eyes shining with pride. You did it, Harry. You made a real difference. I couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of accomplishment and gratitude. We did it, Severus. I couldn't have done it without you and everyone who supported me. Amelia approached me, her expression warm. Congratulations, Mr. Potter. This is a significant achievement. Your determination and dedication have paid off. Thank you, Madam Bones, I replied, feeling a lump in my throat. This is just the beginning. There's still so much to do, but I'm ready for it. As the chamber began to empty, I stood there, taking it all in. This was a victory for me and everyone who believed in creating a fair, more just wizarding world. I felt a renewed sense of purpose and determination, knowing that we could achieve great things together. Severus pulled me into a tight embrace. I'm so proud of you, Harry. I hugged him back, feeling the weight of the moment. Thank you, Severus. This means everything to me. As we walked out of the chamber, hand in hand, I knew that this was just the first of many steps toward a brighter future. And with Severus by my side, I was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The walk home from the ministry was filled with a lightness I hadn't felt in a long time. The air seemed crisper, and even the bustling streets of London felt more vibrant. Severus and I exchanged smiles, the joy of our victory palpable between us. Once we arrived home, I turned to Severus with a grin. I think we deserve a proper celebration. What do you say to dinner at our favorite restaurants? Severus raised an eyebrow, a rare smile tugging at his lips. I'd say that sounds perfect. We quickly freshened up and changed into more comfortable clothes before heading out again. The restaurant, a cozy little place tucked away in a quiet corner of the city, welcomed us with the comforting aromas of home-cooked food. As we sat at our usual table, I felt a sense of contentment wash over me. I still can't believe the bill passed, I said, shaking my head in disbelief. All that hard work and it finally paid off. Severus reached across the table and took my hand. You should be proud, Harry. You've accomplished something remarkable. I squeezed his hand, feeling a rush of affection. We did it together, Severus. I couldn't have done it without you. Our food arrived, and we spent the meal reminiscing about the journey that had brought us to this point. The struggles, the late nights, and the moments of doubt seemed worth it now. Remember the first time we talked about changing the law? I asked, smiling at the memory. I was so nervous. Severus chuckled. And look at you now. Standing up in front of the Wizengamot, changing the world. I felt a warm blush spread across my cheeks. It still feels surreal. But I'm glad it's real. I'm glad we're making a difference. After dinner, we decided to take a stroll through a nearby park. The night was cool, and the stars twinkled above us. We walked hand in hand, discussing the future and the changes we hoped to see. As we sat down on a bench, Severus turned to me, his expression serious yet tender. Harry, I want you to know how much I admire your courage and determination. You've inspired so many people, including me. I felt a lump form in my throat. Severus, I couldn't have done this without your support. You've been my rock through everything. He leaned in and kissed me softly. And I always will be. We sat there for a while, wrapped in each other's arms, watching the world go by. It was a perfect moment, a quiet celebration of our love and the future we were building together. Eventually, we made our way back home. Once inside, we settled on the couch, the warmth of the fire adding to the cozy atmosphere. I rested my head on Severus's chest, feeling utterly content. This has been the best day, I murmured, my eyes heavy with exhaustion and happiness. Severus's arms tightened around me. And it's just the beginning, Harry. There are many more victories to come. I smiled, closing my eyes and letting his words wash over me. With Severus by my side, I knew we could face anything. Together, we would continue to fight for a better world, one step at a time. And tonight, we celebrated the first of many victories to come. Chapter 28. Chapter Summary. Getting Hogwarts ready for all of the creatures. Chapter Notes. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like, then don't read. Please read in kudos. Previously on the new Hogwarts Harry's POV. Severus's arms tightened around me. And it's just the beginning, Harry. There are many more victories to come. I smiled, closing my eyes and letting his words wash over me. With Severus by my side, I knew we could face anything. Together, we would continue to fight for a better world, one step at a time. And tonight, we celebrated the first of many victories to come. Harry's POV. The summer sun hung high in the sky, casting a golden hue over the countryside. It had been 3 weeks since the Wizengamot passed my bill, and I was enjoying a well-deserved break. Life felt good, and I was grateful for the peaceful moments I could share with Severus, Sirius, and Remus. I lay sprawled out on a blanket in my backyard, a book in hand. Severus was beside me, deeply engrossed in his own reading. The warm breeze carried the scent of blooming flowers, and the sound of laughter from inside the house, where Sirius and Remus were engaged in a playful argument over a game of wizard chess. Harry, you'll never guess what Sirius just did, Remus called from the open window, his tone half amused, half exasperated. I looked up, grinning. What now? He tried to move a knight like a bishop, Remus said, shaking his head. And now he's claiming the rules have changed since he last played. Severus snorted softly, not looking up from his book. Typical Black. Sirius's indignant voice floated out. I swear, Moony, the rules have changed. Harry, back me up here. I laughed, closing my book and sitting up. Sorry, Sirius, but even I know that knights can't move diagonally. Sounds like you're just out of practice. Sirius appeared at the window, feigning a wounded expression. At 2, Harry. I thought you were on my side. I shrugged playfully. You know I'm always on the side of the rules. He huffed dramatically but then broke into a wide grin. Fine, you win this round, Mooney. But next time, I'll brush up on my wizard chess strategies and wipe the floor with you. Remus chuckled, leaning against the window frame. I'll be waiting, Padfoot. The banter between Sirius and Remus had become a cherished part of our daily routine. Their light-hearted arguments and friendly competition were a constant source of joy and amusement. I felt a surge of gratitude for these simple, happy moments. Severus closed his book and looked over at me. How are your plans for the wizarding world progressing? I sighed contentedly, stretching out on the blanket. Slowly but surely. There's still a lot of work to do, but we've made a good start. I've been meeting with other members of the Wizengamot to discuss further reforms. It's been challenging, but I'm optimistic. Severus nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. You're doing important work, Harry. Change doesn't happen overnight, but you're making a difference. I smiled at him, feeling a rush of affection. Thanks, Severus. I couldn't do it without you. He reached over and took my hand, squeezing it gently. And you never will have to. We're in this together. The peaceful afternoon stretched on, filled with the sounds of birds singing, and the occasional burst of laughter from inside the house. Eventually, Sirius and Remus joined us outside, carrying a tray laden with snacks and drinks. Thought you two might be getting hungry, Remus said, setting the tray down on the blanket. Sirius plopped down beside me, grabbing a sandwich. So, Harry, what's next on your agenda for changing the world? I took a drink, contemplating the question. Well, I've been thinking a lot about education. We need to ensure that all young witches and wizards, regardless of their background, have access to quality education and resources. I'm planning to propose a scholarship fund for Muggle-born students and those from disadvantaged backgrounds. Remus nodded approvingly. That's a fantastic idea, Harry. Education is the key to equality. Sirius leaned back, looking thoughtful. And what about Hogwarts itself? Any plans for changes there? I smiled, thinking about the school that had been my home for so many years. I want to make sure Hogwarts continues to be a place of inclusivity and learning. I'm considering creating more programs to support students' mental health and well-being. We must address their pressures and provide a safe environment for everyone. Severus raised an eyebrow. Mental health programs. That's a progressive idea, Harry. It's about time we acknowledge the emotional challenges our students face. I nodded. Exactly. I know firsthand how difficult it can be, and I want to ensure that no student feels alone or unsupported. Sirius clapped me on the shoulder. You're doing great work, Harry. I'm proud of you. I felt a swell of pride and gratitude. Thanks, Sirius. It means a lot to have your support. As the afternoon turned into evening, we continued to talk about our hopes and plans for the future. The bond between us had grown stronger, and I felt a deep sense of belonging and purpose. Eventually, as the sky darkened and the stars began to twinkle overhead, we moved inside. Severus and I settled on the couch, wrapped in each other's arms. Sirius and Remus joined us, the four of us relaxing in the cozy warmth of the living room. Sirius looked around at all of us, a satisfied smile on his face. You know, I couldn't imagine a better way to spend the summer. Good friends, good food, and the promise of a better future. Remus nodded in agreement. We've come a long way, and there's still a long way to go, but we're making progress. Severus kissed the top of my head. And we'll continue to make progress, together. I leaned into his embrace, feeling a profound sense of peace. Yes, we will. Together, we can achieve anything. We eventually said our goodnights as the night grew late and headed to bed. I lay in Severus's arms, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. The future was uncertain, but with Severus, Sirius, and Remus by my side, I knew we could face any challenge. This summer had been a time of healing, growth, and hope. As I drifted off to sleep, I felt a deep sense of contentment, knowing that we were building a brighter future for the wizarding world. The day was bright and clear as I prepared to leave for Hogwarts. My task was to finalize the plans for all magical creatures aged 11 to 18 attending this school. It was an ambitious project, but one I believed was essential for promoting inclusivity and understanding within the wizarding world. Severus walked into the room, his usual compass self, but I could see the concern in his eyes. Ready for the day, Harry? I nodded, double-checking my bag to make sure I had all the necessary documents. I think so. I've got all the proposals, letters of support, and the guidelines we've drafted. I hope the staff at Hogwarts are as supportive as the Wizengamot was. Severus approached me and placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. You've put in a lot of hard work. They'll see the value in what you're proposing. And if they don't, we'll make them see it. I smiled at his confidence. Thanks, Severus. Having you by my side makes all the difference. Sirius and Remus entered the room, both looking eager to see me off. Sirius gave me a thumbs up. Ready to go, and change the world, Harry. More than ready, I replied, feeling excited and nervous. Remus offered a warm smile. Just remember, Harry, you've got a lot of support. We believe in what you're doing, and so do many others. I nodded, feeling bolstered by their words. Thanks, Remus. I'll do my best. With the final round of goodbyes, Severus and I left for Hogwarts. The journey was filled with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Severus held my hand, providing silent support as the landscape rushed by. As we arrived at Hogwarts, the familiar sight of the castle brought a wave of nostalgia. It felt good to be back, but this time, I wasn't a student. I was here to make significant changes. Professor McGonagall met us at the gates, her expression warm and welcoming. Harry, Severus, welcome back. We're looking forward to hearing your proposals. Thank you, Professor, I said, feeling a mixture of respect and admiration for the headmistress. I appreciate the opportunity. We followed her to the staff room, where several professors were already gathered. Hagrid gave me a wide grin, his eyes twinkling with excitement. Great to see you, Harry. Can't wait to hear what you've got planned. I smiled back. Good to see you too, Hagrid. I think you're going to like what we've come up with. As we settled into the meeting, I took a deep breath and began presenting the proposals. We're proposing a comprehensive plan to include all magical creatures aged 11 to 18 in the Hogwarts educational system. This includes not just witches and wizards, but also goblins, centaurs, house elves, and other magical beings. Our goal is to foster inclusivity, mutual respect, and understanding from a young age. Professor Flitwick nodded thoughtfully. It's an ambitious plan, Harry. What specific steps are you proposing to implement this? We've drafted a series of guidelines, I continued, distributing the documents. These include curriculum adjustments, training for staff on handling different magical beings, and creating safe spaces within the castle for each group. We also plan to establish a council of representatives from each group to ensure their voices are heard. Madame Pomfrey looked over the documents, her expression serious. And what about their safety? Some of these creatures have vastly different needs and behaviors. We've taken that into account, Severus interjected, his voice calm and authoritative. Each group will have designated safe areas and support systems tailored to their specific needs. We'll also have additional training for staff and prefects to handle any potential issues. Hagrid leaned forward, his enthusiasm evident. I think it's a brilliant idea, Harry. There's so much we can learn from each other. But how will you handle the cultural differences? I smiled at Hagrid's enthusiasm. We'll start with cultural exchange programs and workshops. The goal is to create an environment where everyone can share their knowledge and traditions. It's about building bridges and learning from each other. Professor Sprout raised an eyebrow. And how do you plan to integrate this into the existing Hogwarts structure? It's a significant change. It is, I agreed. But we've outlined a phased approach. We'll start with a pilot program, gradually integrating more groups and adjusting based on feedback. The key is flexibility and ongoing support. The room fell silent as the professors absorbed the information. Finally, Professor McGonagall spoke. Harry, this is an ambitious and challenging proposal. But it's also necessary. If we're to move forward as a society, we must start by fostering understanding and cooperation from a young age. I support this initiative. There was a murmur of agreement from the other professors, and I felt a wave of relief and gratitude. Thank you, Professor. Thank you all. With your support, we can make this work. The meeting continued with detailed discussions about the implementation plan. We addressed concerns, adjusted the guidelines, and worked out the logistics. By the end of the day, we had a solid framework in place and a clear path forward. As Severus and I left the castle, I felt a sense of accomplishment and hope. I think we did it, Severus. They're on board. He nodded, a rare smile on his face. You did well, Harry. This is just the beginning, but it's a strong start. We made our way back home, the journey filled with excited discussions about the next steps. That evening, we gathered with Sirius and Remus to celebrate the success. Sirius raised his glass. To Harry, for pushing forward and making a real difference. And to all of us, for supporting each other. We clinked glasses, the sense of camaraderie and shared purpose filling the room. Here's to a brighter future, I said, feeling the weight of the day lift off my shoulders. And to the changes we make together. As the night wore on, we continued discussing our hopes and plans. I felt deeply grateful for the support and love that surrounded me. I knew we could achieve anything with Severus, Sirius, and Remus by my side. The next morning, I woke up to the soft light of dawn filtering through the curtains and the comforting warmth of Severus's embrace. For a moment, I lay there, savoring the quiet intimacy of the moment. It was a new day, and there was much to do, but I felt ready for whatever challenges. With Severus by my side, I knew that I could face anything. As we got ready for the day, Severus turned to me, his expression serious but supportive. Today's meeting is important, Harry. This is where we set the groundwork for the future. I nodded, feeling the weight of his words. I know. I just hope we can address all their concerns and make them feel confident in sending their children here. You will, he said firmly. You prepared well, and you have the support of the Hogwarts staff and the Wizengamot. Just remember to listen to their concerns and be open to adjustments. We headed to the Great Hall, which had been set up for the meeting. Representatives from various magical creature communities were already gathering, and I felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. This was a crucial step in our plan, and I was determined to make it a success. Professor McGonagall greeted us at the entrance, her eyes twinkling with encouragement. "Good morning, Harry, Severus. Everything is ready. The representatives are eager to hear what you have to say." "Thank you, Professor," I replied, taking a deep breath. "Let's get started." The room was filled with a diverse group of magical beings: centaurs, goblins, house elves, and others. Each community had sent representatives to discuss the integration plan and ensure their voices were heard. I stepped up to the podium, feeling the weight of their expectations. "Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. We are here to discuss the integration of magical creatures into the Hogwarts educational system. Our goal is to create an inclusive and respectful environment where all children, regardless of their background, can learn and grow together." There was a murmur of interest and curiosity from the audience, and I continued. "We understand that there are many concerns and questions about this plan. Today, we want to address those concerns and outline the steps we will take to ensure the safety and well-being of all students." A centaur representative, Firenze, raised his hand. "Harry, what measures will be in place to ensure that our cultural practices are respected and preserved?" "Thank you, Firenze," I said, nodding in acknowledgement. "We have established a council of representatives from each magical creature community to advise us on cultural practices and ensure they are respected. Additionally, we will provide cultural exchange programs and workshops to foster understanding and appreciation among all students." The goblin representative, Griphook, spoke up next. "What about safety? How will you ensure the safety of our children, given the potential for conflicts and misunderstandings?" Severus stepped forward to address this question. "We have designated safe areas for each group and additional training for staff and prefects to handle any potential issues. We are also implementing a system of supervised practice and designated practice areas to monitor and regulate the use of magic. Our priority is to create a safe and supportive environment for all students." The house elf representative, Dobby, raised his hand timidly. "Will there be support systems in place for house elves who may struggle with the transition to a school environment?" I smiled warmly at Dobby. "Yes, Dobby. We will have support systems in place, including mentorship programs and counseling services, to help all students adjust to the school environment. We want to ensure that every student feels supported and valued." There was a moment of silence as the representatives absorbed the information. Then, a young centaur named Ronan spoke up. "How will you handle disciplinary issues? What if there are conflicts between students from different communities?" "We understand that conflicts may arise," I replied. "We will handle disciplinary issues with fairness and respect for all involved. Our goal is to foster an environment of mutual respect and understanding. Any conflicts will be addressed through mediation and restorative practices, rather than punitive measures." The room was filled with thoughtful expressions and nods of agreement. I could see that our message was resonating, but there were still more questions to address. The young goblin, Gornik, raised his hand. "What about the curriculum? Will it be inclusive of our histories and contributions?" "Absolutely," I said, feeling a surge of pride. "We are revising the curriculum to include the histories and contributions of all magical beings. Every student must see their heritage reflected in their education. We want to create a learning environment that celebrates diversity and promotes understanding." Professor McGonagall stepped forward to add her support. "We are committed to ensuring that Hogwarts is a place of learning and growth for all students. This is a collaborative effort, and we value the input and participation of every community." The meeting continued with detailed discussions about the implementation plan. We addressed concerns, adjusted the guidelines, and worked out the logistics. The representatives raised thoughtful questions and offered valuable insights, and I felt a sense of collaboration and shared purpose. As the meeting drew to a close, I took a moment to thank everyone for their participation. "This is just the beginning," I said, looking around the room. "We have a long road ahead, but with your support and collaboration, we can create a brighter future for all magical beings. Thank you for being a part of this journey." There was a round of applause, and I felt a surge of hope and determination. This was a pivotal moment, and I knew that together, we could achieve great things. After the meeting, Severus and I walked through the grounds of Hogwarts, reflecting on the day's events. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow over the castle, and I felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. "You did well today," Harry Severus said, his voice filled with pride. "You addressed their concerns and showed them that we're committed to making this work." "Thanks, Severus," I replied, feeling a mixture of relief and determination. "It's a lot of work, but it's worth it. Seeing the support and enthusiasm from the representatives gives me hope." He nodded, his expression thoughtful. "We've made a strong start. Now it's about following through and making sure we deliver on our promises." "I know," I said, feeling the weight of responsibility. "But I'm ready for it. We've got a great team, and we're all committed to this vision." As we walked back to the castle, I couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement for the future. This was just the beginning, and there was so much more to do. But with the support of the magical creature communities and the dedication of the Hogwarts staff, I knew we could achieve our goals. That evening, we gathered with the representatives for a casual dinner in the Great Hall. It was a chance to build relationships and foster a sense of community. The atmosphere was warm and welcoming, filled with laughter and conversation. Sirius and Remus joined us, their presence adding to the sense of camaraderie. Sirius raised a toast, his eyes twinkling with mischief. To Harry, for his vision and determination. And to all of us, for working together to create a better future. We clinked glasses, the sense of shared purpose and hope filling the room. Here's to the future, I said, feeling a surge of gratitude and determination. Together, we can achieve anything. As the night wore on, we continued to talk about our hopes and plans. The representatives shared stories of their communities, and we listened with interest and respect. It was a night of connection and understanding, and I felt a deep sense of fulfillment. After dinner, Severus and I walked through the castle, reflecting on the day's events. The halls were quiet, and the soft glow of the torches created a serene atmosphere. You've done something truly remarkable, Harry Severus said, his voice filled with pride. You've brought together different communities and created a sense of unity. I smiled, feeling a lump in my throat. We've done it together, Severus. This is just the beginning, but it's a strong start. I'm excited for the future. He pulled me into a gentle embrace, his touch soothing. And I'll be by your side every step of the way. I felt a profound sense of peace and fulfillment as we stood there, wrapped in each other's arms. The future was uncertain, but with the support and love of those around me, I knew that anything was possible. Together, we would continue to build a brighter future for the wizarding world, one step at a time. The morning was crisp as I prepared for another important meeting at Hogwarts. Today, I would speak with representatives from the werewolf and vampire communities about integrating their children into the school. This was another critical step in our journey toward inclusivity and mutual respect within the wizarding world. Severus was beside me, as always, offering his unwavering support. You prepared well, Harry. This is an essential discussion, and I know you'll handle it with the same determination and empathy as always. I nodded, taking a deep breath. Thanks, Severus. This is a sensitive issue, and I want to make sure we address all their concerns. As we arrived at the Great Hall, it was already filled with representatives from the werewolf and vampire communities. Their expressions ranged from cautious curiosity to outright skepticism. Professor McGonagall greeted us at the entrance, her demeanor as encouraging as ever. Good morning, Harry, Severus. Everything is ready. The representatives are eager to hear your proposals. Thank you, Professor, I said, feeling the familiar mix of nerves and excitement. Let's get started. I stepped up to the podium, taking a moment to look around at the gathered representatives. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. We are here to discuss the integration of werewolf and vampire children into the Hogwarts educational system. Our goal is to create an inclusive environment where all children, regardless of their background, can learn and grow together. There was a murmur of interest and cautious anticipation. I continued, we understand that there are many concerns and questions about this plan. Today, we want to address those concerns and outline the steps we will take to ensure the safety and well-being of all students. The werewolf representative, Fenrir, raised his hand. Harry, how do you plan to ensure the safety of our children during the full moon? It's a dangerous time for us, and we need to know that they will be protected. Thank you, Fenrir, I said, nodding in acknowledgement. We have established secure, reinforced areas within Hogwarts, where werewolf students can transform safely during the full moon. These areas will be monitored and supported by trained staff to ensure the safety of all students. Additionally, we will provide Wolfsbane potion to any werewolf student who needs it. The vampire representative, Valeria, spoke up next. And what about our children's needs? They have specific dietary requirements and are sensitive to sunlight. How will you accommodate them? Severus stepped forward to address this question. We have created designated areas within the castle, equipped with magical protection against sunlight. These areas will provide a safe and comfortable environment for vampire students. As for dietary needs, we will provide blood substitutes and ensure that their nutritional requirements are met discreetly and respectfully. The young werewolf, Luna, raised her hand timidly. Will there be support systems in place for us? It's hard to deal with the stigma and fear that come with being a werewolf. I smiled warmly at her. Yes, Luna. We will have support systems in place, including counseling services and peer mentorship programs, to help all students adjust to the school environment. We want to ensure that every student feels supported and valued, regardless of their background. There was a moment of silence as the representatives absorbed the information. Then, a young vampire named Adrian spoke up. How will you handle conflicts between students from different communities? There's a lot of mistrust and fear to overcome. We understand that conflicts may arise, I replied. Our approach will focus on mediation and restorative practices, rather than punitive measures. We will also provide cultural sensitivity training for all students and staff to foster mutual respect and understanding. Our goal is to create a community where differences are respected and valued. Professor McGonagall stepped forward to add her support. Hogwarts is committed to providing a safe and inclusive environment for all students. This is a collaborative effort, and we value the input and participation of every community. The meeting continued with detailed discussions about the implementation plan. We addressed concerns, adjusted the guidelines, and worked out the logistics. The representatives raised thoughtful questions and offered valuable insights, and I felt a sense of collaboration and shared purpose. As the meeting drew to a close, I took a moment to thank everyone for their participation. "This is just the beginning," I said, looking around the room. "We have a long road ahead, but with your support and collaboration, we can create a brighter future for all magical beings. Thank you for being a part of this journey." There was a round of applause, and I felt a surge of hope and determination. This was a pivotal moment, and I knew we could achieve great things together. The next morning, the sky was clear and bright as I made my way to the Great Hall. Today began our workshops and training sessions for Hogwarts staff and prefects. We had a lot to cover, and the success of our integration plan depended on these sessions. Severus walked beside me, a steady presence that always reassured me. "Are you ready, Harry?" he asked, his tone calm and supportive. I nodded, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. "I think so. There's a lot to cover, but we prepared well." As we entered the Great Hall, I was greeted by the sight of staff and prefects already gathering. There was an air of anticipation and curiosity, and I felt a surge of determination. This was a crucial step in our plan, and I was committed to making it a success. Professor McGonagall was already there, organizing the materials. She greeted us with a nod. "Good morning, Harry, Severus. Everything is ready. Let's get started." I took a deep breath and stepped up to the podium. "Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. As you know, we are about to embark on an ambitious and important journey. Starting this term, Hogwarts will be welcoming students from various magical creature communities, including centaurs, goblins, house elves, werewolves, and vampires. Our goal is to create an inclusive and respectful environment where all students can learn and grow together." The crowd murmured agreement and curiosity. I continued, "These workshops and training sessions are designed to prepare us for this integration. We'll be covering cultural sensitivity, conflict resolution, and specific needs and concerns for each group. We all must understand and respect the unique backgrounds and needs of these students." I paused, looking around at the attentive faces. "We'll start with a general overview, and then we'll break into smaller groups for more detailed discussions and training. Remember, this is a collaborative effort. We're all in this together, and every one of us has a role to play in making this a success." Professor Flitwick stepped up next, his usual cheerful demeanor tinged with seriousness. "Our first session will cover cultural sensitivity and awareness. It's crucial that we understand the diverse backgrounds of our students and approach each interaction with respect and empathy." He began outlining the key points, emphasizing the importance of active listening, open-mindedness, and avoiding assumptions. The staff and prefects listened intently, taking notes and asking thoughtful questions. Next, Hagrid spoke about the specific needs and concerns of different magical creatures. Centaurs, for example, value their independence and connection to nature. It's important to respect their space and their ways. House elves, on the other hand, thrive on service. Madame Pomfrey followed with a session on medical considerations. Werewolves will need access to wolfsbane potion in secure areas during the full moon. Vampire students will require accommodations for their dietary needs and protection from sunlight. It's vital that we provide the necessary support to ensure their health and safety. Severus took the floor to discuss conflict resolution. Conflicts are inevitable in any diverse community. Our approach will focus on mediation and restorative practices, rather than punitive measures. The goal is to resolve conflicts in a way that fosters understanding and respect. He explained the mediation process, emphasizing the importance of neutrality, active listening, and finding common ground. The staff and prefects practiced role-playing different scenarios, gaining confidence in handling potential conflicts. After the general sessions, we broke into smaller groups for more detailed discussions. I joined a group focused on the needs of werewolf and vampire students. Remus was there, sharing his experiences and offering valuable insights. "Living as a werewolf in a society that fears and misunderstands us is challenging," Remus said. "But with the right support and understanding, we can thrive. It's important to create an environment where werewolf students feel safe and valued." Valeria, the vampire representative, added her perspective. "Vampires face a lot of prejudice and misconceptions. Education and awareness are key to overcoming these challenges. Our children need to know that they are accepted and respected for who they are." The discussions were enlightening, and I felt a deep sense of gratitude for the dedication and commitment of everyone involved. We were building a foundation of understanding and respect, and I was confident that this would make a significant difference. As the day progressed, I moved between different groups, listening to their discussions and offering support. The enthusiasm and engagement of the staff and prefects were heartening, and I felt a renewed sense of hope for the future. In the evening, we gathered for a final session to recap the day's lessons and discuss the next steps. Professor McGonagall addressed the group, her voice filled with pride. Today has been a significant step forward. Your dedication and commitment are inspiring, and I am confident that we are ready to welcome our new students with open arms. Sirius raised his hand. I think it's important to remember that this is an ongoing process. We'll need to continue these discussions and training sessions throughout the year. It's not just about the first day, it's about creating a lasting culture of inclusivity and respect. Absolutely, I agreed. This is just the beginning. We'll continue to learn and grow together. Our goal is to create an environment where every student feels safe, valued, and supported. As the session ended, the staff and prefects mingled, discussing the day's events and sharing their thoughts. The atmosphere was one of camaraderie and shared purpose, and I felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Severus and I walked back to our quarters, reflecting on the day's events. You did well, Harry, he said, his voice filled with pride. You've set a strong foundation for the future. Thanks, Severus, I replied, feeling a mixture of relief and determination. There's still a lot of work to do, but I'm confident that we can make this work. The support and enthusiasm from everyone today were incredible. He nodded, his expression thoughtful. We've made a strong start. Now it's about following through and ensuring that we maintain this momentum. I know, I said, feeling the weight of responsibility. But I'm ready for it. We've got a great team, and we're all committed to this vision. As we entered our quarters, I couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement for the future. This was just the beginning, and there was so much more to do. But with the support of the Hogwarts staff and prefects, I knew we could achieve our goals. That evening, we gathered with Sirius, Remus, and a few other close friends for a casual dinner. It was a chance to relax and reflect on the day's events. The atmosphere was warm and welcoming, filled with laughter and conversation. Sirius raised a toast, his eyes twinkling with mischief. To Harry, for his vision and determination. And to all of us, for working together to create a better future. We clinked glasses, the sense of shared purpose and hope filling the room. Here's to the future, I said, feeling a surge of gratitude and determination. Together, we can achieve anything. As the night wore on, we continued to talk about our hopes and plans. The support and encouragement from my friends filled me with a renewed sense of purpose. I knew that with their help, we could overcome any challenges and build a brighter future for all magical beings. After dinner, Severus and I walked through the castle, reflecting on the day's events. The halls were quiet, and the soft glow of the torches created a serene atmosphere. You've done something truly remarkable, Harry, Severus said, his voice filled with pride. You've brought together different communities and created a sense of unity. I smiled, feeling a lump in my throat. We've done it together, Severus. This is just the beginning, but it's a strong start. I'm excited for the future. He pulled me into a gentle embrace, his touch soothing. And I'll be by your side every step of the way. I felt a profound sense of peace and fulfillment as we stood there, wrapped in each other's arms. The future was uncertain, but with the support and love of those around me, I knew that anything was possible. Together, we would continue to build a brighter future for the wizarding world, one step at a time. We resumed the training sessions the next morning, focusing on practical skills and scenarios. The staff and prefects practiced handling potential conflicts and providing support to students in various situations. The hands-on experience was invaluable, and I could see everyone growing more confident and capable. By the end of the week, we had covered a wide range of topics, from cultural sensitivity to medical considerations and conflict resolution. The dedication and enthusiasm of the staff and prefects were truly inspiring, and I felt a deep sense of gratitude for their commitment. As we wrapped up the final session, Professor McGonagall addressed the group, her voice filled with pride. You have all done an outstanding job. Your dedication and hard work have laid the foundation for a new year at Hogwarts. I am confident that we are ready to welcome our new students and create an environment where everyone can thrive. There was a round of applause, and I felt a surge of pride and hope. This was just the beginning, but it was a strong start. With the support and dedication of the Hogwarts community, I knew we could achieve our goals and build a brighter future for all magical beings. As the staff and prefects began to disperse, Severus turned to me, his eyes filled with pride. You've accomplished something truly remarkable, Harry. Hogwarts will never be the same, and it's all thanks to you. I shook my head, feeling overwhelmed by his praise. It's thanks to all of us, Severus. I couldn't have done it without you, Sirius, Remus, and everyone who believed in this vision. He leaned in and kissed me softly. You're right. But it was your determination and courage that brought us here. I'm so proud of you. I felt a surge of love and gratitude, knowing that this journey was just the beginning. With Severus by my side, I was ready to face challenges. Together, we had created something beautiful and transformative, and I knew that the future held endless possibilities. As we drifted off to sleep that night, wrapped in each other's arms, I felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The path ahead was still uncertain, but with the support and love of those around me, I knew that anything was possible. Together, we would continue to build a brighter future for the wizarding world, one step at a time. Chapter 29. Chapter Summary. Training sessions, date nights, the new system at Hogwarts, and a day spent together are how Harry's and Severus's summers are going. Chapter Notes. Please note that I'm not using beta, and never will any comments about how I write will be deleted. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't care what people think about my writing style. If you don't like, then don't read. Please read in Kudos. Previously on the new Hogwarts Harry's POV. I felt a surge of love and gratitude, knowing that this journey was just the beginning. With Severus by my side, I was ready to face challenges. Together, we had created something beautiful and transformative, and I knew that the future held endless possibilities. As we drifted off to sleep that night, wrapped in each other's arms, I felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The path ahead was still uncertain, but with the support and love of those around me, I knew that anything was possible. Together, we would continue to build a brighter future for the wizarding world, one step at a time. Harry's POV. The following morning dawned bright and clear, and I felt a renewed sense of purpose as Severus and I prepared to attend another day of training sessions. The past week had been intense, but our progress was undeniable. Today, we would focus on practical scenarios and ensure that the staff and prefects were well prepared for any situation that might arise. As we entered the Great Hall, I was greeted by the familiar sight of staff and prefects gathering, their faces filled with determination and curiosity. Severus and I exchanged a brief smile before taking our seats at the front of the room. Professor McGonagall stepped up to the podium, her presence commanding as always. Good morning, everyone. Today, we will be focusing on practical scenarios and hands-on training. It is essential that we are well prepared to handle any situation that may arise with our new students. She turned to Severus and me. Harry, Severus, would you like to start us off? I nodded and stepped forward, feeling a surge of confidence. Today, we'll work through a series of scenarios you might encounter. These exercises are designed to help you think on your feet and apply what we've learned in a practical setting. Severus stepped up beside me, his voice calm and authoritative. Remember, the key is to approach each situation with empathy and respect. We are here to support our students and ensure their safety and well-being. The first scenario involved a conflict between a vampire and werewolf students. The staff and prefects were divided into groups, each tasked with mediating the situation and finding a resolution. As the groups worked through the exercise, I moved around the room, offering guidance and support. Focus on listening to both sides. I advised one group. Try to understand their perspectives and find common ground. Severus joined another group, his presence steady and reassuring. Mediation is about finding a resolution that respects the needs and feelings of both parties. Encourage them to express their concerns and work towards a mutually acceptable solution. The exercise was challenging, but it was clear that the staff and prefects were gaining confidence and skills. After the first scenario, we gathered for a debriefing, discussing what had worked well and what could be improved. These exercises are incredibly valuable, Professor Flitwick said, his tone appreciative. It's one thing to discuss these concepts in theory, but applying them in practice makes all the difference. Agreed, Madame Pomfrey added. It's important that we continue to refine our approach and ensure that we're fully prepared. The rest of the day was filled with similar exercises, each designed to address a different aspect of the integration plan. We worked through scenarios involving medical emergencies, cultural misunderstandings, and more. Each exercise was an opportunity to learn and grow, and I was impressed by the dedication and commitment of everyone involved. As the day drew to a close, Severus and I found ourselves alone in one of the classrooms, reviewing the day's events. The room was quiet, the soft light of the setting sun casting a warm glow over the desks and chairs. You did well today, Harry, Severus said, his voice filled with pride. Your leadership and guidance have been invaluable. Thanks, Severus, I replied, feeling a sense of accomplishment. It's been a challenging week, but I'm proud of what we've achieved. He nodded, his expression thoughtful. We've made a strong start, but there's still a lot of work to do. I know, I said, feeling the weight of responsibility. But I'm ready for it. We've got a great team, and we're all committed to this vision. There was a moment of silence as we both reflected on the day's events. Then, Severus turned to me, a rare smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Harry, I was wondering if you might be interested in a night out. Just the two of us. I think we deserve a break. I looked at him, surprised but pleased. A date night. He nodded, his smile widening. Yes, a date night. I think it's important that we take some time for ourselves, away from the stresses and responsibilities. I felt a warm surge of affection and gratitude. I'd love that, Severus. It sounds perfect. Excellent, he said, his eyes twinkling with a rare lightness. I'll make the arrangements. The prospect of a date night with Severus filled me with anticipation and excitement. It was a chance to step away from the demands of our work and simply enjoy each other's company. As we left the classroom and made our way back to our quarters, I felt a sense of contentment and hope for the future. The next day, we resumed our training sessions with renewed energy. The staff and prefects were engaged and enthusiastic, and it was clear that the practical exercises were making a significant impact. During a break between sessions, Severus pulled me aside, his expression serious but tender. Harry, I've made reservations for dinner tonight. I thought we could go to that little restaurant in Hogsmeade that you like. I felt a flutter of excitement. That sounds wonderful, Severus. I've been looking forward to this. He smiled, his eyes softening. So have I. It's been a long week, and I think we both need this. The rest of the day passed quickly, the anticipation of our date night adding an extra layer of excitement to the training sessions. As the day's final session came to a close, I couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction and pride in what we had accomplished. Severus and I returned to our quarters to freshen up and change for our evening out. The atmosphere was filled with a sense of quiet anticipation, and I felt a warm glow of happiness as I prepared for our date. When we were ready, Severus took my hand, his reassuring and gentle touch. Shall we? I nodded, feeling a surge of affection. Let's go. The walk to Hogsmeade was peaceful, the cool evening air filled with the sounds of nature. As we approached the restaurant, I felt a sense of excitement and contentment. This was a chance to relax and enjoy each other's company, away from the pressures and responsibilities of our work. The restaurant was cozy and welcoming, with soft lighting and a warm, inviting atmosphere. We were shown to a quiet corner table, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of happiness as we settled in. This place is perfect, I said, looking around. Thank you, Severus. He reached across the table and took my hand, his eyes filled with warmth. I'm glad you like it. I thought it would be a good place for us to unwind and enjoy each other's company. I felt a sense of ease and relaxation as we perused the menu. The conversation flowed naturally. It was a joy to be with Severus, sharing stories and laughter. Throughout the meal, we talked about everything and nothing, enjoying the simple pleasure of each other's company. The food was delicious, and the atmosphere was perfect for a quiet, intimate evening. As the evening drew to a close, Severus looked at me thoughtfully. Harry, I want you to know how proud I am of you. The work you've done, the leadership you've shown, it's truly remarkable. I felt a lump in my throat, touched by his words. Thank you, Severus. I couldn't have done any of this without you. He smiled, his eyes softening. We make a good team, don't we? We do, I agreed, feeling a deep sense of gratitude and love. I'm so glad we have each other. As we walked back to the castle, hand in hand, I felt a profound sense of contentment. The date night had been a perfect respite from the demands of our work and had strengthened our bond. Back in our quarters, we settled on the couch, wrapped in each other's arms. The warmth of the fire and the comfort of Severus's embrace made the challenges of the day seem distant. Tonight was perfect, I murmured, my head resting on his chest. Thank you, Severus. He kissed the top of my head, his touch gentle and reassuring. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Harry. We needed this. As I drifted off to sleep in his arms, I felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The path ahead was still uncertain, but with Severus by my side, I knew that anything was possible. Together, we would continue to build a brighter future for the wizarding world, one step at a time. The summer days seemed to pass in a blur as Severus and I continued our work at Hogwarts. It was only 2 months before the start of the new school year, and I knew it was time to move forward with another significant change, overhauling the House Cup and Point system. As the owner and headmaster of Hogwarts, I had the authority to implement these changes, and I believed they would foster a more cooperative and inclusive environment for all students. Severus and I sat in the great hall one morning, our breakfast spread out before us. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the decision I was about to make. Severus, we need to talk about the House Cup and Point system. He looked up from his tea, his expression curious. What are you thinking, Harry? I've been considering this for a while, I began, choosing my words carefully. The House Cup and Point system have created a lot of unnecessary competition and division among the students. I think it's time we replaced it with something better, something that promotes cooperation and teamwork rather than rivalry. Severus nodded thoughtfully. I've always believed the system was flawed, encouraging students to prioritize winning points over genuine learning and personal growth. What do you propose we replace it with? I've been working on a new system, I said, pulling out a stack of papers from my bag. Instead of awarding points, we'll have a merit-based system where students earn recognition and rewards for their individual and collective achievements. The focus will be on personal growth, community service, academic excellence, and extracurricular involvement. Severus took the papers and began to read through them, his expression thoughtful. This is quite a comprehensive plan, Harry. How do you envision it working in practice? I've divided it into several categories, I explained. Each student will have a personal achievement tracker, where they can earn badges and accolades for various accomplishments. There will also be a system of community recognition, where students can nominate their peers for acts of kindness, leadership, and service. At the end of each term, we'll have a ceremony to celebrate these achievements. Severus nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of his lips. I like it. This system encourages personal growth and community spirit without fostering the cutthroat competition that the House Cup often did. But how will the students and staff react to such a significant change? I've scheduled a staff meeting for this afternoon to discuss the changes, I said, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. I'll present the plan and get their feedback. It's important that we have their support and input. Severus reached across the table and took my hand, reassuringly squeezing it. You thought this through, Harry. I'm confident that the staff will see the value in this new system. And you have my full support. Thank you, Severus, I said, feeling a surge of gratitude. Your support means everything to me. Later that afternoon, the staff gathered in the great hall for the meeting. I could see their curiosity and anticipation as they took their seats. Once everyone was settled, I stood up and addressed the room. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here today. As you know, we're constantly striving to make Hogwarts a better place for our students. Today, I'd like to discuss a significant change. I'm proposing the replacement of the House Cup and Point system. There was a murmur of surprise and curiosity from the staff, but I pressed on. The current system has fostered competition and division among the students. I believe it's time for a change, something that promotes cooperation, personal growth, and community spirit. I laid out the new system, explaining the personal achievement trackers, the categories for earning recognition, and the community recognition system. I could see the staff members listening intently, some nodding in agreement, others looking thoughtful. When I finished, Professor McGonagall was the first to speak. Harry, this is a bold and ambitious plan. I've long believed the house point system had flaws, and I can see the potential in what you're proposing. But how will we ensure that this new system is implemented effectively? We'll need to work together, I replied. We'll start with staff training sessions to familiarize everyone with the new system. We'll also create a committee to oversee the implementation and address any issues that arise. It's crucial that we have a clear and consistent approach. Professor Flitwick raised his hand. I think this is a wonderful idea, Harry. How will we track and manage the personal achievement trackers and community recognition? We'll use a combination of magical and muggle technology, I explained. Each student will have a personal achievement tracker, which will be linked to a central system that we can monitor and manage. We'll also have regular check-ins and feedback sessions to ensure the system works smoothly. Madame Pomfrey looked thoughtful. What about the students who might struggle to earn achievements or recognition? How will we ensure that everyone feels included and valued? That's an important concern, I said. We'll provide additional support and guidance for students who need it, and we'll emphasize that the system is about personal growth and effort, not just the end results. Every student has unique strengths and contributions, and we'll celebrate those in various ways. Hagrid spoke up next, his voice filled with enthusiasm. I think it's a great idea, Harry. A system that focuses on their individual strengths and contributions will benefit the students. How do we get started? We'll start with staff training and creating the committee, I said. We'll also begin communicating the changes to the students and their families, so everyone is aware of what to expect. It's important that we have a clear plan and timeline for the transition. Professor Sprout nodded in agreement. I'm on board, Harry. This system has the potential to create a more supportive and inclusive environment for our students. Let's get to work. The rest of the staff expressed their support and enthusiasm for the new system, and I felt a sense of relief and excitement. With their backing, I was confident we could make this change successful. After the meeting, Severus and I returned to our quarters to finalize the details and prepare for the implementation. The support from the staff had been encouraging, and I felt a renewed sense of determination. Over the next few weeks, we held staff training sessions to ensure that everyone was familiar with the new system and its implementation. The committee was formed, consisting of representatives from each house and various departments, and we worked together to address any concerns and refine the plan. We also began communicating the changes to the students and their families, using letters and informational sessions to explain the new system and its benefits. The response was overwhelmingly positive, with many expressing their support for a more inclusive and cooperative environment. One evening, as Severus and I sat by the fire in our quarters, reviewing the progress we had made, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and accomplishment. We're really doing this. Severus, the new system is coming together, and the support from everyone has been incredible. He smiled, his eyes filled with warmth and pride. You've done an outstanding job, Harry. This new system will make a significant difference in the lives of our students. I'm proud of you. Thank you, I said, feeling a lump in my throat. I couldn't have done it without your support. We make a good team, he said, his voice filled with affection. And I'm looking forward to seeing the positive impact of this new system. The next morning, the sun streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow over the room. I stretched and turned to see Severus still sleeping beside me, his expression peaceful and relaxed. I simply watched him for a moment, feeling a deep sense of contentment. Severus stirred, opening his eyes slowly. When he saw me watching him, he smiled. Good morning, Harry. Good morning, I replied, leaning in to kiss him gently. I was thinking we could take the day off today. No school plans, no responsibilities. Just us. His smile widened. That sounds perfect. I could use a day to relax and enjoy your company. We got out of bed and made our way to the kitchen. I started making breakfast while Severus set the table. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the air, and I felt a sense of peace. "How do you want your eggs?" I asked, glancing over my shoulder at Severus. "Scrambled, please," he replied, taking a seat at the table. "And maybe some toast." "Coming right up," I said, cracking the eggs into a bowl and whisking them. "I was thinking we could go for a walk after breakfast. The weather is beautiful." Severus nodded, a serene expression on his face. "I'd like that. It's been a while since we've had a chance to just enjoy the day." We ate our breakfast leisurely, savoring the simple pleasure of a meal shared together. The conversation flowed easily, touching on everything from the latest book Severus was reading to a funny memory from our time at Hogwarts. After breakfast, we changed into comfortable clothes and headed outside. The sun was warm, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. We walked hand in hand through the grounds, the familiar sights and sounds of nature surrounding us. "I love days like this," I said, squeezing Severus's hand. "No worries, no stress. Just us." He looked at me, his eyes filled with warmth. "I do too, Harry. It's important to take these moments for ourselves and appreciate what we have." We wandered aimlessly, occasionally stopping to admire a beautiful flower or watch the birds flitting about. At one point, we found a shaded spot under a large tree and sat down on the grass. Severus leaned back against the tree trunk, pulling me close. "Do you remember the first time we talked about spending a day like this?" he asked, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. I nodded, smiling at the memory. It was during one of those late-night conversations in the common room. We were both so tired, but we talked about everything we wanted to do once things settled down. "And now here we are," he said softly, his fingers tracing gentle patterns on my arm. "It's a good feeling, isn't it?" "It really is," I agreed, resting my head on his shoulder. "I wouldn't trade this for anything." We sat in companionable silence for a while, simply enjoying each other's presence. The world seemed to slow down, and all that mattered was the peace and contentment we found in each other. Eventually, we got up and continued our walk. We found a small pond and sat by the water, watching the fish swim lazily below the surface. Severus skipped a few stones across the water, and I couldn't help but laugh at his boyish enthusiasm. "You're pretty good at that," I said, grinning. He chuckled. "I had a lot of practice as a child. It's one of those simple pleasures I never outgrew." We spent the rest of the morning exploring the grounds, talking and laughing. It was a perfect day, filled with the kind of moments that make life truly special. By lunchtime, we had returned to the house and decided to prepare a picnic. We packed a basket with sandwiches, fruit, and a bottle of wine, and headed back outside to find a cozy spot to enjoy our meal. We spread out a blanket under a large oak tree and settled down, the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. As we ate, we reminisced about old times and shared our dreams for the future. "Do you remember the first time you brewed a potion in class?" Severus asked, a teasing glint in his eye. I groaned, laughing. "How could I forget? I think I nearly blew up the classroom." "You've come a long way since then," he said, smiling fondly. "I'm proud of everything you've accomplished." "Thank you, Severus," I said, feeling a warm glow of affection. "I'm proud of us, everything we've built together." After lunch, we lay back on the blanket, the wine making us pleasantly drowsy. Severus pulled me close, and I rested my head on his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. "Harry," he said softly, his voice filled with tenderness. "I want you to know how much you mean to me. You've brought so much joy and love into my life." I looked up at him, my heart swelling with love. "You mean the world to me, Severus. I can't imagine my life without you." He kissed me gently, his lips warm and soft against mine. "I feel the same way, Harry. Every day with you is a gift." We spent the rest of the afternoon basking in the warmth of the sun and each other's love. It was a day of simple pleasures, free from the pressures and responsibilities that usually occupied our minds. As the sun began to set, we packed up our picnic and made our way back to the house. We decided to have a quiet evening in, and Severus suggested we cook dinner together. We moved around the kitchen in perfect harmony, chopping vegetables and stirring pots. The aroma of our cooking filled the air, and I felt a deep sense of contentment. "This is nice," I said, smiling as I watched Severus expertly chop an onion. "Cooking together, just enjoying the moment." "It is," he agreed, glancing up at me with a warm smile. "I've always loved spending time with you, Harry, no matter what we're doing." We finished preparing dinner and sat down to eat. The atmosphere was cozy and intimate. The conversation flowed easily, filled with laughter and shared memories. After dinner, we moved to the living room and settled on the couch. Severus lit a fire, and we cuddled together, the warmth of the flames adding to the sense of comfort and relaxation. "I've been thinking," Severus said, his voice thoughtful. "We should make a point of having more days like this. It's important to take time for ourselves and appreciate what we have." "I agree," I said, resting my head on his shoulder. "Life can get so busy, but days like this remind me of what really matters." He kissed the top of my head, his touch gentle and loving. "I love you, Harry. More than words can express." "I love you too, Severus," I replied, feeling a deep sense of peace. "You're my everything." We spent the rest of the evening in each other's arms, talking about our dreams for the future and the life we were building together. It was a perfect end to a perfect day, filled with love and happiness. As the fire burned low and the night grew darker, we made our way to bed, still wrapped in the warmth of each other's love. As I lay beside Severus, listening to the steady rhythm of his breathing, I felt a profound sense of fulfillment and contentment. "Good night, Severus," I whispered, my voice filled with love. "Good night, Harry," he replied, his arms tightening around me. "Sweet dreams." With Severus by my side, I knew that whatever the future held, we would face it together. And that was all I needed. End notes. Please tell me what you think of this story. Please drop by the archive and comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.